Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent, including the Minister standing next to me will vote for it, that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill C-39, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying, be disposed as follows. A, the bill be ordered for consideration at second reading stage later today and Wednesday, February 15th, 2023. B, later today and Wednesday, the House shall continue to sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the purpose of considering the bill. C, that after 6:30 p.m. today and Wednesday on February 15th, 2023, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair. D, today, when no member rises to speak, or at 11:59 p.m., whichever is earlier, the debate be deemed adjourned and the House deemed adjourned until the next sitting day, and that the debate pursuant to Standing Order 38 not take place. And E, on Wednesday, February 15th, 2023, no later than 11:59 p.m., or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, the bill be deemed read a second time and referred to Committee of the Whole, deemed considered in Committee of the Whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed, after which the House be deemed adjourned until the next sitting day, and that the debate pursuant to Standing Order 38 not take place, and that the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights be instructed to consider the subject matter of the bill on Tuesday, February 14th, 2023, and shall have the first priority of the use of the House resources for committee meetings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Did I hear? No? Okay, good. D'accord. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the motion will please say no. Carried.
Comme il est 11 heures.
It being 11:05, the House will now proceed to the study of private members' business according to the projected order of business.
Today, private members' business, consideration of report stage of Bill C-241, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, deduction of travel expenses for tradespersons, standing in the name of Mr. Lewis Essex.
There being no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Lewis Essex, seconded by Ms. Rood, moves that Bill C-241, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, deduction of travel expenses for tradespersons, be concurred in at report stage. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the Chair. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request a recorded division, please.
Okay, we're good on that side? Okay, very good. We're all okay with that? I therefore declare the motion carried on division. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Mr. Lewis Essex, seconded by Ms. Rood, moves that Bill C-241, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, deduction of travel expenses for tradespersons, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll start out by saying what a great way to start a Monday morning. This House just allowed me to speak to something that is very near and dear to my heart, that I spent a lot of time, blood, sweat, and tears in, and I almost messed it up. So thank you to the House for helping me out. Mr. Speaker, it's been a journey. I think it was back in March. It was the first time that I spoke to Bill C-241 my private member's bill. So before I get going, I'm going to say, Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you. Thank you to the folks of Essex that again have allowed me the opportunity to stand in this House and represent them. And I just, it continues every single day as...
Il nous manque. Est-ce que c'est la traduction?
Is it the translation that's lacking?
Okay, c'est bon. Okay. So, the honourable member for Essex, please continue.
I'm hoping the questions after my speech go better than the beginning of my speech. Mr. Speaker, in all sincerity, every single day is, when I step into this House, it's like stepping onto the ice in the 7th game of the Stanley Cup. And so I just want to say thank you so much to the folks of Essex. I want to once again say thank you to Tommy Halkinen from the Carpenters Union and Carl Lovett from IBEW, for helping me script this bill, for giving me guidance, understanding of what it really means and the support for our skilled trades folks. I also want to take an opportunity to say thank you to the member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, who seconded this bill, and we'll be speaking to it later on. Before I dive into the bill, Mr. Speaker, I do want to say to the Gaffin family back in Kingsville, my dearest condolences. Jim Gaffin was the mayor of Kingsville for a long, long, long time. He passed away just a couple of weeks ago. He was a staple in the community, local barber. If you needed to know something, go to Gaffin's Barbershop. Mr. Gaffin was a man that I very much looked up to. He was a man of the people, and I kind of hope that I at least bring some of his happiness forward. So to the family, again, my condolences. Speaker, Bill C-241, it's an act to amend the Income Tax Act. It's a deduction of travel expenses for tradespersons. As I've said before, I like to call it the Fair Traveling Tradespersons Bills. Mr. Speaker, it went to committee. And we didn't break a record, I understand, but I do believe it to be true that we're very close to breaking a record. So today I get 15 minutes to speak. And in committee, it passed in 17 minutes. So if I draw this out for 2 more minutes, somehow it will have, we probably would have broken a record. And the reason that is, Mr. Speaker, there were no amendments to this bill. This is such a simple bill. I guess the only frustrating thing about this is because it's so simple, because it's the right thing to do, because it has the majority of the support of this House, that we're talking 15 more minutes. And that's 15 more minutes that we're not helping out our skilled trades. I got caught in Billy Bishop Airport for an extended 4 hours on Thursday night on my way home. And I ran into a young man. His name was Colin. Colin lives down in the Windsor area. And Colin, he travels to southern Alberta for work because he can make a lot more money to feed his family back in Windsor as a skilled trade. And I said, Colin, how long have you been gone for? He said, I've been gone for 30 days, and I'm excited to get home to see my daughter, young daughter. I said, wow, you had to work for 30 days. He said, no, sir, I work for 10 days, and then I'm off for 2, and then I work for 10, and I'm off for 2. I said, all due respect, and I realize it's a long way to travel, but were you not able to get home to see your daughter? He said, oh, sir, I would have loved to have got home to see my daughter. The problem is the cost of the flights to get home to see my daughter, I quite frankly can't do it. I can't afford it. Because when I go home after 30 days, the money for the flights, we'll pay for her diapers, we'll pay for her pablum, we'll pay for the medicines and the Tylenol. So I guess FaceTime is as good as I get. Mr. Speaker, if that story, that real story doesn't tear on the heartstrings of each and every one of the 330 members of this House and understand why Bill C-241 will be so impactful for our skilled trades that travel across this country to build our infrastructure, I quite frankly don't know what is. And if that one doesn't get you, Mr. Speaker, doesn't get this House, Mr. Speaker, maybe this one will. It was in Billy Bishop Airport, again, about October or November of last year. Ran into a gentleman, name's Andrew, and he works in the mines in Timmins. And he asked me for a picture with him. I don't know why. My wife doesn't even want pictures with me. And so I had a good conversation with this gentleman. And he doesn't have a family, but he's got a girlfriend. And his girlfriend, he actually FaceTimed his girlfriend while I was there to say, oh my goodness, look at this. Here's your member of parliament. Kind of didn't think too much about it. Shame on me. Coming back here to this house the first week, I get to Billy Bishop Airport, flying back here, and a young woman comes up to me and says, Mr. Lewis. I said, yes, how are you? She said, I'm well. I just want to thank you for your private member's bill. I said, you're welcome, I suppose. She said, no, I really wanted to thank you for a private member's bill, and I really hope it goes through. Do you know who I am? I said, boy, you look familiar, but I'm not sure. She said, I'm Andrew's girlfriend, and I'm on my way up to Timmins. I said, oh, now I remember. I took a picture with him right there. She said, that's right. I said, Andrew couldn't get home? She said, no, because it cost too much to get home. So I decided I'm going to see Andrew. These are the real stories, Mr. Speaker, that the ones that we expect to build our roads, to build our energy system, to turn our economy, to get that engine moving again, to make our country green, the very ones that sacrifice so much, what we forget about is their loved ones. And if we want to really incentivize our skilled trades, it's about as simple as giving them the opportunity to be backed with their loved ones. Mr. Speaker, this House, we continue to talk about the lack of homes, the shortage of homes across our country. We know that the cost of a house is out of this world, but that's purely because we don't have enough. Speaker, I'm quite sure that of all 338 members of this House, they have heard it time and time and time again from their business owners. If you gave me more people, I would put out twice as much product. But quite frankly, I don't have the people. And I believe that the stigma of being a skilled trade is we're far past that. Now we understand that it's not only okay to be a plumber, to be a boilermaker, an iron worker, an electrical worker. It's not only okay, it's actually a fantastic living. It's an amazing, amazing living that brings home a lot of money for families and puts tons of food on the table of Canadian families. And so now we're past that. Now the next question is, how do we get those people to the jobs? And how do we give the support of those folks to get to the jobs? Right before Christmas, I traveled to Nova Scotia. And I met with CANS, who's the Construction Association of Nova Scotia. And, you know, they said to me, my goodness, building roads, building our hospitals, all these projects, they said, we need people. And for the first time, they said, Nova Scotia actually isn't exporting their folks. They need to import skilled trades. And I hear this across the country. They said, your private member's bill, C-241, which, by the way, again, I guess I call it my private member's bill, but it's not mine, it's the people's bill. This will get people to the right place at the right time. I think about Windsor. I think about the Gordie Howe International Bridge and the amazing workforce that's there building this amazing bridge. But at the same time, we have a $5 billion battery plant being built in Windsor as well. And so when I met with IBEW in Windsor, they said they're going to need thousands of people in Windsor to build this plant, let alone the bridge, Mr. Speaker. And so I guess my point is this. in my last 5 minutes, boy, does time fly by in the House. This is as simple as doing what each and every one of us talk about all the time. Building our economy, building our infrastructure, and being fair. Recently, Mr. Speaker, I met with West. I had never heard of them before, and they do some pretty unique and amazing work. So they're from Windsor, and literally what they do is they train mostly young women, a lot of them immigrants in Windsor, for skilled trades. And I said to them, so where do they go once they're trained? By the way, it's the only one of this in Canada. I said, where do they go when they're trained? I said, well, we try to find them a job. I said, locally? Yes, of course. I said, well, it can't be hard to find them a job locally. They said, no, it's certainly not locally hard to find them a job. However, many of them have roots, family, in other portions of Canada that they want to go to. However, if the job is here, they can't be with their family. And so kudos to West for doing what they're doing and recognizing the potential of our immigrants, but specifically to the women. You know, Mr. Speaker, I really want to say bipartisan here, because I do believe that through working together in this House, we can do something really special, really unique. I do want to thank the Bloc Québécois and the New Democratic Party at committee for supporting this bill going forward. I do realize that there's been a tax deduction for mobility expense by the Liberal Party for $4,000. So I've heard that. I've heard it time and time and time again, and that's a great start. But I suppose I would say this, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned before, a business person can jump on a plane in Windsor and fly back and forth to Calgary or Vancouver or St. John's, Newfoundland as many times as he wants and write off those expenses, write off his hotels and write off his meals and his travel. But to suggest that a skilled tradesperson can only write off $4,000 of travel expenses, maybe a couple of months worth of work, is quite frankly putting a price on the heads of our skilled trades that is totally unacceptable and certainly doesn't go far enough. In closing, Mr. Speaker, this bill is a common sense bill for the hardworking common people. It's been a year-long journey, as I mentioned at the beginning of this speech, and the amount of people that I now realize this bill will impact their lives, their families. It is so far-reaching, something so unique that other parties have introduced very, very similar legislation in the past. Now the time, Mr. Speaker, is to finally get it done. Let's bring it home. Let's expedite this process so that we can get the proper folks at the proper place fairly. And the way I ended my last speech, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to end it again, because I truly believe it in my heart of hearts. If it's good enough for members of Parliament to write off their travel expenses, their apartments, and their meals, then it better darn well be good enough for our skilled trades folks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire au leader en chambre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that the member knows that there was a very similar budget implementation in the Budget Implementation Act that was from 2022, where measures very similar to what he's proposing in this bill were addressed. I'm wondering if he can tell us how this bill differs from what was in the Budget Implementation Act.
Honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the honourable colleague, thank you for the question. Well, it differs in a couple of ways. Obviously, if we look about kilometres, so the distance that some that have to travel, I believe in the Budget Implementation Act, it was 150 kilometres. This bill is 120 kilometers. But more than that, Mr. Speaker, what I ended my speech with was quite simply $4,000 puts a price in the head of skilled trades. This bill has no limit. So the more they work, the more money our skilled trades are putting back into our economy, and we're not handcuffing these same folks from going to work. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes, Verchères.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Essex for tabling an interesting bill. He highlighted in his bill that we decided to support it on the Bloc Québécois side. I want to highlight his work because it doesn't happen often to see the Conservatives to take the side of workers. And when it happens, I want to congratulate them for it. When it comes to helping our skilled tradespeople with their travel expenses, will they have more ideas in the future that will help workers? Because I think it's important for the legislation and the help that we can bring as parliamentarians be help that we can give to ordinary working folks and not big corporations and people who are already wealthy, who are already privileged. I'm wondering what are the next ideas the Conservatives will have to support our working folk and not the wealthiest.
Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague, thank you very much for your comments. Thank you, of course, for your support. I remember my honourable colleague speaking to this bill back in March, I believe it was. So thank you again. So fresh ideas. If I had another private member's bill, if I was so lucky to have another private member's bill, I'll tell you the next one I would do. I'd make darn sure that the folks coming in from the likes of Finland, from the likes of overseas that have these skilled trades that are stuck in our system, literally stuck in our system to not allowed into Canada to join our skilled labor force, there's one idea. We have lots of other ideas, or lots of other folks from other countries that are stuck in a system for years. Let's give the support to our immigration folks and get these skilled trades into Canada. That's the next one, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, we're grateful to see this bill come forward. And of course, as the member knows, we've been fighting this as New Democrats, this injustice that targets tradespeople and apprentices on deducting their travel expenses for many years. In fact, we've tabled this bill 5 times. I guess my question through you, Mr. Speaker, because this is a no-brainer, and I'm surprised that the member didn't tell Colin, who he met at the airport, that the Conservatives actually voted against this bill when it came for a vote in 2013. So my question through you is, why have the Conservatives suddenly had a change of heart and now they support those in the trades and apprentices in ensuring that they get fair treatment when it comes to tax deductions that in their travel over 120 kilometers? Why has it taken them so long, and why didn't they support the bill when Chris Charlton tabled it and it was voted on in 2013?
Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the honourable member through you. Well, obviously I wasn't here in 2013. Wasn't here in 2013, so I won't speak to that. What I will speak to is keeping my promise to Colin. And so I will take no shame in not telling something to Colin. What I will do is, when this gets passed in this House, I will say, Colin, this House worked for you. Get home and hold your daughter. Get home and hold your daughter.
One more question. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
And I think this is such a great motion. You know, there's so many times we come into the House of Commons and we listen to a lot of speaking that has zero impact to the people on the ground back in the riding. This is one example where it actually does have impact back in the riding. So can the member tell me how tradespeople in Saskatchewan will benefit from this type of legislation?
Honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the honourable member, my honourable colleague, for the question. You know, it's not only Saskatchewan where they're going to benefit, but specifically, and ironically, I was born in Regina, Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker, so that's near and dear to my heart. You know, I believe we have coal-fired plants are being shut down in the Regina area, and they're going to need a home. These skilled labor forces are going to need a home. So in the event they decide they can't get to another job right in Saskatchewan, they can get across the country from coast to coast to coast with their travel expenses paid. It gives another opportunity, a great opportunity. Thank you, Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism and the Associate Minister of Finance.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Permettez-moi de...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me say, first of all, how much I appreciate the work of my honourable colleague, the member for Essex. I also appreciate the opportunity to participate in this debate on Private Members Bill C-241. As my honourable colleagues know, this bill would amend the Income Tax Act to allow for the deduction of travel expenses for tradespersons if the job site is far from their main residence. However, this government is already well aware that the energy of the Canadian economy depends on the capacity of businesses and sectors that are growing quickly to attract the workers that they need to grow and succeed. And that's why we already set up a new deduction for workforce mobility in the 2022 budget. Starting next week, Canadians will be able to file their tax returns for 2022.
Say that as of next week, when they do file their tax returns, Canadians will be eligible for the first time for a new deduction of up to $4,000 in eligible travel and temporary relocation expenses through our labor mobility tax deduction for tradespeople. Mr. Speaker, our government shares the very same goal as the member for Essex. The labor mobility deduction that is now in place by this government is carefully and effectively targeted at achieving its objective. It provides greater clarity than C-241 on the definition of core concepts as well. For example, Mr. Speaker, C-241 does not define traveling expenses or construction activity. It also uses the term tax credit, which I have looked, but I have not even seen as a defined term in our tax laws. The bill would also introduce fairness issues between tradespersons and indentured apprentices and other employees. You see, that's because it would provide the former with tax recognition for long-distance commuting while considering a non-deductible personal expense for the latter group of people. The bill also requires no minimum period for relocation, places no limit on the number of trips or the amount of expenses that could be deducted in a year, and makes no allowance for trips that might span multiple tax years. Unlike C-241, the labor mobility tax deduction for tradespeople that our government put in place includes safeguards that contain its scope and cost and ensures it provides fair and targeted support where it is needed most. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has estimated that the incremental cost of C-241, taking into account the fact that an existing deduction is already in place for the same purpose. And the PBO's analysis reflects the fact that if 241 is passed, taxpayers will have to choose between the two options. This would result in substantially similar deductions being available to taxpayers for the same purpose, and in turn would likely result in administrative challenges for the Canada Revenue Agency and confusion, quite frankly, for tax filers, particularly given that the 2022 tax filing season will begin soon, as I mentioned at the outset. C-241 has no cap and a slightly different threshold for distance, and as a result, the PBO estimated only a small incremental increase in support as a result of this new measure. But this would come at actually a prohibitive expense in terms of introducing ambiguity and confusion for tax filers and administrators. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, by delivering targeted and effective support to help offset labor mobility expenses, our labor mobility tax credit is building on other important measures. And let me take you through them very quickly. The moving expense deduction, for example, recognizes costs incurred by workers who permanently move their ordinary place of residence at least 40 kilometers closer to their place of business or employment. There's also the special and remote work sites tax exemption, which allows employers to provide provide board and lodging benefits to employees on a tax-free basis at these work sites. And there's also the Canada Employment Credit, which recognizes work-related expenses in a general way. For the 2022 tax year, this employment credit provides a tax credit on employment income of up to $1,300. Dans le budget de 2021, nous
In the 2021 budget, we also took targeted action to support apprentices and to ensure that apprentices can gain work experience and that employers can tap into this pool of skilled workers. With the 2021 budget, we also provided $470 million over 3 years, starting in 2021-2022, to Employment and Social Development Canada to establish a new apprenticeship service. This helps 55,000 first-year apprentices in the Red Seal construction and manufacturing trades, and it helps them access opportunities for small and medium-sized employers. Employers can receive up to $5,000 for first-year apprenticeship opportunities to help with upfront costs, such as wages and training. In addition, to increase diversity in the Red Seal construction and manufacturing trades, this incentive doubles to $10,000, Mr. Speaker, for employers who hire underrepresented individuals, including women, racialized Canadians, and persons with disabilities. To ensure that skilled workers are ready to enter the workforce, the Government of Canada provides approximately $90 million annually in the form of 60,000 grants to support apprentices.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Labour Mobility Tax Deduction achieves the objectives of Bill C-241 without its risks or shortcomings. And there's really no need to take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. One need only listen to Canada's building trades unions, CBTU, and I'll quote, Budget 2022 included a historic win for Canada's skilled trades workers with the inclusion of the Labour Mobility Tax Deduction for tradespeople. CBTU is proud of securing tax fairness for skilled trades workers through the Labour Mobility Deduction for tradespeople. With that goal achieved, Mr. Speaker, C-241 is not only problematic, but it is also redundant. I would therefore encourage the House to withhold its support for this bill in favour of allowing the Labour Mobility Tax Deduction to support Canadian tradespeople and apprentices as they begin to file their taxes in the coming weeks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le débat continue. L'honorable.
The debate continues. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate the member for Essex for his bill C-241. I think this bill deserves to be debated, deserves to be tabled in this House. It also gives us the opportunity to talk about the reality of tradespeople. I think it's important. We don't talk enough about it in this place. We talk about many theoretical issues. We talk about people who are struggling and families, and it's important to talk about families. We talk about the ultra-wealthy, but the middle class, tradespeople, people who are building our country, we don't talk enough about them. And that's why I want to talk more specifically about a tradesperson that I know. Born July 15th, 1941 in the Hochelaga neighborhood of Montreal in a family of 7 children, so 6 brothers and sisters. Grew up not in Hochelaga, but in Pont-Vieux, in Laval, because his father found a job in a potato chip plant, worked as a tradesperson. His father had 7 mouths to feed, along with a wife, so that was quite a bit of work. We know that many families at the time were large, so there were 9 people in a small apartment. It wasn't one room per child. It was quite a packed little apartment. Now, in 1962, he started to exert his trade, because that's the subject we're interested in. At the age of 15, he started to work. He started going to job sites, started working hard, And he had 3 children. 4 children, but 3 who actually made it to adulthood. So he was working hard to take care of his kids, also got involved in the community, and spent more than 40 years in the trades, spent more than 40 years on job sites, and retired in 1997. Afterwards, continued to do plumbing for another 10 years. The person I'm talking to you about was my grandfather. He was still a tradesperson when I was a kid, and I would go and visit. I would go in the garage, even though it wasn't allowed, and I saw all the tools, and it was incredible to see this magic cave full of wonders. It was really exceptional. My grandfather worked on a lot of big job sites. The Conservatives will like this. He worked on pipelines because there were a lot of pipelines built in the 50s, 60s, 70s. For natural gas, for instance. He worked for Petrochimie in Montreal East. That was the leading edge of technology. We needed it to be able to put gas in our cars. He also worked on building hospitals throughout Quebec, as well as the large residential complexes on Nuns Island. These were very big job sites that marked the face of Quebec. For good and bad reasons. The Olympic Stadium was a giant job site. It cost a lot of money. We paid for it for a long time, but it was a symbol of pride at the time because it meant we were able to hold the Olympics in Quebec, in Montreal. It was extraordinary. My grandfather worked on that construction site as well. He also worked on the Port of Montreal facilities. With the expansion of Montreal, those facilities had to keep being expanded. They needed labor in order to build those facilities. And the Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu military base. One tradesperson works everywhere on many projects. Those are assets, that's infrastructure that will remain for a long time, that will remain even after my death, and we'll still be able to count on those facilities. The reality of being a plumber is not a reality that is very easy every day. For instance, carrying large pipes that are very heavy, working with different types of materials. They can be made of concrete or various metals. So at the time, you really needed to have a lot of muscles to carry some of these really heavy pipes. You worked on sinks, on toilets, on pipes. For those who have moved around those types of equipment, they know that they're quite heavy. And when building a housing complex, sometimes people work outdoors, sometimes they work indoors. And even if it's minus 40, you got to get the job done. But it's not just winter. There's also summertime, Mr. Speaker, summer, when it's 30 degrees and you have to do some soldering, or it's 30 degrees and you're working indoors in a small space and you have to fix the pipes in there and it's already hot and you're adding heat. With the soldering equipment you have, it's even worse, Mr. Speaker. They have to deal with all of those conditions, and that's important.
Commencer un job à zéro.
And you know, people don't say it enough, but sometimes there are problems on the site, and you actually have to start from scratch. Let's say a little hooligan came on the site and vandalized something overnight. Well, you got to start from scratch, even if you've been working on a project for weeks, and that's really significant. Now, if you look at plumbing, for example, a lot of people have to bring their own tools to the site, and sometimes those tools are stolen. They have to go out and buy new ones, and that costs quite a bit of money because these are very specialized tools that they need, and they need to be the right quality in order to do the work. Sometimes old pipes need to be replaced because, you know, we've got pipes for toilets, for showers, they get dirty, they get clogged up, and there's a lot of stuff that can come out and you might get splattered, you might have to go home being a little bit smelly, frankly. So that's the reality of these jobs. Sometimes you're working in places where there's 4 feet of water, where there are insects or rats, and you have to go in and change the pipes under those very difficult circumstances. It can be messy work, but it's really important work, and it's work that makes a difference. And this is really the work that is the basis of any building that exists. Anytime you turn on the tap, well, a plumber did that. Anytime you flush the toilet, that's a plumber who helped you do that. So sometimes there are time pressures to get a project done as well. Sometimes you can't just work 40 hours a week. You might have to work 60 or 70 hours a week. And the site director is going to tell you, I know you haven't seen your children in a long time. You got to get up early. You got to work late. You've got to work those long hours. That's the reality of tradespeople. People come home at the end of the day, they're washing their hands 3, 4, 5 times, and they've still got dirt under their nails. There are people who have workplace accidents, who suffer burns, and they just keep working, even if their health suffers. So to me, my grandfather was a tradesman. To me, he's a hero. He helped build the Quebec of today. And the people who helped build the Quebec of today, they were succeeded by a whole new generation of people who were building the Quebec of tomorrow. I think that the people who helped build the Quebec that we have today, they would be happy to see a bill like this because they would feel seen. They would feel happy that there are parliamentarians looking at their situation and saying, look, what can we do to help these people to make their reality a little bit better? We know that they do really hard work, and how can we really recognize them, value their work, recognize and reward their work? Just the fact that we're talking about that in this place today, I think, is really significant. So for that, I'd like to thank the member for Essex. Now, of course, there are a lot of considerations that we need to have about this bill. Earlier, I was talking about the construction sites that my grandfather worked on, and I said that most of those sites were in the Greater Montreal area. But I have another grandfather, Mr. Speaker, who worked on all kinds of hydroelectric dams in Quebec. He worked really hard, too. He worked in the cold, in sometimes difficult conditions, sometimes out in the woods. There are people like that who also helped build Quebec, and I'm really glad that we're speaking about them and that we're standing behind them today. That's why Bill C-241 is going to be supported. I don't think it's true that just business people have to fly, and they're not the only ones who should have the right to deduct those expenses. Tradespeople should be allowed to deduct those as well, especially if they're working very far away, they're working hard for their living. They have the right to be recognized. They have the right to those deductions. So we stand with our workers, and thank you to the member of Essex for this bill.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is indeed a pleasure to join the House today from Hamilton Centre in support of this bill in its third reading, and an opportunity to extend my sincere congratulations to the honourable member for Essex. We had quite some time joking around the fact that he got to be an honorary New Democrat while presenting this private member's bill. In fact, he had, I think, promised to wear an orange tie, although I'm not quite clear that I've seen that in the House. I've done my best today, Mr. Honourable Speaker. I want to make sure that we get a chance to be on the record as New Democrats to set the record straight. This bill has been proposed 5 times since 2006. The honourable member Chris Charlton from Hamilton Mountain introduced this bill in 2006, 2008, and 2013. And in fact, it was Bill C-201 introduced by the honourable member Chris Charlton in 2013 that was crushed by a Conservative majority. And I will give the honourable member of Essex the benefit, because I know that he was not elected in 2013, as his remarks reflected. But I will note that their leader did, the honourable member from Carleton, vote against this, Mr. Speaker. And again, we as New Democrats continued the fight alongside the building trades, introducing this again in 2021 with the always honourable my dear friend Scott Duvall here on Hamilton Mountain. And then, of course, myself in 2021, one of the first orders of business that I had, one of the promises that I gave to our Hamilton Building Trades Council, all the affiliates there, that I would pick this up and run with it in Bill C-222. And as pointed out by the previous Liberal member, that there's only a small difference between what the government has introduced and what this bill provides, given the nature of the distance, which you may recall in the previous reading was an issue that I brought up. It was clear, in our bill, C-222, we had suggested that a 120-kilometer radius was too far, that it would have excluded too many people, particularly those that have to commute through hours and hours of traffic in the GTA. Our bill was 80 kilometers, which I think if the parliamentary budget officer would have run those numbers, they would have seen that more people could have taken advantage of the deduction in our proposal. And one of my regrets is that that was not carried through in its time at committee. I do want to take my time once again to acknowledge and give credit where credit is due, which is to the Organized Labour of Ontario and the Building Trades Council, the Canada Buildings Trades Unions, of the Hamilton Brantford Building Trades Councils, the people that I worked with, people that we're all familiar with, our recently retired Pat Dillon here in Ontario, who through his entire career for 20 years worked on this and was dogmatic across all parties that this was something that had to happen because of the general fairness that is endued in this bill, which was identified the difference between the corporate class, the Bay Street class, the management class of the country who get to travel around the world and deduct all of that, not being extended by the CRA, the same privileges to those who actually build wealth and generate true value in this economy, which is the working class. I do want to make a correction, and I'm going to say it even to my own perhaps embarrassment, but certainly it needs to be said in the House because it's been said a couple of times that MPs get to write off their travel. That's not true. MPs' travel is covered by our members' budgets, and so it's a very different scenario. And I would hope that we would want to ensure that whatever we're putting forward for the working class, what's good enough for us ought to be good enough for them, which is why, again, I'm going to call for the same spirit with our conservative friends, our newfound socialist conservative friends who are looking to extend these rights and privileges to the working class, that they keep that energy up when it comes to things like dental care, when it comes to things like pharmacare, things that as members of parliament, we have the privilege of receiving in this House. Some of us for our entire lives. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, that there are members in the House who speak about work and working class issues in a completely abstract way because they've never actually worked in the private sector. That's a fact. And while I don't know the history of my friend from Essex, I am grateful that in his trips to the airport, that he was able to engage in a dialectical materialism with the working class, one that identified that the real world conditions of the working class and the contradictions that the class considerations are providing a general unfairness on how we treat our blue collar workers against that of the white collar management class in this country. That the fact that a person, a real estate or a real estate lawyer or developer can fly across the country and write all of that off, but the person who actually builds the wealth, the worker, the person who constructs the actual material and doesn't get that same consideration is indeed one of the inherent contradictions of our tax code and our general economy. And to go further, to talk about the exploitation of the building trades workers. The honorable member from Essex brought up the notion of affordability in housing. And this is an issue that comes up in my community when I'm talking to folks about the issues of their housing cost and how far away their ability through their wages to purchase the things that they themselves make is indeed a perversion of the capitalism and the impacts of capitalism in this country that divorces the working class from the end product of their labor. That is an alienation of the working class. That is a estrangement of labor. And in the example I use in building the house metaphor, that while the cost of building the house varies between provinces, and because of factors like materials, currently the housing construction costs range between $120 to $250 per square foot. If we were to average this out and look at this, it'd be about $185 per square foot, or approximately $370,000 to build a 2,000 square foot home in Canada. That is twice as much, sometimes 3 times as much as what the average market cost is. StatsCan lists the average Canadian house price in 2022 stood at approximately $704,000. How much does the average union carpenter make? Well, the average salary of a union carpenter that I could find was about $70,000. That means that it is 10 times as much, or 10 years worth of work, for the person who builds the house to be able to purchase the house. So where does the surplus value of their labor go? It goes to people who have never swung a hammer in their entire life. The banking class, the Bay Street class, the developer class, those that go to weddings at Doug Ford's family weddings and pay to increase their access to the construction within provinces like Ontario. But the money that's made, the obscene profits that are made, never make their way to the working class of this country. The ultra elite and the well-connected, those that have political ties, those that would seek to keep the wages low. Recall the Bank of Canada calling to keep the wages of workers low while the costs continue to run amok. Mr. Speaker, that's not because workers are fighting for higher wages. That's because shareholders, private investors in the investing class in this country are the one taking the surplus value of their wages. And under this economic system of private ownership, society only has 2 classes: the property class, or those that have access to capital, and everybody else. So the workers aren't only suffering from impoverishment, but they are suffering from exploitation and estrangement from their work, which is why this very meager private members bill, and when I say meager, it is literally the least we can do in this House to acknowledge that there is a general unfairness in our tax system. And again, I hope that these honorable members from the Conservative Party who crushed this bill some 10 years ago, who now have found their way in supporting it in this private members bill, will keep that same energy up and understand that is the working class of this country who create the value, and that's who we should be prioritizing in the policies of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I believe we have a point of order from the honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Speaker. While I think my colleague from Hamilton Centre would like to admit, he wants to say Chris, my member from Essex, is an NDP. He's a proud Conservative, but I believe he said he would wear an orange tie to the vote.
I don't believe that's a point of order, but a point well taken. Continuing debate, the honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Speaker. Skilled trades are a key component of Canada's workforce and are vital to the strength of Canada's economy. Skilled tradespeople are critical in maintaining essential sectors like our health, water, electrical, and food systems, and they literally build bridges and critical infrastructure. The demand for skilled tradespeople is high and expected to remain high over the next decade or more as Canada's economy recovers from 8 years of Liberal government. And for far too long, many blue-collar, private sector workers have found themselves an afterthought by politicians here in Ottawa. And our country is facing a shortage of over 300 skilled trades, and the numbers are showing that they will only get worse. Each job that is unfulfilled is uncollected paychecks that could help a family get ahead. And by 2028, Canada will need to have over 700,000 new tradespeople in place. And some of the challenges that we face today are very different than the challenges we'll face in the future, and are different than what our leaders faced decades ago. We'll have new problems and we'll need new solutions. And action must be taken to address the concerns of the shortage of skilled tradespeople, which is far beyond the scope of the bill that we're discussing here today. And just like action must be taken to fix concerns of those who proudly work in the trades today. And that's why we're here supporting Bill C-241. And Speaker, every step to promote trades and make the environment less cumbersome and more appealing to new entrants is a step in the right direction. We must support Canada's workers and the unions that represent them. The inability to do so will hold back local businesses from growing. It will delay roads, public transit, schools, and make it harder to improve the healthcare system and contribute even more to the rising cost of living that families are battling every day. And for generations, after generations of being left behind by government, it's time to earn trust and build the bridges that will get the bridges built. During the last election campaign, many residents in my riding spoke to me about the importance of supporting Canadian skilled tradespeople. And one simple way that we can do that is by allowing travel expenses to be tax deductible. But why is this a good first step? Well, the answer is so very simple. Many of our skilled tradespeople live and work in rural and remote communities. So one of my colleagues has made a suggestion of making the range to 120 kilometers because for some people in my riding, it can take them an hour and a half to get from home just to the shop to get their trucks. And given that my riding is over 5,000 square kilometers, I can say that that is actually a very conservative estimate for how long an individual may have to travel to get to work. In fact, I spoke with one person who worked as a welder in Arkona, a small town in a fairly central agricultural community. And they told me it was routine for them to get up at 4 a.m., drive an hour from their home to the shop to load up their truck and prep their crew, and then drive another hour and a half south for the morning job site, and then drive an hour to the northeast for the afternoon. And after a long and tiring day, they would drive another hour back home to repeat a similar schedule 6 days a week. So we're talking about support here in this bill for those who work some of Canada's toughest jobs and are the most essential workers. Let me put this in perspective compared to other professions where people can receive tax deductions for travel for their jobs. The DeWalt or Milwaukee white-collar tool salesperson who has to travel to remote areas to sell the tools to the building trades workers who will get a government-paid tax credit for their travel. But the blue-collar IBEW electrician or the UA pipe fitter who has to travel to the same remote job site to put on long hours of working using those same tools does not get any tax relief from this government for their travel. Tradespeople work very hard to support their families, and they have to put forward significant out-of-pocket expenses to be able to perform and remain competitive. The government needs to do more to support our nation's working men and women, those whose jobs makes them shower at the end of the day and who are raising families and who are building the future of Canada. Inflation and cost of living have taken their toll on tradespeople just as much, if not more, than they have for nearly every Canadian. Let's take a quick look at the price of gas for someone like that welder who travels 400 kilometers in a day. The average price of gas is around $1.40 per litre right now. And like most tradespeople in rural Canada, they drive a truck. So for those members here across the floor who have urban ridings, driving a truck is absolutely necessary. It's actually an essential tool for the performance of jobs, especially in our rural areas. Not something that can be easily phased out to suit the agenda of the finance minister's friends in the WEF. So this person's truck has roughly a 700-kilometer range, so they need to buy gas twice a week or more. And with a 120-liter tank, they're paying over $250 a week or more in gas, and about $16 of that is carbon tax. So I think it quickly becomes clear just how much travel deduction will amount to a large savings that will keep these tradespeople in business. Now, if only we could remove some of the other non-essential impediments. Speaker, a similar travel deduction is already available for corporations and self-employed workers in other industries. Passing C-241 would equalize the playing field and incentivize tradespeople to take contracts further from home, and which will be actually beneficial for smaller communities that have trouble attracting skilled labor. And with more tradespeople traveling, it will actually help generate more spending, which is especially beneficial for smaller and remote communities. Many tradespeople travel long distances for work, and I'm not talking about leaving their home and flying somewhere. Sometimes even to another province or even to get to a job site across the country or in our northern areas. Often they are gone from their families for long periods of time, and sometimes it's even months at a time. And I can't imagine being away from family for months at a time without being able to see your loved ones. And those of us sitting in this chamber right now know what it's like to leave your families to come to work for just the week. Now, imagine you have to leave your family for weeks. I know I would miss my family if I was gone for weeks, and I know from talking to some of these workers over the last number of weeks that that's a hardship on them. It's a struggle for their families to be apart from their families. Sacrificing time with your kids or your spouse or partner in order to try to provide a good living and income to support your family can be very difficult, but they make sacrifices every day. Now, imagine that you are responsible for paying your own transportation, accommodation, and meals to get to your job site while having to travel with your own tools, and there's no other option to receive a tax credit to help offset any of these travel costs. Workers are more likely to take a job closer to home and not necessarily in their trade where they're not compensated. Traveling as a tradesperson is extremely hard on families, and tradespeople will be able to use some of their tax credit to fly home to see their families, for instance, for a long weekend, or even fly their spouse and family to be with them for a period of time in the town where their job site is. So imagine the economic spin-off of that as well in those small towns. This bill is not controversial. This bill will help keep families together. It's a pro-worker, pro-jobs, pro-paycheck, and pro-worker mobility bill, all of which is needed to keep Canada going. I am pleased to see that this drive is being acknowledged and even being supported by other parties in this chamber. And despite our differences, I think we all want to keep Canada going, and we all want to do what's best to support our Canadian workers. We want to encourage young people to follow their passions, enroll in skilled trades, to move beyond the tired mentality that the only way to succeed in life is to acquire multiple degrees. Did you know that a Red Seal certified tradesperson makes over $68,000 a year? And with years of experience, depending on available jobs, they could be making well over $300,000 a year. Wow. That is comparable or even exceeds what is expected to a university's master's degree. That's right. And unfortunately, only 1 in 10 high school students is considering a career in trades. Something needs to change, and I look forward to providing discussion about what can be done to make improvements. So, Speaker, starting with the bill we're debating today, C-241, from the NDP side, I heard some suggestions that the travel distance be lowered to 80 kilometres. And from the Liberal branches, the ask has been made to have the bill include greater deductions for tools and equipment. And I've heard a number from the Bloc say they will take the bill as is and support it. All of this is fantastic, not only for workers, but for my colleague who I know has been very open and transparent in his excitement. I will echo his excitement on behalf of my constituents. This bill will have a tremendous impact on tradespeople and their families. So let's roll up our sleeves, get it done, and bring it home.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Government orders. Government bills. Commons. Second reading, first time debated, of Bill C-39, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying.
Monsieur Lametti, seconded by Monsieur Rodriguez, moves that Bill C-39, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to Bill C-39, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying. This bill extends the exclusion of eligibility for receiving medical assistance in dying, or MAID, in circumstances where the sole underlying medical condition for MAID is a mental illness. The main objective of this bill is to ensure the safe assessment and provision of MAID in all circumstances where a mental illness forms the basis for the request for MAID. Mr. Speaker, an extension of the exclusion of MAID eligibility in these circumstances will help ensure healthcare system readiness by, among other things, allowing more time for the dissemination and uptake of key resources by the medical and nursing communities, including MAID assessors and providers. It will also give the federal government more time to meaningfully consider the report of the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying, or AMAD, which is expected this week. My remarks today, Mr. Speaker, will focus on the legislative history of MAID in this country. I want to be clear, medical assistance in dying is a right, as affirmed by the Supreme Court. Dans la décision Carter.
In the 2015 Carter versus Canada Attorney General decision, the Supreme Court of Canada declared the unconstitutionality of the Criminal Code provisions prohibiting physician assistance in dying. In response to that decision in 2016, our government introduced the former Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying. The fundamental purpose of this bill was to give Canadians at the end of life, affected by intolerable and unbearable suffering, the choice to obtain medical assistance in dying. The bill was passed 2 months later, the date that medical assistance in dying, or MAID, became legal in Canada for people whose natural death was reasonably foreseeable. This legislation included procedural safeguards to ensure that the choice to request MAID was free and informed, and to protect the most vulnerable. In 2019, in Truchon versus Canada, the Quebec Superior Court declared unconstitutional the requirement that a person's natural death be reasonably foreseeable for the purposes of eligibility for MAID. A year later, in response to that decision, we introduced a second bill on MAID, the former Bill C-7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying.
Former Bill C-7 expanded eligibility to receive MAID to persons whose natural death was not reasonably foreseeable. It did so by creating a separate, more stringent set of procedural safeguards that must be satisfied before MAID can be provided. The government proposed and Parliament supported these stringent procedural safeguards in recognition of the increased complexities of making MAID available to people who are not otherwise in an end-of-life scenario. Some of these additional safeguards include a minimum 90-day period for assessing eligibility, during which careful consideration is given to the nature of the person's suffering and whether there is treatment or alternative means available to relieve that suffering. This safeguard effectively prohibits a practitioner from determining that a person is eligible to receive MAID in fewer than 90 days. Another additional safeguard is a requirement that one of the practitioners assessing eligibility for MAID has expertise in the underlying condition causing the person's suffering, or that they must consult with a practitioner who does. The assessing practitioners must also ensure that the person be informed of the alternative means available to address their suffering, such as counseling services, mental health and disability support services, community services, and palliative care. And it's not enough, Mr. Speaker, just to discuss treatment alternatives. They must ensure that the person has been offered consultations with relevant professionals who provide those services or care. In addition, both practitioners must agree that the person gave serious consideration to treatment options and alternatives.
Former Bill C-7 extended eligibility for MAID to persons whose natural death was not reasonably foreseeable. However, it temporarily excluded mental illness from being the basis for a MAID application. In other words, the bill excluded from MAID eligibility those circumstances where mental illness was the only medical condition claimed. The reason for this temporary exclusion from eligibility was the recognition that under these circumstances, MAID applications were complex and required additional review. During this period, the expert panel on MAID and mental illness conducted an independent review of recommended protocols, guidelines, and safeguards in circumstances where mental illness was the basis for a MAID application. The panel's final report was tabled in Parliament on May 13, 2022. AMAD has also completed its parliamentary review of the MAID provisions of the Criminal Code and their application, as well as other related issues, including mental illness. We look forward to the final report of the Special Joint Committee this Friday, February 17th, 2023. I'd like to acknowledge the excellent work of the panel, ably led by Dr. Mona Gupta.
Temporary period of ineligibility was set in law to last 2 years. It will expire on March 17, 2023, unless this legal requirement is amended by law. This bill would do just that and proposes to extend this period of ineligibility for 1 year until March 17, 2024. As I stated at the outset of my remarks, this extension is needed to ensure the safe assessment and provision of MAID in circumstances where a mental illness forms the sole basis of a request for MAID. It is clear that the assessment and provision of MAID in circumstances where a mental illness is the sole grounds for requesting MAID raises particular complexities, including difficulties with assessing whether the mental illness is in fact irremediable, and the potential impact of suicidal ideation on such requests. That is why, when some Canadians, experts, and members of the medical community called on the federal government to extend the temporary period of ineligibility to make sure the system was ready, we listened. We listened, we examined the situation carefully, and we determined that more time was needed to get this right.
On the topic of health system readiness, I want to take a moment to highlight the great strides that have been made towards the safe delivery of MAID in these circumstances. For example, standards of practice are being developed for the assessment of complex MAID requests, including requests where mental illness is the only medical condition cited to support the MAID application. These standards of practice will be adapted or adopted by the clinical regulatory bodies and by clinicians in the provinces and territories. The development of these standards is on track for completion by March 2023. In addition, as of October 2021, the Canadian Association of MAID Assessors and Providers, CAPA, is developing an accredited curriculum for health professionals. When complete, this curriculum will include 7 training modules on a variety of topics related to MAID assessment and delivery, including how to conduct MAID assessments, assess capacity and vulnerability, and manage complex and chronic situations. This program is expected to be finalized and ready for implementation by the fall of 2023. This progress is the result of our government's leadership and collaborative efforts with health system partners such as provincial and territorial governments, health professional organizations, our government's regulatory bodies, clinicians, and organizations such as CAPA. The regulations governing MAID entered into force in November 2018. It was recently reviewed and revised to improve data collection and the presentation of reports on MAID. In particular, the regulation now allows for race-based data collection on Indigenous identity and the existence of a disability. The regulation, the revised regulation came into force in January 2023, And information on MAID activities in 2023 will be published in the 2024 annual report by Health Canada. I think we can all agree that substantial progress has been made. However, in my view, it will take a little more time to ensure the safe assessment and delivery of MAID in all circumstances where mental illness is the only medical condition cited in support of the MAID application.
That mental illness can cause the same level of suffering as physical illness. We are aware that there are persons who are suffering intolerably as a result of their mental illnesses who were waiting to become eligible to receive MAID in March 2023. We recognize that these persons will be disappointed by an extension of ineligibility, and we sympathize with them. I want to emphasize that I believe this extension is necessary to ensure the safe provision of MAID in all cases where a mental illness forms the basis of the request for MAID. We need this extension to ensure that any changes we make are done in a prudent and measured way. I want to turn now to the more technical part of Bill C-39 and briefly explain how the bill proposes to extend the mental illness exclusion. As I stated earlier in my remarks, former Bill C-7 expanded MAID eligibility to persons whose natural death was not reasonably foreseeable, and also included a provision that temporarily excluded eligibility in circumstances where a mental illness formed the basis of the request for MAID. Bill C-79 delays the repeal of the mental illness exclusion. This would mean that the period of ineligibility for receiving MAID in circumstances where the only medical condition identified in support of the request for MAID is a mental illness, and that would remain in place for an extra year until March 17th, 2024. I want to reiterate that we need more time before eligibility is expanded in this matter. More time to ensure healthcare system readiness, and more time to consider meaningfully and potentially act on AMAD's recommendations. This is why I urge members to swiftly support the passage of this bill. It is imperative that it be enacted before March 17th. If it is not, MAID will become lawful automatically in these circumstances. It is essential that this bill receive royal assent so that this does not happen before we are confident that MAID can be provided safely in these circumstances. I trust that all colleagues in this place will want to make that happen. The safety of Canadians must come first. That is why we are taking the additional time necessary to get this right. Protecting the safety and security of vulnerable people and supporting individual autonomy and freedom of choice are central to Canada's MAID regime. We all know that MAID is a very complex personal issue, and so it's not surprising that there's a lot of debate. It should go without saying that seeking MAID is a decision that one does not make lightly. I know from speaking with members of the medical community that they take both their critical role in the process and their professional duties towards patients extremely seriously. I trust that medical professionals have their patients' interests at heart, and this sometimes involves supporting their patients' wishes for a planned, dignified ending that is free of suffering. Once again, I strongly believe that an extension of the exclusion of MAID eligibility in these circumstances is necessary to ensure the healthcare system's readiness and to give the government more time to meaningfully consider and potentially implement the AMAD recommendations. I remind the House those recommendations are expected just 1 month before the current mental illness exclusion is set to expire. So I implore all members to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what we're seeing today is an admission of a process that was far too rushed. Mr. Speaker, just 2 years ago, the Minister of Justice appeared at Justice Committee one morning, and he said that there wasn't a consensus on how to move forward with expanding medical assistance in dying to those whose sole underlying condition is mental illness. However, later that day, after the Senate had amended the legislation to include mental illness, he suddenly said in the House that he was confident that there was a consensus. Mr. Speaker, the minister's own charter analysis of Bill C-7 said that those whose underlying condition is mental illness needed to be protected. So we see evidence now on 70% of Canadians are opposed to this expansion. We know that Liberal members are, many of them, voicing their concern. Will the minister consider delaying this expansion indefinitely so that those that are suffering with mental illness, like our veterans with PTSD, are protected?
Honourable Minister of Justice, Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and his work on this file. Mr. Speaker, what is different now, 2 years later, is that we have done a great deal of work. The expert committee, led by Dr. Mona Gupta, actually thinks we are ready to move forward with the protocol that they have developed, as are a number of the professionals and professional bodies across Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, there isn't unanimity, and that's why we are proposing a one-year extension in order that we can internalize and that all medical professionals and Canadians can internalize what is in the next step. Mr. Speaker, let me point out that we all have a duty as parliamentarians to not participate in exaggeration or misinformation. What this bill does not do is allow for a person suffering from depression or anxiety to immediately get made. Mr. Speaker, this is for a small fraction of individuals who suffer from long-standing mental disorders under the long-standing care of medical professionals who are suffering intolerably and want another option, Mr. Speaker. That's what this is about. It's not about people who are contemplating suicide.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In such a sensitive debate, we have to expect every parliamentarian in this place to rise to the level of human dignity and to be acutely aware of their responsibilities. Last week, however, during question period, on the issue of mental illness as the only medical issue invoked, the Leader of the Official Opposition said something that sounded something like this. Mr. Prime Minister, there are people who are suffering, people who are in poverty, people who are experiencing depression, and the only thing you have to offer them is medically assisted dying. I would like my colleague to comment on this type of conversation that does not allow us to have a thoughtful debate and does not focus on what this bill actually focuses on and is actually misinformation. The Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his observation, as well as his question. Mr. Speaker, the criteria for medically assisted dying in a situation where we're not at end of life is a subject we're dealing with today. We're dealing with circumstances where mental illness is the only criteria. And the criteria are strict. They are severe. Someone cannot ask for MAID just like that. It's a lot more serious. And our healthcare practitioners, people who provide medical services, take their responsibilities seriously. For the Leader of the Opposition to have made such a statement, I fully agree with my honourable colleague. It reveals a certain amount of cavalier attitude towards a complex and difficult subject. We need to deal with this respectfully, even if we're just talking about it.
The Honourable Member for Couch and Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech. Like him, I've been here since 2015, so I have seen the entire legislative journey of medical assistance in dying, and I have also been the NDP's member on the Special Joint Committee, both in the last Parliament and this one. But, you know, back when C-14 was passed, there was a requirement in that act for a statutory review of the legislation. We did have Bill C-7, and the government did accept the Senate amendment, even though it went contrary to its own charter statement on the matter. And it was only after that we established the Special Joint Committee, which was then delayed by the 2021 election and didn't get up and going until May of last year. So in the context of that, I do think the Liberals have, in some instances, put the cart before the horse before we have had the appropriate review. But I'd also like to hear his comments, because there is a crisis in funding for mental health in this country. We've had the Canadian Mental Health Association talk about this, and I'd just like to hear from the Justice Minister that his government can make a commitment to bring mental health care funding up on par with physical care, because there is a real crisis, not only in my community, but communities from coast to coast to coast. And I think that's going to be an important component of this conversation. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question and his work on the special committee, and we look forward to the recommendations that special committee makes. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons to have a delay is precisely to take better into account what that special committee might recommend. Mr. Speaker, mental illness is an illness, and I strongly support initiatives to better resource the encadrement or the support that we give to people suffering from mental illness. It's something that our government has recognized. We put $5 billion into the system a number of years ago. What we found when we did that, though, for mental illness, what we found when we did that is that we couldn't guarantee that the province has actually spent that money on mental illness. So what we're doing in the current set of negotiations between the Minister of Health and his counterparts, as well as the Prime Minister and his counterparts, is to try to build some accountability into that system. But we definitely do agree with the need to invest in greater mental health resources. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, particularly in this case, we want people to be able to live a dignified life with the supports that they need in order to accomplish that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech today. Some have opined that the extension sought today, Minister, is potentially for re-debating the issue of mental health as a sole and underlying condition for MAID. I'm wondering if you could maybe outline why that's not the case.
Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we passed the law in 2019. Part of the parliamentary process was the interactions between this House and the Senate. We came to a compromise at the end of that process with the Senate to include this mental illness as a sole criterion with a 2-year delay. We felt at the time that if this could be done in 2 years. COVID intervened, an election intervened. But we do feel a great deal of work has been done, in particular by the expert committee. However, in order for everyone to internalize those recommendations, in order for faculties of medicine, in order for provincial and territorial bodies and expert groups to build out the didactic materials, we need another year. But this is only a year extension. And of course, Mr. Speaker, this also gives us time to look at what the special committee reports on this particular area, as well as evaluating other suggestions that it makes.
One more question. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people for Kamloops Thompson Caribou, Mr. Speaker. I wish to recognize the life of Danilo Kovachuzak. I just saw his obituary in the Kamloops this week, and may eternal light shine upon him. In reference to that last answer from the Minister of Justice, Mr. Speaker, it really is inherent in my view, it's incumbent, pardon me, on the Minister of Justice to listen to people of Canada. And people in my riding have been asking that the Minister reconsider this. And his answer to the Parliamentary Secretary says to me that he's not prepared to do so. And this is amidst his charter statement from his own department saying that this has inherent risks and complexity. Given that, is he saying unequivocally before this House there is not going to be any reconsideration of this before the next year?
Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, his work as a critic and his work on committee. Mr. Speaker, we're in a far different place than we were 2 years ago. We have now done a great deal of the work, particularly at the federal level, on mental illness as the sole criterion for seeking MAID. And as I said, a number of leading experts feel that we would have been ready next month to have moved forward. We are trying, Mr. Speaker, to be prudent and to allow others to internalize the learning that is contained, that has been developed in particular over the last 2 years. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned this before and I will repeat it again, that this is a small fraction of people who are in the non-end-of-life scenario. And indeed, the people in the non-end-of-life scenario generally are a small fraction of those who seek MAID. It is not the case that somebody will simply be able to get MAID by going to their doctor and saying that they were contemplating suicide. That is not the case, and we are misleading Canadians if that is what we say.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on Bill C-39, legislation that imposes a new arbitrary deadline of March of 2024 in place of this Liberal government's arbitrary deadline of March 2023, whereby persons with a sole underlying mental health disorder will be eligible for MAID. I support Bill C-39 only because it is better than the alternative, namely that MAID would be available to persons with a sole underlying mental disorder in 1 short month from now on March 17th, which would be an absolute disaster and which with certainty would result in vulnerable persons prematurely ending their lives who could have otherwise gone on to recover and lead a healthy and happy life. Rather than imposing a new arbitrary deadline that is not grounded on the basis of science and evidence, what this Liberal government should be doing is abandoning altogether this radical, reckless, and dangerous expansion of MAID. And it is why I wholeheartedly support Bill C-314, introduced last Friday by my friend and colleague, the member for Abbotsford, which will do exactly that. Mr. Speaker, one would expect that a responsible government, before deciding to expand MAID in cases of mental illness, would take the time to study the issue thoroughly and to consult widely with experts. After all, we're talking about life and death. We're talking about a significant expansion that would impact a group of Canadians that are vulnerable. But, Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government is not responsible, because that is not what happened, and it is why this government finds itself in the mess that it is in today with this rushed 11th hour legislation to delay this expansion. Instead, what the Minister of Justice did was accepted a radical Senate amendment to Bill C-7, which established an arbitrary sunset clause setting in motion this expansion of MAID in cases of mental illness effective March of 2023. To provide some context, the purpose of Bill C-7 was to remove a critical safeguard, namely that death be reasonably foreseeable before someone be eligible for MAID. It was a terrible piece of legislation in response to the Truchon decision, which this government should have appealed and didn't appeal. As bad as the bill was, when it was studied at the Justice Committee, of which I was a member at the time, nowhere in the bill was any mention of expanding MAID in cases of mental illness. And so the Justice Committee didn't hear evidence on that point. Indeed, when the minister came to committee, he said that there were inherent risks and complexities with expanding MAID in cases of mental illness, and therefore that it would be inappropriate to do so. The bill goes over to the Senate, and all of a sudden, the minister unilaterally accepts that Senate amendment. And then, what do the Liberals do? After little more than a day of debate, they shut down debate on a bill that had drastically changed in scope and rammed the legislation through, rammed this expansion of MAID in cases of mental illness. No meaningful study, absolutely no consultation with experts, including psychiatrists, with persons struggling with mental illness, and their advocates, nothing. In short, what this Liberal government did, what this Justice Minister did, is made the decision to go ahead with this significant expansion and then said, we'll study the issue later. Hence, the establishment of an expert panel that was appointed after the government had already made the decision to go ahead. You would think, Mr. Speaker, that if you're going to appoint an expert panel, you'd appoint the expert panel before you decide. But not with this Justice Minister, not with this Liberal government. We saw a special joint committee established after the fact. I mean, talk about getting it backwards, Mr. Speaker. Talk about putting blind ideology and hubris ahead of science and evidence, and talk about a total disregard for the concerns and the lives of Canadians struggling with mental illness. Had this Minister of Justice and this Liberal government done the homework at the outset, what they would have learned very quickly is that this expansion of MAID cannot be implemented safely. I serve as a co-vice chair on the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying. And as early as the spring, we heard from multiple witnesses, representatives of the mental health community, and most importantly, with respect to some of the clinical issues, leading psychiatrists. The body of evidence was overwhelming that this cannot proceed safely. And one of the key reasons cited is that in the case of mental illness, it is difficult, if not impossible, to predict irremediability. In other words, it is difficult, if not impossible, in the case of mental illness, to determine whether someone can recover, whether they can get better, whether they can become healthy. Mr. Speaker, that's a serious, serious problem. Now, let's look at some of the evidence that was available to this minister back in the spring. For example, Dr. John Marr, a clinical psychiatrist and medical ethicist who appeared before the committee, said, quote, "Psychiatrists don't know and can't know who will get better and live decades of good life. Brain diseases are not liver diseases," end of quote. Dr. Brian Shera, also a clinical psychiatrist and professor at the University of Quebec at Montreal, told the committee, quote, "I'm a scientist. The latest Cochrane review of research on the ability to find some indicator of the future course of a mental illness, either treated or untreated, concluded that we have no specific scientific ways of doing this, end of quote. Even the government's expert panel conceded the difficulty in predicting irremediability. At page 9 of the expert panel report, the panel observed, quote, the evolution of many mental disorders, like some other chronic conditions, is difficult to predict for a given individual. There is limited knowledge about the long-term prognosis for many conditions, and it is difficult, if not impossible, for clinicians to make accurate predictions about the future for an individual patient. Difficult, if not impossible, to predict irremediability, said the government's own expert panel. Mr. Speaker, what that means, if you cannot predict irremediability, is that persons who could go on to lead a healthy and happy life will have their lives prematurely ended. And it's a problem that this government cannot avoid and that has not been resolved. Because let me remind this House, Mr. Speaker, that under the law, in order to be eligible for MAID, one must have an irremediable condition. And here we have leading experts, leading psychiatrists, including the government's own expert panel, that said it's difficult, if not impossible, to predict irremediability. And so what that means, Mr. Speaker, according to the psychiatrists who appeared before the Special Joint Committee, is that medical assessments in cases of mental illness for MAID are going to be decided on the basis of hunches and guesswork that could be wildly inaccurate. Those are the words of Dr. Marc Signor, a professor of psychiatry at the University of Toronto, who appeared before the Special Joint Committee, and they were echoed by other psychiatrists who appeared before our committee. Hunches and guesswork. The expert panel did not use such language, but they essentially conceded the point in their expert report because they were unable to come up with any objective standard by which to measure whether a patient's condition in the case of mental illness is irremediable. Instead, the expert panel ridiculously said, recklessly, both ridiculously and recklessly, said that we're going to wash our hands clean of this. We're going to give a big green light and say it can all be done on a case-by-case basis. No objective standard whatsoever. All guesswork. All subjective. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Marc Signor, at the Special Joint Committee on the issue of predicting irremediability, in the context of mental illness, said, with respect to physicians undertaking an assessment of a patient, that, quote, they could be making an error 2% of the time or 95% of the time, end of quote. 95%, a 95% error rate. That's the risk on a matter of life and death, on a matter of a procedure that is irreversible, that results in the termination of someone's life. Persons who are struggling with mental illness, and the government solution, the minister just stood in this place and said, damn the evidence, damn the facts, we're going full steam ahead. Mr. Speaker, I cannot think of a more reckless approach than the one that this Liberal government has taken to this issue of profound importance to so many Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, it's not just the issue of irremediability, although that, given the fact that that cannot be resolved, that should be the end of the matter. Psychiatrists and other experts at the Special Joint Committee also emphasized that in the case of mental illness, it is very difficult to distinguish between someone making a request motivated by suicidality versus a request that is being made rationally. That is having regard for the fact that suicidality is a symptom of mental illness, and indeed, 90% of persons who end their life by suicide have a diagnosable mental disorder. To illustrate how radical this government is, when the Ontario Medical Association surveyed Ontario psychiatrists in 2021, 91% said they opposed the expansion of MAID for mental illness under Bill C-7. 91%. 2% expressed support. 91% against, 2% in support, the rest undecided. It speaks to how reckless, how radical, how extreme, and how out of touch this minister and this government is on the question of expanding MAID in the case of mental illness. And, Mr. Speaker, in the face of the overwhelming evidence that we heard at committee, we issued an interim dissenting report calling on the Liberals to put a halt on this radical and reckless expansion. The minister ignored our interim dissenting report. He ignored the experts. He ignored the evidence. So blinded by ideology, it appears that it is impossible for him to see what is in plain sight, but this cannot be done safely. It took the Association of Chairs of Psychiatry in December, when it was evident that the minister was not listening, an association that includes the heads of psychiatry at all 17 medical schools, to say, put a halt to this expansion. The minister still wasn't prepared to act. Indeed, it wasn't until the day after Parliament rose for Christmas that he had a late afternoon press conference in which he made some vague commitment to introducing legislation in which there would be some type of extension. 17 sitting days before the expiration of the sunset clause, the minister finally saw fit to introduce this bill. I think this, Mr. Speaker, very clearly illustrates the shambolic approach to which this government has handled this issue. And so now we have legislation. But what does this legislation do? As I noted at the outset of my speech, it provides for a new arbitrary deadline, even though issues of irremediability, suicidality, and capacity to consent have remained unresolved for the past 2 years. There is absolutely no evidence that those issues are going to be resolved a year from now. And so, Mr. Speaker, what we have is nothing more than an arbitrary deadline, and a year from now we're going to find ourselves in exactly the same place. And let's be clear, when we speak about suicidality, irremediability, and capacity to consent, these are not issues to be brushed under the rug. These are serious legal and clinical issues that are fundamental to determining whether this can go forward. And so, Mr. Speaker, let me say in closing that whether this expansion takes place a month from now or a year from now, this expansion will be an absolute disaster and will result in persons struggling with mental illness to have their lives wrongfully terminated. It's time, Mr. Speaker, for this government to get its head out of the sand, stop being blinded by extreme ideology, follow the science, follow the evidence, and scrap this ill-conceived expansion.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from St. Albert Edmonton for his comments. And at the outset, let me just say how fundamentally different view that I had of the committee hearings and of the many experts that came forward and testified at committee at the special joint committee, which is set to release its report on Friday. I do note that he mentions the expert panel, and on one side he says it's supporting his position. On the other side, he's saying that they're proposing to go ahead with MAID for those with mental health as a sole and underlying condition. And I don't think he can have it both ways, Mr. Speaker. Ultimately, the expert panel has recommended that we move forward. We've consulted with an enormous amount of individuals and organizations, and we've heard from them at committee. And I think it's very clear that we should be going forward, but there is a need for prudence. There's need to ensure that there's a little bit more time available for experts to be ready with the right training and so on. So I'm just asking the member why he is misleading in his debate on the many people that have come forward and given us a different perspective than his at committee.
Honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not misleading anyone. The parliamentary secretary, if anyone is misleading, it's him, with greatest respect to him. I'm not having it both ways. I mean, he mischaracterized what I said with respect to the expert panel. I said that the expert panel acknowledged what other experts who appeared before the committee acknowledged, which is that irremediability is difficult, if not impossible, to determine. And then the expert panel washed their hands of coming up with recommendations on how it could be implemented safely. They offered no objective criteria. They said it could be done on a case-by-case basis. My point with respect to the expert panel is how flawed of a report it was, and the fact that the expert panel, the government's own expert panel, even said, just go ahead with this. If you read the fine print, provided plenty of reasons why the government should not go ahead with this, not just by extending it, but by scrapping it altogether.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton, has never cited science so much. I understand that he's passionate about this, but he didn't say what the expert committee didn't say. When they talk about ending one's life prematurely, in the case of mental illness, the only way of ending one's life prematurely is if there's a suicide attempt. So you need a second expert's opinion. And so if someone is, facing possible suicide, well, a suicide attempt is reversible. So what the expert committee says on page 13 is that the incurability of a mental illness cannot be established in the absence of a multitude of different types of therapeutic interventions. So someone who's attempted suicide and then who goes through that door to seek psychiatric care that person will have to be monitored. And they will probably never, if they're considering suicide, they will probably never have access to MAID. Because the only people who can have access to it are people who are not in the middle of a crisis and who have been followed for many years. That person needs to prove that they really did attempt all forms of possible treatment and that their situation really is irremediable. So I understand that it's a sensitive subject, but I hope that my colleague will clarify this because I'm sensing it's too ideological. The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I first of all want to thank the member for Montcalm, who has served on the Special Joint Committee and is a very thoughtful member on that committee. But, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, I think what the member is highlighting, even though he's defending or arguing that somehow expanding MAID in cases of mental illness could be appropriate, I think actually what he's demonstrating is exactly the opposite. He's highlighting why it is inappropriate, given the fact that suicidality is a symptom of mental illness, given the fact that 90% of persons who are struggling, 90% of persons who commit suicide suffer from a diagnosable mental disorder. Mr. Speaker, I think it all underscores the fact that this is not acceptable. Expanding MAID for mental illness is not an appropriate treatment. It is not an appropriate solution for mental illness. What this government should be doing, Mr. Speaker, is instead of offering the mentally ill death, this government should be offering the mentally ill hope and support and the care that they deserve.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for St. Albert Edmonton. I have served on the Special Joint Committee both in the previous Parliament and this one, and it was a lengthy amount of work, and certainly there was some very difficult testimony to go through. I don't want to cover the same ground that previous people asked questions on, but maybe I'll change tack. My friend, the member for Courtenay Alberni, is our mental health and addictions critic, and he has constantly asked this government to bring mental health care funding up in parity with physical health care, understanding that there is, in fact, a real crisis. And if I look at the conditions in ridings like mine, where you see the opioids crisis and the way it has been ravaging communities, and the fact that there's so much underlying trauma and undiagnosed mental health disorders there that are not being addressed, I think, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to invite the member to comment on the fact that in the midst of this very difficult conversation, because I agree C-39 is a necessity, but we also have to take this opportunity and time to make sure that our system is appropriately resourced and funded so that we are getting those Canadians who are falling through the cracks. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford, who has also contributed thoughtfully to the Special Joint Committee. And in answer to his question, I would note that during the 2021 election campaign, the Prime Minister claimed that mental health was a priority of his government, and he committed to a $4.5 billion mental health transfer. Mr. Speaker, none of that money has gone out the door. There is no mental health transfer. Instead of providing support and help, this government has been almost singularly focused on offering death, of offering MAID to persons who are struggling with mental health. It speaks to how misplaced the priorities of this government are, and it also speaks to the fact that, once again, like so much of what the Prime Minister says, his words are nothing more than empty words.
We have time for a quick exchange. The honourable questions and comments. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Quickly, I want to thank my colleague from St. Albert for the incredible work he did on that committee. I was able to sub in a couple of times and certainly impressed with his advocacy. But one of the things that has arisen lately is this government's officials offering MAID to our veterans. And I have a constituent who's one of those veterans who's an advocate, and this was very upsetting. And I just want to get his opinion on the slippery slope that this legislation is sending and the message it is sending for those vulnerable Canadians like those who have mental health issues. What is this legislation what kind of message is this legislation sending to those vulnerable Canadians?
Great question.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Foothills. The message that it is sending to persons who are struggling with mental illness is that your life is not important, that we're going to offer you death instead of help and support. And he raises the issue of veterans who were offered MAID completely inappropriately and frankly in contravention of the criminal code. And the Minister of Veterans Affairs, when they came to committee at Veterans Affairs, said that it had happened once or twice and that they had undertaken a thorough review. We now know that that isn't true, that it happened multiple times, and it speaks to, more broadly, to how this government has mishandled MAID in so many different ways.
Avant continuer.
Before we continue, I believe there's a point of order. The honourable member for Perth Wellington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 43-2A, I would like to inform the House that the remaining time slots of the Conservative Party will be divided in two. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that point of order.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'll try to run through the context of this bill, C-39. It's not all that complicated. And then I'll talk about the philosophical basis for dying with dignity. And then I'll talk about the context and the fact that MAID may or may not be extended to include mental illness. And I'd also like to talk about the situation of mental illness in our societies, as well as the experts' report, and then I'll wrap up. So the context is quite straightforward. We're not rehashing the whole debate. We're trying to determine whether C-39, which simply has to do with delaying the clause in C-7 to the effect that the 2-year exclusion for mental illness was supposed to end March 17, 2023, and the government, after consultations, decided to push back that exclusionary clause by a year. And what that should do is, on March 17, 2024, mental illness, people with mental disorders as their only underlying medical condition, would then have access within the guidelines and safeguards and standards of practice and the precautionary principles that is in the experts' report. And I would encourage everyone here, before you vote, read the experts' report, because that report contains precautionary principles, and that basically discredits some of the things that were said last week by the leader of the official opposition, and they really put things in perspective, the whole ideological thrust of what my colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton, just said. That said, so we should be able to pass over this pretty quickly. And why the delay? Because it's felt that the professional circles need to be able to proceed properly. So how ready are professionals in the field so that from coast to coast, access to MAID for people with mental illnesses as their only underlying condition, are we ready for that to go ahead coast to coast in an adequate fashion with enough consistency and with enough safeguards? It's going to take more people examining these applications. They're going to need experience. So determining whether a person with mental illness has capacity, well, that determination is already being made, because a person with cancer could also have a mental illness. It wouldn't be their only medical condition, but physicians and professionals have to still determine whether that person has capacity. And that's what the shortcut that my colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton took. First, you have to want MAID, and then you have to meet the criteria. When it comes to mental illness, in order to meet the criteria, well, it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen anytime soon. It's going to take decades before a person gets access to MAID. They're going to have to go through a whole host of therapies and treatments, approved therapies, and the person has to establish that they've reached their limit of tolerance and that there's no other relief available for them. We're far from people living in poverty who might be depressed. We're far from them getting access to MAID. We're far from that point. That said, what is this all about? When you talk about MAID, and I know everyone means well here, everyone wants the best for patients, for people who are suffering. But you can't be doing the best for people when you violate their dignity, their individual dignity. And part of that dignity is the right to self-determination. That's the philosophical basis for this. Each individual in a biomedical situation has a right to self-determination, to make decisions for themselves. Nothing can be done without the patient's free and informed consent. Government's role, Mr. Speaker, is not to decide in the place of the patient what is right for that person. The government has to ensure that there are conditions that allow the individual to exercise their freedom of choice, to make a totally free decision, an enlightened and informed free decision. And throughout history, it has been hard to fight medical paternalism. There was a time when people with incurable diseases in the terminal stage, they didn't have the right to die. They acquired the right to die, and that was called palliative care. Because there was some real determination among healthcare providers not to let people die. And there were heroic interventions that were truly unhelpful. And so then palliative care came along, and my colleague thinks it's unacceptable that a suffering person should have access, who's suffering in their soul. He opposes all forms of medical aid, medical assistance in dying, even in the terminal stage. So he's against it across the board. But in the name of what? All our lives, we have the right to self-determination, and at the most intimate time in our lives, when we're about to die, government's not about to die, the individual is about to die. This is the most intimate moment of your life. How can someone else be allowed to make that decision for the individual? So that's the ethical and philosophical root of our position on this bill. The fact that a person has a mental illness doesn't mean that you should be subject to social discrimination and stigma in addition to the mental illness. Mental illness is an illness, but it's not treated on an equal footing. It's subject to discrimination. It's subject to stigma. So people grappling with these things, they shouldn't have to be told, and what's more, you're never going to get access to MAID because of your mental illness. Even if you've been schizophrenic for 20 or 30 years, we're never going to let you have MAID. In the name of what, Mr. Speaker? In the name of what? That is the very basis for what you find in the expert report. Should a person with a mental illness be given the right, be given access? If they've suffered, they've tried everything under the sun, and they can't take it anymore. If they say, that's it, I can't take it anymore. You know, there are people who are suffering in their soul. They exist. And unfortunately, they're given no real alternative but to attempt suicide. That's no better. It's really no better to give them that as their only out. Of course, we have to fight against suicide because some of these situations are reversible. What the experts say in their report, they set a number of precautionary principles. They talk about structural vulnerabilities, poverty, and so on. And they say in the report, at page 12, that when assessing an application for MAID, independently of the diagnoses of the applicant, a clinician has to look closely at whether the person's circumstances are a result of systemic inequalities. And in that case, that needs to be addressed. And with reference to suicidality, what the experts say as another precautionary principle, an assessor, if someone shows up and says, I want MAID, what do I have to do to get access? It says, in other situations where suicidal tendencies are a concern, the clinician must take 3 complementary approaches. Pay heed to the person's ability to give enlightened consent or to refuse care. Determine whether suicide prevention interventions, including involuntary ones, could be proposed, and whether there's other types of interventions that might help the individual. So what's that? If a person shows up and says, I'm depressed, I'm going to ask for MAID, well, that's not what the experts' report says. You have to stick to the facts here. On incurability, there can be a situation of incurability based on years and years. You have to have exhausted all the host of therapies and treatments available. That doesn't mean that the medical profession sometimes overdoes it. What's the member for St. Albert, Edmonton saying about a person with a mental illness, a psychiatric condition? If you're suffering, you've hit your limit, you've been there for years, what do you say to a person like that? Is psychiatry going to doggedly be determining that you keep undergoing therapy? I mean, enough's enough. The medical profession can go too far with its treatments and therapies and interventions. It happens in all kinds of illnesses, physical and mental. Who gets to decide when enough is enough? The Supreme Court and the Quebec Superior Court have both said it's up to the patient when they've had enough. They get to make that determination. And that's important because the member for St. Albert, Edmonton, says life is being shortened, cut off early, but it's the opposite. Everyone wants to live as long as possible, and people whose death is not naturally foreseeable, they want to live as long as possible. But what they don't want, Mr. Speaker, is at the point where they've finally hit the wall and they can't take it anymore, what they don't want is for us to stop helping them at that very point. So now it's legal to deny them access, but if we deny them access, they will end their lives anyway. They will kill themselves. And the court, the decision that went all the way to the Supreme Court, says that this is a violation of the right to life. The Conservatives' position is a violation of the right to life because people are being forced to end their lives prematurely instead of waiting for the point. Look at the case of Ms. Gladue. She didn't go ahead with MAID, but it was a relief to her to know that that option was available to her. And she didn't end up killing herself. She died of natural causes. But just knowing that if it got too much for her, she could access MAID because society, full of compassion and caring like we are, she knew that society would take care of her and give her a gentle, dignified death. And because of that, she was able to live her life out to its natural end. So some people end up killing themselves precisely because they don't have the comfort of knowing that there will be someone there to take care of them when they need it. And what is more devastating than a suicide, Mr. Speaker? It's a failure of society. We can't be complacent when there are suicide attempts and suicidality. We must absolutely, in the healthcare profession, mental illness, which is an illness like any other, all the necessary resources have to be marshaled to deal with mental illness. And given what the government has just offered post-pandemic, the amount of funding that's now available for healthcare, some of that has to go to the people I'm talking about because we need to care for those people. We need to take care of people with illnesses that are irreversible. But that money will not be there because for the next 10 years, what's going to get the funding is barely enough to cover the chronic underfunding, the indexing. The federal government's share is going from 22 to 24% of the total cost of healthcare. I hope they're not too proud of themselves because at the end of the third wave of COVID, the system was so vulnerable, it was so fragile, and the collateral damage of the COVID pandemic, experts said it'll take 10 years to get over that. That was right in the middle of the third wave. The Prime Minister was saying, well, we'll deal with this after the pandemic. And the federal government said a deal was close. Well, $28 billion. Maybe we'll get a little bit closer. There'll be a little bit of predictability for the funding for Quebec and the provinces to rebuild their healthcare system and to take care of people for the next 10 years and finally get this pandemic behind us. But the Conservatives say this will all work out. But Canada, among G7 countries, still has the best borrowing capacity. So if we were to go into debt anywhere, is there anything more important than health care? Is there anything more important than rebuilding our healthcare system, which has been so undermined? When I hear people talking about structural vulnerabilities and so on, they say, oh, it doesn't make sense to give people with mental illnesses access to medical assistance in dying when they've been suffering for years. And given what the experts' report says, they say it'll take 2 independent psychiatrists. Not just that, there will also be recommendation 16. I was talking about recommendation 10 earlier, but recommendation 16 says that unlike other types of MAID, for mental illness, there will be supervision, get this, prospective supervision or monitoring, not retrospective, like the Quebec Commission was talking about, the power to justify each case of MAID. No, not after the fact. This is upstream in real time. So this prospective monitoring, well, that has to be set up in our jurisdictions. And that's what this 1-year delay is going to be used for setting up this extra precaution, this extra safeguard In litigious cases, the expert's report says that when you're not sure about the person's capacity, you will not proceed, period. End of story. That's not complicated. There will be no slippery slope. There's not going to be any slippery slope. And if there were one, the criminal code is still there, the courts are still there, and the police are still there. A person working in healthcare who does the wrong thing, they will get fired, and if they do something criminal, they will be prosecuted. And as far as I know, those provisions are there to allow for that. But suppose, like my colleague, who I hold in high regard, suppose everyone was a bad actor in the healthcare system. That doesn't make sense. The slippery slope is only based on healthcare professionals that mean ill, but we can do the opposite. We can make sure. So everything, all the precautionary principles that you find in this report, in my view, are sufficient. They're adequate. And what we need to do now is make sure that people are properly trained. Do you think all Quebec psychiatrists have read this report? No. So if they're listening...
If we listen to the member for St. Albert Edmonton, and they'll wonder what's going on with my practice. We need to establish things in a realistic way, proportionally, give training, ensure that when we implement legislation, it's not only accessible to some, but it's accessible throughout the country in a fair way. We don't want to be the institution that prevents somebody from accessing medical assistance in dying if that is their choice and they meet all the criteria. That situation is still dangerous. I can provide as a reference the College of Physicians that said quite simply that medical assistance in dying at end-of-life care, there were doctors who weren't ready to provide referrals to physicians that were ready to provide that assistance. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vous remercie
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Montcalm.
to say that it's been a pleasure working with him over the last several months at the AMAD committee. He's an exceptionally thoughtful individual, and I've learned a great deal from him. I do want to ask him, based on his numerous years of experience with MAID and this particular issue of mental health as the sole and underlying condition, if he could maybe outline to us, maybe in a very short way, why he thinks that there is a need to extend the deadline of implementation of this particular provision.
Honorable député de Montcalm.
D'abord, Monsieur le Président, je voudrais dire...
First of all, Mr. Speaker, is that I would like to say before moving forward, I think we need to ask many questions. I had the opportunity to ask questions and I read the report several times because I was not persuaded. We can't take half measures here. The entire community that works in mental health, that works with mental health and mental disorders, be able to be informed, to be trained in order to be able to provide guidelines that every regulatory body from coast to coast can provide its members with standards of practice. That way, we can ensure that implementation will be safe, efficient, and effective.
L'honorable député de Laurentides Labelle.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, I'm really, really angry, and I'll explain why. In 2017, my father, and many people know here, that a person I cared deeply about lived with muscular dystrophy. People kept telling me, I have a ventilator, I've went 8 years, and now I can choose what's left to me, which is the control over my life. And do you know what? That person had the right to medical assistance in dying before 2017, but didn't want it. This person refused treatment. There were consultations. There were conversations that allowed him to have every hope that a human being wants, which is to live. When I hear people in this place who maybe have not had the misfortune of going through a situation like that, and because my colleague mentioned all the precautionary measures, as well as an additional year to make sure that things are done correctly, I would like my colleague to tell me, could we have the hope that our Conservative colleagues, after this additional year, will have the good intention of understanding that human beings need to be able to have all the choices available to them? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to play political games. My colleague's question is not along those lines, but what I want to say is that the shortcut that my Conservative colleagues sometimes make when they talk, it's as though there's only one choice. Everyone gets made, when that's not the case. One can choose to go to the end of one's life without a problem. Medical assistance in dying is acceptable only if it is voluntary. Period. There are people, and I hope all of my colleagues experience this, there are people who are so well accompanied into death. I wish everyone on their deathbed to feel, if they feel serene and ready to leave rather than experience more agony, I hope that they will be able to choose MAID. That is the best that we can offer, to be serene and ready to cross that final step.
Commentaire, the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me just say from the outset, what a pleasure it was to serve on the Special Joint Committee with the member from Montcalm, both in the last Parliament and this one. And I can say that I always appreciated his very thoughtful interventions, and you could tell that he always came to committee quite well prepared. I guess, he and I have been here since 2015. He will remember in the original Bill C-14, there was a statutory requirement for a 5-year review. We know that Bill C-7 was introduced before that review happened, and that the government decided to accept a Senate amendment before it had a chance to establish a special joint committee. And I think that process, that timeline, underlines now why C-39 is necessary. I'm just wondering through you, Mr. Speaker, if my honourable colleague would just reflect on what has led us to this point and why, in fact, C-39 is in fact necessary, and for this House to pass it quickly because of the impending deadline and the fact that we do need to have some space to make sure that we are getting these standards right. It is extremely important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Montcalm.
I'll have to say that the government has not been a good student. They dragged their feet for too long. They created the Joint Committee rather too late. C7 had a commitment from the government to proceed to a review. We looked at other aspects as well, not just legislation. What the Joint Committee did was a review of current legislation. However, there was an election that wasn't really needed in the middle of things that slowed everything down. There's ultimatums being given to us by the court, or because we're unable to meet our own self-imposed deadlines. I think sincerely that when the expert panel produced its report, did good work, it meant that we could take the time needed to set up the infrastructure that will allow us to go beyond all of the horrors of mental health and medical assistance in dying.
Député de Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to have a choice. But without palliative care, we don't really have a choice. The government did not continue to invest into palliative care. What's the situation in Quebec? The honourable member from Montcalm. Well, all of the data we have, Mr. Speaker, shows that people who are at end of life received palliative care. There are palliative care units that refuse to bring someone there because they requested medical assistance in dying. I think that's unacceptable. In my opinion, palliative care is the right step in the direction of dying with dignity, but from that care can emerge a request for medical assistance in dying, which must be respected. It's not everyone who wants to go to the very end of a death where they are suffering right into the last second. I don't think it's our decision. I think it's the decision of that person. There's no reason for the state not to accept the decision, the patient's free choice, which must be enlightened and not led to change their minds, as some witnesses told us. Sometimes when doctors had before them a patient who wanted medical assistance dying, they would force them to change their mind so that they don't request it and only go into palliative care. Imagine the reverse. It would be on the front page of every newspaper for months. Before continuing, I have a point of order from the Honourable Whip of the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, I wish to intervene on the matter of privilege raised on Wednesday, February 7th by the member for Regina Capel on the protection against obstruction and technical difficulties linked to interpretation services, and the comments for the member of Mégantic-l'Érable, which dealt more specifically with technical difficulties during parliamentary committee work. Know that the Bloc Québécois believes, like the parliamentary leader of the Conservative caucus, that our parliamentary privileges have been undermined due to technical problems, which occurred and prevented translation of interventions during the opposition party's caucus. The interpreters produce remarkable work, and they support us during our parliamentary work. Parliamentary services are essential. You know, Mr. Speaker, that as the member said, in the Official Languages Act, this is required. Simultaneous interpretation must be available for debates and parliamentary deliberations. The Bloc Québécois thanks interpreters who every day interpret mostly from English to French, which is especially important to ensure the rights of Francophone parliamentarians to participate in parliamentary deliberations in their language and the language of the majority of their voters. The second part of the member for Regina Capel's speech had to do with technical equipment in place. Pages 111 and 112 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice indicate that a member can consider that their work has been interfered with through non-physical means, and it's impossible to codify all the incidents that could be constituted as a case of obstruction, intimidation, or interference, and consequently represent a violation or a prima facie case of parliamentary privilege being violated. When it came to the technical issues, he said that we need a plan B. Meetings must happen at the time they are scheduled and occur with the opportunity of using interpretation services and interpreters and all of the equipment that makes that possible. On this specific issue, the Bloc Québécois wants to highlight that technical issues unfortunately delay parliamentary committee work more and more and becoming a recurring obstacle. This is a substantial issue considering the scope and the nature of work conducted by committees within the parliamentary apparatus. Parliamentary committees play a fundamental role, specifically within the legislative process through detailed review of bills and changes adopted through amendments, and when they inquire into political activities and expenditures of the government. As whip and member of the Board of Internal Economy, and as a member, I think that the situation is more than alarming. Last week, we, on our side, related the following events. February 6th, Environment. Veterans Affairs, Agriculture, February 7th. Health Committee, Human Resources, National Defense. The Special Joint Committee for Medical Assistance in Dying, February 8th. Industry, Citizenship and Immigration, February 9th. Foreign Affairs and International Trade. Veterans Affairs, Mr. Speaker, February 10th. There was a problem at Human Resources. The Official Languages Committee and at the Medical Assistance in Dying Committee. And this morning, there was a problem at the Heritage Committee. Mr. Speaker, the technical difficulties affecting interpretation services when the Conservative Caucus was held and during different parliamentary committee meetings can be considered as obstruction, interference, brutality, or intimidation, and consequently, they represent a prima facie case of violating parliamentary privilege. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for taking this situation under consideration, which seems quite serious to me. Thank you. I thank the Honourable Whip for the Bloc Québécois for her speech. I think that the Speaker will come back with a decision shortly.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honour to stand here and give my thoughts on Bill C-39, which for those who are watching the debate today will see that is a bill that is going to amend the criminal code to delay until March 17th of next year the repeal of the exclusion from eligibility for receiving medical assistance in dying in circumstances where the sole underlying medical condition is a mental illness. And it has to be stated very clearly, Mr. Speaker, because of the timeline that we are dealing with. If this bill is not passed, the original sunset clause that was put in place by the old Bill C-7 will come into effect on March 17th, which is just over a month away. And it is for that reason, Mr. Speaker, that I will support the bill and that I will work with all parties to get this bill passed quickly. I think today's conversation, Mr. Speaker, has to happen within the context of the mental health crisis that is happening in Canada. We know, and we have heard this not just from members of Parliament, but we've heard it from many advocates and stakeholders, that there is an extreme lack of funding and resources. And it needs to be said clearly that there absolutely must be parity between physical and mental health in funding.
You're here.
The Minister of Mental Health and Addictions has stated in this House that Canadians should have access to timely, evidence-based, culturally appropriate, and trauma-informed mental health and substance use services to support their well-being. With that, I agree wholeheartedly. But words are not enough, Mr. Speaker, and we need to see the requisite resources and funding to follow through those words. We know that beyond the Canada Mental Health Transfer, many advocates have long been calling for legislation to enshrine in law the parity between mental and physical health. And I'm very glad today, Mr. Speaker, that I'm giving my speech beside the Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni, who is, of course, our mental health and addictions critic, and who has himself tabled Motion 67, which calls the government to develop that legislation and to urgently fulfill its promise to establish that Canada Mental Health Transfer. In my own riding of Cowichan and Malahat Langford, many of my fellow citizens are going through extreme struggles with the opioids crisis. They are dealing with trauma. They are dealing with underlying mental health challenges that are simply not being addressed. And that is an extreme gap and an extreme amount of shame in our country. In a country as wealthy as Canada, we are still having these conversations about the resources that need to be brought to bear in communities like mine. Now, I have been a member in this House, Mr. Speaker, since 2015, so this is now my third Parliament here. And I have been here for the entirety of the legislative journey of medical assistance in dying. I can remember with Bill C-14 and the sometimes difficult debates that we had in this House. That legislation, of course, being in response to the Carter decision of the Supreme Court, which basically said that, you know, to deny people this right is contrary to our charter, and therefore gave the government a timeline to address it with the appropriate legislation. What's not often talked about, though, with C-14 is that there was a legislative requirement in that act when it received royal assent, that there was to be a 5-year statutory review of medical assistance in dying. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that never occurred before the government went ahead in the previous Parliament and introduced Bill C-7, which of course has established a second track for people whose death is not reasonably foreseeable. And I think, you know, the context of today's speech and Bill C-39 is the fact that we have a story here of the government in several instances putting the cart before the horse. They not only introduced Bill C-7 before a statutory review occurred that was a requirement of C-14, but they then went ahead and accepted a Senate amendment to the bill that ran contrary to their own charter statement. And they did that pretty massive expansion to the law without establishing a special joint committee that was a requirement of C-7. And I think what we have learned in this process, and I know it intimately, Mr. Speaker, because I've not only been a member of this House since 2015, I have not only participated in debate on C-14 and on C-7, but I've also been a member of the Special Joint Committee, both in the previous Parliament and in this Parliament. So I am intimately familiar with what this process has been. And I think the message all along has been that this kind of a review should have occurred before we were dealing with a timeline crunch. And it became quite obvious during the Special Joint Committee that too many Canadians, too many professionals in this country had apprehension about mental disorders as a sole underlying medical condition being able to access medical assistance in dying as early as next month. And hence, we have C-39. Now, I want to go back to that charter statement, that original charter statement that the government released as a part of Bill C-7, because that includes a number of important statements as to why the government felt originally that mental disorders should be excluded from accessing MAID. Now, they did say in that charter statement that, you know, the exclusion is not based on the assumption that individuals who suffer from mental illness lack decision-making capacity. And they did also say that the exclusion is also not based on a failure to appreciate the severity of the suffering that mental illness can produce. Rather, they based it, Mr. Speaker, on the inherent risks and complexity that the availability of MAID would present to those individuals. First, Mr. Speaker, that charter statement identified that the evidence suggests that screening for decision-making capacity is particularly difficult, can be subject to a high degree of error. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, that charter statement identified that mental illness is generally less predictable than physical illness in terms of the course that the illness will take over time. And finally, Mr. Speaker, they highlighted the experience that a few of the countries that permit MAID, namely Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg, those countries permit MAID for the sole underlying medical condition of mental illness, that there had been some concerns relating to the increasing number of these cases and the wide range of mental illnesses in respect to which MAID could be provided. So again, it really highlighting the fact that precaution was the necessary mode that was required before we embarked on this path. But again, the government in its wisdom decided to accept a late-stage Senate amendment to the bill after this House, full of its duly elected members, had given a final vote on Bill C-7. And, I, as a member at that time, I could not bring myself to accept that Senate amendment, and therefore I ended up voting against the final version of C-7 because of that. I think it also needs to be said, Mr. Speaker, when we're going over the history, the fact that the special joint committee that was a requirement of C-7 got a very late start. It was first, of course, brought into being just before the summer recess in 2021. So we only had a few meetings before the summer of 2021. And of course, what did happen in 2021? We had the unnecessary election that was launched solely at the request of the Prime Minister, I believe, in August of that year. And of course, that completely wiped out anything that was happening during the 43rd Parliament. That Parliament ceased to exist. And of course, all of the committees that were a part of it did too. So the new Parliament, the 44th, the one that we're in now, of course, reconvened later that year, but it wasn't, again, until around April or May of 2022 that serious discussions started coming together and we could actually get the Special Joint Committee reformed. And again, you have to put that in the context of the impending deadline of March 17th, 2023. So an incredible amount of time was wasted, not only from an unnecessary election, but also from the delays of getting that committee up and running. And we actually had to twice request an extension of our mandate from both houses of Parliament because the timelines that we had been given were just completely unrealistic, not only in hearing from as wide range as possible of witnesses, but also in producing a report that would reflect the gravity of the subject matter that we were entrusted with. And I think that's something that has to be highlighted in the debate today on C-39. I also think, Mr. Speaker, it's important because there have been a few narratives around this legislation, and it's important to go back to understand what the Criminal Code actually says, and also put that in the context of the definition of irremediability. So it's important that in order to be eligible for medical assistance in dying, you have to meet all of the following criteria. You have to make sure that you are in fact eligible for health services in the province that you reside. You have to be at least 18 years of age and capable of making decisions with respect to your own health. You have to have a grievous and irremediable medical condition, and you have to have made a voluntary request. Those conditions all must be satisfied, and they also must give informed consent to receive medical assistance in dying after having been informed of the means that are available to relieve their suffering, including palliative care. And now we get to the definition of a grievous and irremediable medical condition as outlined in the Criminal Code. So they have to meet all of the following criteria for that definition. It has to be a serious and incurable illness, disease, or disability. They have to be in an advanced state of irreversible decline in capability, and that illness, disease, or disability, or that state of decline has to be causing them enduring physical or psychological suffering that is intolerable to them and that cannot be relieved under conditions that they consider acceptable. So those are the definitions in the Criminal Code. So despite the narratives that you hear out there, those conditions must be met, or the person who is administering MAID will have committed a crime. They will be in violation of the Criminal Code of Canada, and they will get the appropriate punishment as a result. Some of the difficulties, though, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that the term irremediable is not a medical or scientific term. It is a term that finds its definition with the criminal code. But if you go to scientific or medical literature, that is a difficult term to define. And that's, I think, why we are seeing a lot of the apprehension around accessing MAID for mental disorders where the sole underlying medical condition is a mental disorder. We know that some witnesses who appeared before our committee expressed the opinion that this should not be permitted because there cannot be any certainty with respect to the incurability of a mental disorder. But other witnesses told us that certainty is not required and that there are ways to consider irremediability. For example, looking at the treatment, the years of treatment that people have had, and whether any responses of the patient have actually been positive. We also have to understand that, the respect for personal autonomy in all of this is paramount, and it has to be a treatment that is acceptable to the individual who is receiving it. They not only have to express informed consent, but it has to be something that is acceptable to them as a person. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the Special Joint Committee, which I have had the honor of being a member of, as I previously mentioned. And I think it's important to underline, Mr. Speaker, that our committee has struggled with the question of how to balance individual autonomy with protections for the vulnerable. We were tasked with 5 themes through the passage of Bill C-7 and the motion that guided our work from both the House of Commons and the Senate. We were tasked with looking at how we institute protections for persons with disabilities. We were tasked with looking at the state of palliative care in Canada, looking at advanced requests, mature minors, and of course the subject of today, mental disorders as a sole underlying medical condition and their eligibility for applying for medical assistance in dying. Now, our final report is due to be tabled in the House this Friday, the 17th. We wrapped up our committee meetings last week and finally approved a draft report. And that draft report, as I speak, is now going to translation services so that it can be ready for tabling here in the House. So we will be able to meet the deadline that was given to us. But before we did that work, Mr. Speaker, we did have others who did some important work ahead of us. We had the expert panel that was established. They wrestled also with major concerns such as incurability, irreversibility, capacity, suicidality, and of course the intersection between structural vulnerability, mental disorder, and medical assistance in dying. Now, that panel report, an important precursor to our work as a Special Joint Committee, did state that assessors in medical assistance in dying should be able to establish incurability and irreversibility with reference to treatment attempts made, the impacts of those treatments, and the severity of the illness, disease, or disability. But, the incurability of a mental disorder cannot be established in the absence of extensive attempts at interventions with therapeutic aims. This means that someone who has not had access to adequate care would not be eligible for MAID. Therefore, MAID could never be used as a substitute for good psychiatric care. And I think that's an important thing we have to realize, that there will be safeguards in place not only with the criminal code, but also, we hope, with the standards of practice. So we also want to make sure that, for patients who are considering this, we want to make sure that there has been a long track record of attempts to deal with their illness. But at the same time, we have heard very clearly that there are many Canadians, many professionals who feel that additional time is needed to make sure that we get this right. We know, like one of the witnesses, Mr. Speaker, before our Special Joint Committee was the chair of the Government of Quebec's Select Committee on the Evolution of the Act Respecting End-of-Life Care. And she explained that Quebec had decided that MAID for mental disorders as a sole underlying medical condition should not be permitted at this time because of the challenges of determining irremediability as well as the lack of social consensus. So another level of government, this time the province of Quebec, also I think underlying the concerns that many members of Parliament are expressing here today. Our committee, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned the final report that will be tabled in the House, but we did release an interim report, and that interim report was specifically on this subject matter. I'll just read from our conclusion, quote, "We must have standards of practice, clear guidelines, adequate training for practitioners, comprehensive patient assessments, and meaningful oversight in place for the case of medical assistance in dying for mental disorders as the sole underlying medical condition. This task will require the efforts and collaboration of regulators, professional associations, institutional committees, and all levels of government, and these actors need to be engaged and supported in this important work. Although some work is already underway to implement the recommendations of the expert panel, there is concern that more needs to be done to ensure that all necessary steps have been taken to be ready by the March 2023 deadline." So again, in our interim report, our special joint committee was already at that time expressing concern with the upcoming deadline, and I think it's a smart move that we are moving ahead with C39. You back that up with the testimony that we heard at committee. We had a number of different witnesses who clearly expressed that they had troubles with this deadline and that those standards of practice were not yet ready. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it needs to be underlined again. If C39 is not passed, the original sunset clause of March 17th, 2023 will come into effect. So my vote for this bill is occurring because of that very fact. This is aside from the broader conversation we need to have about medical assistance in dying in general. It is a support for a bill that is going to put in a necessary one-year deadline or extension of the deadline so that we can make sure that we get these standards of practice right, so we have the necessary time to engage with the broader community. With that, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude and welcome any comments and questions. Thank you.
Now we have about 2 minutes left, so I figure one intervention that we'll be able to have. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, we've heard some pretty wild accusations in the House today. The member from St. Albert Edmonton suggested that it would be possible for anybody who is looking to commit suicide to be able to access medical assistance in dying. We then heard through an exchange between him and a member from the Bloc a complete opposite point of view on whether or not that was actually something that could be done. I'm wondering if the member would like to weigh in on where he thinks the reality is. Is it with the member from St. Albert Edmonton or the member from Montcalm?
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. As I clearly outlined in my speech, the safeguards are very clearly laid out, not only in the criminal code, but also in what we believe the standards of practice should be, and that's going to apply to the medical community. That being said, the medical community has indicated they do need more time, hence the need for C39. And I would just remind the honourable member that many stakeholders in the field of mental health have underlined the fact that his Liberal government needs to step up to the plate, increase the funding and the resources to appropriately address this major crisis that's happening from coast to coast to coast. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Scarborough North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the Scarborough-York Region Chinese Business Association, which serves the needs of Chinese businesses in Scarborough and York Region. For 4 decades, the organization has advocated on behalf of local small and medium enterprises to various levels of government, as well as supported their growth and development. My riding of Scarborough North is home to a thriving immigrant community whose roots and people-to-people ties have enabled our diverse economy to flourish. flourish. The association has been instrumental in this success by hosting receptions and seminars and by organizing business forums and roundtables. They have also fundraised for student scholarships, supporting the next generation of innovators and entrepreneurs, and donated PPE to local hospitals during the pandemic. Congratulations to President Tony Luck, past Presidents Grace Yu and Carson Ho, and the directors, members, and volunteers who have contributed to the association's accomplishments over the last 40 years. I wish them many more decades of prosperity and success. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 long years, this Liberal government couldn't recognize a strong business case if it smacked them in the face. In August of last year, the German Chancellor, badly hit by retaliation from Russia for supporting Ukraine, came to Canada looking for a supply of natural gas. This Prime Minister's response was that there wasn't a strong business case to export liquefied natural gas from Canada to Europe. And so I asked the government, on what specific evidence or analysis, if any, did the Prime Minister base his claim? The response I received was that it did not fit within Canada's plan. However, according to Canadian Gas Association CEO Timothy Egan, if you revisit the regulatory framework, those business cases become stronger fast. A Conservative government will support businesses who meet the strongest environmental standards instead of getting in their way. To our G7 partners, a Conservative government is coming, and we will deliver.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, in recognition of Sexual and Reproductive Health Week, I want to acknowledge that in 2023, too many Canadians are still unable to make an informed decision about their contraceptive health. Access to contraceptives should not depend on your bank account, where you live, or who you are. Everyone should have access to the information to choose what method works best for them and be confident in the quality of care they will receive when they seek reproductive health care. Unfortunately, we know a key issue is the pervasiveness of systemic racism in our institutions, creating disproportionately negative experiences and outcomes for Black and Indigenous people. This is why it is essential to include all forms of contraceptives in the National Formulary for Pharmacare, as called for by Action Canada for Sexual Health and Rights. Moreover, as called upon within Joyce's principle, we must adopt a framework of reproductive justice in patient care and address the gendered inequalities, discriminatory social norms, and institutional structures to advance health, gender equality, and human rights. As a member of the Canadian Association of Parliamentarians on Population and Development, I invite all members of this House to join the effort and implement a comprehensive approach to advancing sexual and reproductive health and support the empowerment of all Canadians. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Drummond. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, we know that films and series produced here at home are the best. They tell our stories and our colors, and they showcase our talent, both here and abroad. We know that, but it's important to mention it again. That's why the Media and Telefilm Funds launched a campaign, Tout ça c'est nous, which you will see on TV in Quebec and in Canada, even in Hollywood. Our talent is being showcased. Villeneuve, Dolan, Chakri, and Deraspe, they all make us proud. And we will continue to contribute billions of dollars. In order for this industry to continue to contribute billions of dollars to our economy, we need to adequately fund the industry. And the government has to increase the telefilm budget. Mr. Speaker, we have a beautiful future and a thriving industry. And in order for it to survive longer, we need to support it. Thank you.
St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this month, Made New launched its new campaign, Made Better, designed to show Canadians how much they have to celebrate when it comes to the entertainment industry. Made Better includes a series of 30-second montages that highlight Canadians in film, television, video games, and digital entertainment. Presented by the Canadian Media Fund and Telefilm Canada, the spots will air on major broadcast networks from February to April, with shorter digital spots running online and billboards in Hollywood. Canadian talent is behind some of the most diverse and impactful storytelling at home and around the world. Indigenous, Black, other racialized, and LGBTQ+ talent are racking up a long list of industry firsts, and the Made Better campaign shows how Canadian creators are leading along the way. But let's not stop here. We can do more. Tech giants should pay their fair share towards our fantastic artists and creators. They should showcase them. That's exactly what Bill C-11 is about, the Online Streaming Act. So, Mr. Speaker, together, let's support this new campaign and Bill C-11 because Canadian artists and creators expect it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
When the Liberals brought in their medical aid in dying regime, they promised to protect vulnerable people. They've failed to do so. Veterans who've called Veterans Affairs to ask for help have been offered assisted suicide instead. Persons with disabilities unable to find supportive housing have been offered assisted suicide instead. In too many cases, vulnerable Canadians are being offered assisted suicide instead of the support they need and want from the system. Now the Liberals want to add those suffering from mental illness to their assisted suicide regime as well. After months of dragging their feet, they belatedly brought forward a delay to this reckless idea. But we don't just need to delay this dangerous expansion of assisted suicide, we need to reject it entirely. Conservatives will never give up on those experiencing mental illness. We believe that recovery is possible and that we should focus on offering treatment and help, not assisted death, to those who are suffering. This is a matter of life and death, and we must act to protect vulnerable people once and for all.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Heritage Day in Nova Scotia, where next week we'll honour the beautiful words and life of the late Mi'kmaq poet laureate Rita Joe. Rita Joe's work narrated the challenges of indigeneity through her lived experience, told through magnificent and heartfelt poetry. A survivor of the Indian Residential School, Rita Joe began writing in the mid-70s and is well known for her poems, I Lost My Talk, where she asked readers to let me find my talk so I can teach you about me. Mr. Speaker, she wrote 7 books, including the Poems of Rita Joe and the Mi'kmaq Anthology. I was honored and inspired to live close by to Rita Joe, a treasured elder from the Eskasoni who showed that it was possible for a Mi'kmaq speaker to soar to great heights. In 1989, Rita Joe was inducted into the Order of Canada, and next week, her resilience will be celebrated as part of Heritage Day. Walali ek Rita, Megadale Multisnen, Yapchu.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge February as Age-Related Macular Degeneration Awareness Month. Macular degeneration is among the top 5 eye conditions leading to serious vision loss. It affects individuals' ability to read, to drive, to socialize, to recognize people. It largely impacts individuals' independence and quality of life. In fact, many of us in this room may also develop age-related macular degeneration. There are over 8 million Canadians, 1 in every 5, living with a blinding eye disease that could be prevented. Research has shown that if it is diagnosed early and people have access to treatment, blindness truly can be prevented. In June 2022, I introduced Bill C-284, establishing a national eye strategy to help stop blindness. I'd like to thank my colleagues for supporting the bill, and I can't wait to work with all of you to help move the bill forward. Together we can deliver a long-awaited eye health care solutions for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, the Central Okanagan Food Bank has over 350 more seniors in the last 60 days seeking help. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, local animal shelters are so full as they can no longer afford to care for their pets. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, many of my residents can no longer afford their mortgage payments. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, citizens in my riding can no longer afford their monthly gas and propane heating bills. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, my constituents can no longer afford his runaway deficits and inflation, and most certainly we can't afford them to lose hope. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, more and more Canadians, Mr. Speaker, are lining up to hear the Conservative leader's message for turning all this hurt into hope. Under his leadership, Canadians will have a Prime Minister who will put their paychecks, their savings, their homes, and their country first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Today is Wear Red Canada Day, an annual reminder of the persistent challenges 1 in 3 women across our country face when it comes to cardiovascular health. I'm wearing red today because it is critical that we as Canadians raise awareness of the risk factors that disproportionately affect women. women are often understudied, underdiagnosed, and undertreated for heart disease. To help combat negative health outcomes for women, I was thrilled to visit the Canadian Women's Heart Health Centre in my community of Ottawa Centre to announce $568,000 in federal funding matched by the Ottawa Heart Institute for the creation of a cardiovascular prevention and care network. This network will further prevent, screen, and treat heart disease in women. I'm grateful for the passion and care that the Canadian Centre for Women's Heart Health and the Ottawa Heart Institute has shown to improve heart health in women. Speaker, that's why I'm pleased on this year's Wear Red Day to seek our federal government investing in better health funding for women across our community and country. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, Canadians are out of money and struggling to eat, heat, or house themselves. After 8 years, we see a record of environmental failure. After 8 years, we see our national unity crumbling. After 8 years, we see discrimination against seniors and single mothers. After 8 years, we see farmers struggling to stay in business and keep working to produce the food that feeds the world. And after 8 years, we see rural communities losing their industry and their way of life because it's now nearly impossible to develop our natural resources. You might think I'm just talking about the Prime Minister generally, Mr. Speaker, but I'm not. These are the results from only one of his signature policies, the carbon tax. But Canadians know that it doesn't have to be like this. Hope is on the horizon and help is on the way. Conservatives will keep the heat on and take the tax off. If the Prime Minister won't do what's right, then I suggest he step aside because Conservatives will focus on the priorities of Canadians and make sure that we have a country that everyone can succeed in.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, we are in tough economic times. All indicators point to the next few months continuing to be difficult. After 8 years of bad results on the environment, and in this economic climate, this Prime Minister and the Liberal government want to increase the carbon tax in April. I'd like to remind my colleagues that this government's carbon tax magic wand has landed us at the bottom of the pack when it comes to GHG reduction. In 8 years, this government has never succeeded in reducing GHGs. This government should do like many countries and give people a bit of a break. If they were responsible, they would cancel the planned increase and work on new ways to truly tackle climate change. We have the talent and the know-how to develop green technologies and make our country an environmental leader. It's time to get a Conservative government that will develop concrete actions on the environment and stop pitting the environment against economic development. The honourable member for Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was the conclusion of the 57th edition of the longest and oldest cross-country ski race in North America, the Canadian Ski Marathon. Despite all the challenges and difficult weather conditions, this year's edition marked a return to the traditional westbound trail. The start was in the Mont-Tremblant area, and the finish was in Buckingham, in the Outaouais, all of which was largely in my riding of Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation. The Canadian Ski Marathon is more than just a sports competition. It's a time for us to show our commitment to athletic excellence and our desire to celebrate the achievements of our national athletes. It's also an opportunity for us to show Canadian hospitality. The event brings together 1,000 athletes from around the world to celebrate their love of cross-country skiing and their determination to achieve their goals. I'd like to thank the organizers and all the athletes for making my beautiful riding and our beautiful country shine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
I rise today to express solidarity with all those hard hit by earthquakes in Syria and Turkey, and to draw attention to the plight of Syrian refugees stuck in the region despite already approved sponsorship applications. Many Canadians, like my constituent Bisser Bako, have worked hard to get friends and family to safety, and now their circumstances are even more dire. Bisser contacted me about Abdullah, his wife and daughter, who were in Turkey when the earthquake hit. They escaped the collapse of the building they were staying in, but lost all their possessions. This family has been approved as refugees, but are awaiting approval of their permanent resident applications so they can travel to Canada. I salute the many refugee sponsorship groups working so hard to provide support to those at risk. We echo their concern that the earthquakes have made urgent action on these applications even more necessary. I know the member for Vancouver East has raised these delays with the Minister of Immigration, but given this new humanitarian crisis, Canadians are calling on this government to take action now.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, today is International Epilepsy Day, which is celebrated in over 140 countries around the world, including Quebec. I rise to speak to you about it not only as an elected official, but also because it has a very special meaning to me, since my youngest son, Ulysse, has been affected since birth. Although epilepsy affects 50 million people around the world and is one of the most common neurological diseases, it's not well known. That's why we need to talk about it, to make those around us aware of it, so that people with epilepsy can live better and live well. To all those who live with epilepsy, to all the parents and relatives who take care of them day after day, and to all the caring professionals who support them, thank you. You can count on my support, and I encourage all my colleagues to do the same. You know, beyond its objective of awareness, this International Epilepsy Day is one of solidarity and love. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
After 8 years of this Prime Minister, we live in a country where parents are actually watering down their baby formula in order to make ends meet, where seniors are turning down their thermostats or choosing to skip meals in order to be able to pay their bills. The Liberals continue to shrug their shoulders and say, well, we're not responsible. When asked about the carbon tax, a Liberal MP quipped, there needs to be a bit of pain there. That's the point. Well, I guess the Liberals are achieving their goal then. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians are definitely feeling the pain. A young mother recently came into my office and she shared with me that when she opens her home heating bill, it feels like a gut punch. She has to choose between properly feeding her family or paying the bill. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians are out of money and can't afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians are without hope and living in a broken Canada. After 8 years, Canadians deserve a brand new government who will put control back in their hands. Conservatives will keep the heat on and take the tax off.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, February 24th will mark 1 year since Russia began its further invasion of Ukraine. The Ukrainian people have been outnumbered and severely outgunned, but they've shown tremendous courage in defending their homeland, and I believe that courage has inspired Canadians and it's inspired people around the world. Notwithstanding that, the situation is dire. Russia is committing genocide every day. There are millions of refugees. Hundreds of millions are facing food shortages and famine, primarily in the global south. This is the primary cause of food and energy inflation around the world, and this is not just a threat to Ukraine's security, but to global security and to Canada's security. Canada's support for Ukraine has been unwavering. But if we want to stop genocide, inflation, starvation, if we want to secure our own sovereignty, then we must do everything we possibly can to ensure Ukraine achieves a decisive victory that includes all of its territory. The Ukrainian people are fighting for us, and we need to keep fighting for them, not for a day or a week or a year, but as long as it takes until the Ukrainian people win, until we all win. Slava Ukraini.
Oral questions, question orale. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals keep saying everything is just fine and Canadians should be thankful. How out of touch could they be? A new report from StatsCan says that over 1/3 of Canadians are experiencing financial difficulties, over a quarter couldn't cover an unexpected expense, and nearly half are worried about their ability to pay rent. This is their legacy after 8 years, and there's no one left to blame. Canadians are struggling, and instead the PMO is covering up the Prime Minister charging $6,000 a night for a hotel room. Are they kidding?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that many Canadians are facing real challenges. That's why our government has a plan which is both compassionate and responsible. Here's what we're doing. We have doubled the GST credit. We've provided a $500 top-up to Canadian renters. We're providing dental care to Canadian children. We are permanently eliminating the interest on student loans. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? The Conservatives voted against each one of these compassionate and necessary measures.
Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, Canada feels broken, and it's not just because we say so, it's because Canadians know so. 2 out of 3 Canadians say that, according to a Leger poll. 8 years of this Prime Minister has given them record prices on rent and housing, record prices for home heating, record prices for gas and groceries. These aren't the right records. Those aren't the records we should be breaking. Will the Liberals take some responsibility for the pain that they've caused millions of Canadians, or will they just keep pretending like nothing's wrong?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's the Conservatives who need to take responsibility for their reckless and irresponsible plan for the economy. Mr. Speaker, it's the Conservatives who are saying to Canadians that crypto is a way to opt out of inflation. Mr. Speaker, it's the Conservatives who want to eviscerate the EI system that so many Canadians depend on. It's the Conservatives who want to jeopardize seniors' pensions. It's the Conservatives who voted against early learning and childcare for all Canadian children and families, Mr. Speaker.
For Thornhill.
Speaker, if they don't want to listen to Canadians that they don't know, perhaps they'll listen to Liberals that they do know. Random Liberals like Bill Morneau, who said the federal government lost the agenda, and Mark Carney, who's about to be a random Liberal, who called inflation homegrown. The call is coming from inside of the House. Will the Prime Minister finally admit what everybody knows, take some responsibility for the affordability crisis that they've created, or get out of the way so we can fix what they broke?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government absolutely understands that many Canadians today are struggling with the cost of living. And we also know that the best way to pay the rent and put groceries on the table is by having a job. And that is why our government has focused relentlessly on jobs, jobs, jobs. And that's why the January job data, when 150,000 jobs were added, is so important. That's why it's important for all of us to recognize that we have recovered 126% of the jobs lost to COVID, compared to just 112% in the United States.
Le député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
After years with this Liberal Prime Minister, Canadian situation has never been worse. Inflation for food has reached a 40-year high. People are being forced to eat less meat, fewer vegetables, and yet those are important foods for health. According to major food chains, prices are going to keep rising in 2023. Why is the Prime Minister looking down on the middle class, ignoring their pain and their hardship, instead of taking responsibility? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand that many Canadians are facing real hardships when it comes to affordability. That's why our government has a compassionate approach and a responsible one. And this is our plan. We doubled the GST tax credit. We added a $500 top-up for renters, and we're offering dental care to Canadian children. And the Conservatives voted against all of those measures. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, what the Conservatives voted against were inflationary policies from this government, which have led to everything in this country costing more, and every family is experiencing more and more hardship. That's the reality. Students have to crowd into tiny apartments because they can't afford the rent. And they have the nerve to say that everything's going fine in Canada. Canadians are paying the price for 8 years of this government's inflationary policies. Will the Prime Minister take responsibility once and for all and finally give a little bit of hope to Canadians? The Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to money, it doesn't grow on trees, and it's not cryptocurrency that can multiply infinitely. If they get elected, they're going to cut for our students, our seniors, our families, our daycares. They're the ones who are going to cut. The honourable member for La Prairie. According to Chantal Hébert this morning, the Anglo-Quebec wing of the Liberal government wants nothing more than to... I didn't hear a thing. So I will ask the member to restart so that we can all hear his question, the honourable member. According to Chantal Hébert this morning, the Anglo-Quebec wing of the Liberal government wants to prorogue the House rather than pass Bill C-13 as amended by the opposition because it recognizes, imagine this, the Charter of the French language. What horror. All the work of this House should be stopped because a few West Island MPs don't want to protect French. These members don't want to protect French, not in the West Island area, not in Quebec, not in Acadia, not in the rest of Canada. Can the Prime Minister assure us that Bill C-13 won't end up on the 13th Circuit? The Honourable Minister for Official Languages. Mr. Speaker, it's the contrary. We are impatiently looking forward to passing this bill. That's why we're going forward with an ambitious bill that will make a real difference in Canadians' lives. We are the first government to recognize the importance of French throughout the entire country, including Quebec, and I'm looking forward to passing this bill that will make a real difference for all Canadians. The honourable member for La Prairie. Well, she'll have to convince her co-workers. In the same column, it was implied that Anglo-Quebec MPs imposed the Charter of the French language, and they might go so far as to leave the Liberal Party rather than vote for C-13. Life is so hard for English speakers in Montreal. Life in Westmount and Mont-Royal is a gulag to hear them talk about it. They already speak way too much French there. There are Francophone and Acadian minority communities that are desperately waiting for C-13, but the Liberals continue to let them down so as to avoid upsetting West Island. Who's going to put those MPs in their place? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I invite my colleague to deal with his own caucus that has enough troubles. The Bloc Québécois doesn't want anything to do with C-13, and they've stalled the bill from the beginning. They don't support it. They're going to vote against it. I'll tell you one thing. The members for Quebec are going to stand up and defend French in Quebec and throughout the rest of Canada, no matter what the Bloc does. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby. Canadians are paying the highest prices in the world for telecommunications services. Rogers and Shaw, if they merge, it'll be even less competition, fewer jobs, and higher prices for people. It's not too late to stop this merger, which will only hurt Canadian families whose budgets are already very tight. Will the minister side with big companies or defend ordinary folks by blocking this merger right now? The Honourable Minister for Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his excellent question. We'll always be on the side of Canadians. That's exactly what I said, because the issue is to lower prices in Canada. The best way to do that is through competition. It's through having a fourth strong player in the country. I've already said no to transferring licenses for Shaw Rogers, and I'm going to look at the decision of the Federal Appeal Court in the interests of Canadians.
Transcona.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if he's ultimately going to say no to the merger, why doesn't he just come out and say it? We already know that Canadians pay among the highest prices for telecom services in the world. And we know that less competition in the market isn't going to lead to lower prices. So the answer is pretty clear. The minister's hinting at it. When is he going to do the right thing, provide some reassurance to Canadians who are already struggling with their household budgets and can't afford not to have a cell phone, and say no to the merger?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. President, with all due respect, I won't take much lessons from colleagues when it comes to fighting for Canadians. We do that every day on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. Fighting for Canadians. We understand that the best way we can do that, Mr. Speaker, is to make sure that we lower the price of cell phone bills in Canada, making sure that we have more competition, making sure that we have a fourth national player. Mr. Speaker, Canadians watching at home, it's Monday today. They know that we stand on their side, and we'll do everything to protect their rights and making sure that the cell phone bills will come down in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
After 8 years of Liberal failures, families can't afford groceries. 8 years ago, $200 went a long way at the grocery store, and today, after Liberal inflation, $150 barely gets 3 bags. Not only are the Liberals going to take more in taxes, they're going to drive up the cost of groceries when they triple their failed carbon tax. 1 in 5 Canadians are already skipping meals. Imagine how much worse things are going to get. Will the Liberal Prime Minister finally take some responsibility for causing this inflationary crisis, stop breaking Canada, and axe his failed carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
As everyone in this House knows, as of January, fees for childcare have been reduced 50% across the country. Exactly. And I asked families to tell me what that means to them. So let me give you some examples. Just paid our January daycare fees, under $500. This is a 55% reduction from last year. This is going to make such a huge difference for so many families. Another quote, we are finally seeing real reductions in our daycare costs. It's genuinely life-changing to see fees reduced by just over 50%. This is how you support families. This is how you achieve real equity in the workforce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Dr. Seuss over there is living in fantasy world. What the Liberal government really should be focused on is the price of corruption. Like $15 billion going to Liberal insiders on cushy contracts, thousands of dollars going to ministers' besties, and thousands going to racists like Laith Maruth. Random Liberals like Bill Knowmore and Mark Carney also agree they overspent and pile-drove Canadians with inflation. Will they finally take some damn responsibility, rein in their spending, and axe their failed carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I actually read Dr. Seuss quite a bit with my son at night, and he has some pretty good lessons that I think the Conservatives could learn if they wanted to open up his book.
Many lessons.
In fact, you know, one of those lessons is actually about protecting our environment. When he talks about the truffula trees, it's about protecting what we have, the clean air, the clean water, making sure that we protect that for generations to come. If my opposition colleague would like to learn more, I invite him to open the books. He might have more compassionate
you can read it to them.
For Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Let's skip with the fantasy. Mr. Speaker, I'm a numbers girl, so here's the numbers. 8 long years under this Prime Minister, 40-year highs in inflation, food prices 10% up, and they're going to triple the carbon tax. You know what that adds up to? 67. That's the percent of people that think Canada is broken. So will this Prime Minister take responsibility for breaking the country, or will he get out of the way and let us fix it?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My son, like tens of thousands of our kids in this country, is a huge fan of hockey. And what he likes above all is to be able to play it outside. Well, unfortunately, because of climate change, he will no longer be able to do this. This year, Mr. Speaker, for the first time in 51 years, the Rideau Canal won't be able to open.
I'm going to have to interrupt the Honourable Minister. I'm having a hard time hearing. I know there's a very strong voice coming from this here, right here. It prevents me from hearing. I'm going to have to ask him to start over again so that I can hear his full answer. The Honourable Minister, from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, my son, like tens of thousands of our kids across this country, loves to play hockey. And what he loves above all is to be able to play it outside. Well, because of climate change in this hockey-playing country, it's becoming less and less possible to do so. This year, for the first time in 51 years, the Rideau Canal is still not open and probably won't be able to open. And what is the response from the Conservative Party of Canada? Make pollution free again, Mr. Speaker. Well, no reckless policies from this reckless party on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality is they've never met a single one of their emissions targets. They don't have an environment plan. They have a tax plan. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? His answer is no help at all to John in my riding. John is struggling with the rising cost of gas, groceries, and home heating. At 74 years old, on a fixed income, he's had to go back to work. And so, really, will the Prime Minister axe the tax so John can keep the heat on?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
less than 2 years ago, the Conservative Party took the position that climate change wasn't even real. Then last year, the leadership went through a process where they actually put together a climate plan, the centerpiece of which was a price on pollution. All of the Conservative members in this House were elected on a platform that included a price on pollution. Now, once again, under a new leader, they've stopped talking about climate change and they attack the idea of pollution pricing. Mr. Speaker, given their history, how can Canadians believe anything they say?
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
That's a lot of hot air coming from that side. After 8 years of this Liberal government, local animal shelters are filling up because their owners can't afford to keep their pets. In the last 2 months, the Central Okanagan Food Bank has added 350 seniors who need their help. Governor Macklem said, and I quote, "High inflation is making life more difficult for Canadians, especially those with low or fixed incomes." He also said, "Inflation in Canada increasingly reflects what's happening in Canada." When will the Liberal government finally raise its deficit spending blinders and see that its out-of-control spending is making life harder for seniors?
The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Last 8 years, we have been there supporting Canadians, including seniors, by restoring the age of eligibility for retirement back to 65, by increasing the guaranteed income supplement, Mr. Speaker, that has helped over 900,000 seniors, that has lifted 45,000 seniors out of poverty, Mr. Speaker, by enhancing the Canada pension by making sure we're increasing the old age security pension. Mr. Speaker, all the measures that the party opposite opposed, unlike them, Mr. Speaker, will continue to make sure we have the backs of all Canadians, including seniors.
Honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
John and Sarnia and seniors in my riding can't eat those talking points. Mr. Speaker, even Liberal wannabe leader Mark Carney, who moonlights as an advisor to the Prime Minister, knows that the Liberal government has it wrong. He knows their runaway deficit spending is inflationary. And he said, and I quote, "It's not all imported inflation. In fact, most of it is now domestically generated inflation." After 8 years of this government, residents in my riding are facing sky-high gas and propane bills and now must choose between heat, food, or their pets. If the Liberal government won't stop its spend deficits, Mr. Speaker, can they at least cancel the triple?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government will take no lessons from the Conservatives when it comes to protecting Canada's most vulnerable. Thanks to measures put in place by our government, hundreds of thousands of seniors have been lifted out of poverty and hundreds of thousands of Canadian children. And we've done that, Mr. Speaker, while maintaining Canada's AAA credit rating, while having the lowest debt and the lowest deficit in the G7. We can be compassionate and fiscally responsible at the same time. And that's what we're doing.
Hear, hear.
Le député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
Mr. Speaker, right now, at Roxham Road, there are smugglers duping migrants in order to exploit them. Unaccompanied children are wandering the woods in the middle of winter. People are being incarcerated for indefinite periods. That's Roxham Road. That's what the federal government's supporting. Asylum seeker advocacy groups are calling for the suspension of the Safe Third Country Agreement. They're the ones who should be heard, and why does the federal government refuse to hear them? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before answering the question, I just want to talk about the incident that happened in my community this morning in Orleans. I want to send my thoughts and prayers to all of those being affected by it. A big thank you to first responders. And I just want to say that I'm here and I can help. As for the question, the situation at Roxham Road is a difficult one. It's not solving the problem. Canada shares the longest demilitarized border in the world. What we need to do is modernize our agreement, and that's what we're going to do. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, let's hear from those who actually defend migrants. France Andre from the Action Committee of People Without Status said that suspending the Safe Third Country Agreement must be the first action taken by the government if it wants to show that Canada is not the 51st state of the United States when it comes to welcoming refugees. And he's right. The United States is part of the problem at Roxham. Its customs officers have become smugglers. The federal government must suspend the agreement to force Washington to move. Will it do so? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, listen, I'll be very candid. In my opinion, the Bloc Québécois lost its credibility. when it says that asylum seekers cross the border as though they were going for a vacation, or they think that the asylum seeker situation is a joke. It's not a joke for us. We take this situation very seriously. We will continue to protect the most vulnerable while working with provinces and territories in order to find lasting solutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the government's trying to control the narrative around the scandal at Roxham Road, but the real scandal is that Roxham's become a network of exploitation of asylum seekers supported by American authorities. The real scandal is that Americans' custom officers have become smugglers right under the nose of the feds. The real scandal is that this government's aware of all this and accepts it. The Safe Third Country Agreement has to be suspended. It's the only way to stop the exploitation of migrants and to force the Americans to respect it. When will the federal government finally act? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, the real scandal is the Bloc Québécois publicity saying that welcoming refugees is akin to going on an all-inclusive vacation, and it is deeply sad. These people are leaving the country in extremely difficult conditions. They have children. They're trying to rebuild their lives. The least we can do is to welcome them with dignity and not by insulting them.
Kildonan, St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, violent attacks on public transit are becoming the norm. Just in the past few days, a woman had her face slashed with a knife on the TTC, and a Winnipeg transit passenger was attacked by a man with a machete. Canadians deserve to feel safe when they ride public transit, Mr. Speaker. When will the Liberals take responsibility for these violent crime incidents and do the work to keep our communities safe?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I share my colleagues' concern, which is precisely why I've been in touch, and a number of my colleagues have been in direct contact with the City of Toronto to make sure they're getting the support they need when it comes to mental health, when it comes to homelessness, poverty, and other social determinants which lead to crime. We're also providing additional supports for law enforcement, Mr. Speaker, and at each and every critical juncture when the Conservatives have had an opportunity to support the measures, what have they done? They have voted against. If they're serious about protecting our communities, they should support the policies of this government, because that is how we are going to better do that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Speaker, the Liberals have had 8 years to deal with violent crime, and it's only gone up 32% in that time, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, gang murders are up 92%. In fact, everything the Liberals have done to say they're doing it for public safety has resoundingly failed Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And maybe if that minister would stop going after the tools used by sports shooters, hunters, and farmers, and instead focus his attention going after repeat violent offenders getting bail in our communities, we would see a decrease in crime. We would see results in our communities, Mr. Speaker. So is this Liberal government going to wake up and, again, do the work and keep our communities safe?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are doing that work. We're doing that work by introducing a national ban on assault-style rifles, which have been used in some of the worst mass killing shootings in this country's history. We are doing that work with Bill C-21, which would raise maximum sentences against hardened gun traffickers. What is my colleague doing with regards to that bill? Her and her party have been filibustering it. They should stop doing that. They should study the bill. They should support our policies. They should also support the investments that we provided to both law enforcement and addressing the root causes of crime when it comes to the Building Safer Communities Fund. They voted against each and every one of them. They should reverse course.
Honorable député de Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis.
Bon après-midi, Monsieur le Président.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. When we think of Canada, we think of a prosperous, peaceful, and safe country. Unfortunately, the situation has not been true for the last 8 years. During that time, the Prime Minister has been in office. Violent crime went up by 32%. In big cities, people, especially women, are afraid to walk alone. That's not Canada. When is this government going to act to protect victims rather than protecting criminals? The Honourable Minister for Justice. Mr. Speaker, we're reinforcing the system to support victims. We've invested significantly to protect victims in many cases. What's the best thing for victims? A legal system that works without being backlogged, that's more efficient. And that is what we're doing. We're dedicating resources to the most serious cases to reduce backlog and help victims. We'll continue in that direction while the opposition just seeks to create conflict.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are doing everything right, but they're still having to stretch their budgets to keep up with rising food costs. All the while, grocery companies are making billions. The math just isn't adding up. All parties agreed with the NDP to initiate a greedflation study, but the Liberals have continued to stand by while CEOs are raking in record profits. People want the government to hold grocery chains accountable for their role in food prices. Why have the Liberals let grocery CEOs off the hook, letting them wriggle out of their responsibilities and refusing to charge a windfall profits tax?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government absolutely believes that in Canada, everyone should pay their fair share. And that is why we introduced a 2% tax on share buybacks. Mr. Speaker, in the United States, the tax they introduced was a 1% tax on share buybacks. We've also introduced a tax on luxury yachts, cars, and planes. Mr. Speaker, we've also introduced a 15% COVID recovery dividend tax on banks and insurance companies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, from illegal police stations to election fraud to attempts to spy in our airspace, Canadians are rightly concerned about foreign interference by the Chinese government and others. It's up to this government to defend Canadians from threats to our democracy. And right now, they're letting Canadians down by not following the lead of other nations. We need better contact points for Canadians being threatened and intimidated, more support for our institutions, and greater protections from foreign spies. When will this government stop dragging their feet and take action to protect Canadians from foreign interference and spying?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, foreign interference is a persistent, ongoing threat that we take extremely seriously, and since day one of being elected, we have implemented several measures to help the national security and protect our institutions. Things like creating the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, Critical Election Task Force, the Site Committee, which provided national security training for campaigns. Mr. Speaker, there's more to do. But on this side of the House, we've always taken national security seriously, and we've implemented measures to strengthen our democracy.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 20 years, Prince Edward Island has become an important hub in the bioscience sector, with 60 companies and more than 2,300 skilled workers now calling our province home. With leadership from the PEI Bio Alliance and investments from the province and the Government of Canada, the sector has enjoyed dynamic growth, which has diversified the economy of PEI. Last week, the minister responsible for the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency made a major announcement in Charlottetown to build on this success. Could she update the House on this fantastic news?
Great.
The Honourable Minister for Official Languages.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his important question, but more importantly, his tireless advocacy for the bioscience sector. I was pleased to be in Charlottetown last Friday to announce an investment of more than $25 million towards the design of a construction of a bioaccelerator, a new biomanufacturing facility in Prince Edward Island. This new 75,000 square foot facility will help spur new product development, increase skills and training, and support bioscience companies in that area. Mr. Speaker, this is just one example of how ACOA continues to help communities in the economic situation in Atlantic Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, military events over this weekend that we witnessed have been very interesting to all Canadians. And I've observed two things. This government shown absolutely no interest in defending Canadian sovereignty in the Arctic. Secondly, for 8 years, this government has been playing petty partisan politics in order to delay the purchase of F-35 fighter jets that are essential to our national defense. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister take responsibility for having played political games for 8 years with our military equipment?
L'Honorable Ministre de la Sécurité.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, regardless of the threat, we have always taken action and will continue to take action quickly to protect the safety and sovereignty of Canada. In recent weeks, we've seen that NORAD is doing what it does best. Our two countries have been working together transparently to ensure the defense of our continent. We're continuing to monitor the situation and to take any other steps necessary. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to thank the women and men who serve NORAD. I'd like to thank them for their service. Thank you.
Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the violations of our airspace and sovereignty over the past couple of weeks should be a wake-up call. Over the last 8 years, this government has had ample warning from our intelligence agencies and our military. And despite these warnings, Canada is vulnerable. Vulnerable because this government has failed to counter foreign interference, failed to stop funding of Beijing's military research, failed to upgrade NORAD's early warning system, and failed to acquire modern fighter jets. Does the government now understand how vulnerable this country is?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by assuring my colleague and all members in this chamber that Canada has acted and will continue to act swiftly and decisively to protect our safety and our sovereignty. Over the past week, we have seen NORAD doing what it does best, our two countries working together seamlessly to ensure continental security. We are continuing to monitor the situation. We are conducting recovery operations and will take whatever action is necessary. Mr. Speaker, I do want to take a moment to thank the women and men who serve NORAD to protect Canadians and our sovereignty every day. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Canadians are struggling to afford to feed themselves, all the while the Prime Minister is treating himself to $6,000 per night luxury hotel rooms and having Canadians pick up the tab. And now we know that he's had his officials cover it up. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, these Liberals are out of touch and Canadians are out of money. So will the Prime Minister repay Canadians the $6,000 per night he spent on the luxury suite that Canadians had to pay for?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I can say that the government, in all things that it does, ensures that we are present in international events, that we are there for Canadians domestically and internationally. That will continue to be the case, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the members' interest in this item, but I would say that there is an opportunity right now to discuss many issues that are in front of this nation. I know they have a particular preoccupation with the Prime Minister and him personally for their own reasons, but there are major issues facing this nation right now, and I look forward to those questions.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Okay, the media reports have told us that a former Liberal minister, Michael Chan, is on a CSIS watch list due to his ties to the Chinese Communist regime and suspected spies. Chan was hired by this Liberal trade minister to work on her campaign. This is the same trade minister that was just found guilty of breaking ethics laws. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians have come to expect that these Liberals will, of course, break ethics rules. But why is the trade minister ignoring the advice of Canada's intelligence services?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the honourable member would know that all members, every single one of us, are committed to the national security of this country. Every single member in this House is concerned with the issue of foreign interference, and every single member of this House comports themselves that way. I'm sure the member would be making no assertion to the contrary.
Yes.
L'honorable député de Berthier.
Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the next generation of farmers is under threat. Land prices have risen 248% in 10 years. And this House had adopted measures to facilitate the transfer of farms between family members with Bill C-208, but nobody's taking advantage of it because Ottawa is talking about changing the law but never actually does it. Farmers are afraid that if they sell a farm to their family, as the law allows, they will actually be taxed if the federal government changes the tax rules during the year. So can the minister confirm that farmers doing this will not be retroactively penalized? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this question. We understand the importance of intergenerational transfers of farms. And we really want to help families pass their farms on to the next generation. We are working on doing exactly that. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. So to clarify, Mr. Speaker, in an article from La Presse, it says the farmers will no longer be able to own their own farmland and will be going back to the time when the seigneur owned the land. It would be hard to go back further than that. In the meantime, the federal government is still holding back on this intergenerational transfer by keeping the tax system in limbo. Can the Minister of Finance clarify once and for all her position in order to provide some reassurance to farmers and to allow the next generation of farmers to continue the work? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As my honourable colleague knows, I mean, he's very well versed in this file. The law is in place today. The tax law is being applied, and this, the transfer of agricultural land is an important issue for us. It's important in Quebec and across Canada. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we know that there's something strange in the relationship between the Liberal government and McKinsey. So it's no surprise to learn that the Comptroller General of Canada, Roch Huppé, has warned his subordinates to be careful what they write about when it comes to McKinsey. So the Prime Minister is still refusing to give us any details about these contracts with McKinsey. His ministers don't seem to know what's going on, and now we have the Comptroller General who seems nervous to give any information that might be made public. What does the Prime Minister have to hide? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that when governments deal with contracts, that's an independent process. And in every case, the highest standards are applied. That was the case here, and that will be the case in the future.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, Canadians are struggling, but their Liberal friends at McKinsey have never had it so good. Now, McKinsey worked for ICE in the United States, where they advised the Trump administration to cut food and medical supplies for immigrant detainees. These are the same people that the Liberals then turned to for advice on immigration, even when the public service said that they could do the work themselves. So will the Prime Minister take responsibility for bringing McKinsey into our immigration system, or will he step aside so that we can fix what he broke?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member across is an honourable member. He's been in this House for some period of time. He would know that the contracts engaged in by the public service are not to have political interference. And his suggestion just a moment ago that his government would influence the decision of that contract is extremely concerning. The reality is, has been clearly identified in committee, that this process is independent, that contracts are used to expand the ability of the public service to do its job so that it doesn't permanently increase the staffing that is there. That allows flexibility to be in the system, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
After 8 years of this Liberal government, they've spent over $100 million on McKinsey & Company, and that includes $24.5 million from Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada to create policy that public servants should have created. Civil servants have even said that they created the immigration targets. McKinsey & Company did this. So why doesn't the minister just take responsibility for the mess that he created and stop giving pricey contracts to McKinsey & Company?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I've already indicated, the contracts that are engaged in are done so at arm's length. They are conducted by the federal public service, and I'm sure the opposition isn't inferring that if they were in government that they would politically interfere, because that would be entirely inappropriate, Mr. Speaker. But what we can say is the contracts are engaged by the federal public service to expand their ability to give services to Canadians. They've tried many times to raise nefarious conspiracies at committee. I'm sorry to say they have not been successful. They won't be successful there. They won't be successful here.
Honorable Député
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pennon. Mr. Speaker, artificial intelligence plays a key role in the future of manufacturing, agriculture, and business. Can the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry please inform the House of the steps our government is taking to fund important projects and support the artificial intelligence ecosystem in Canada? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Well, I'd like to thank the member for Alfred Pellon for his excellent work and also his leadership, Mr. Speaker. As he said, this morning there was an important announcement. We announced $40 million for AI projects that will generate $117 million for projects across the country. Canada is showing leadership on this across the world. It will allow us to create high-quality jobs, to set up more resilient supply chains, and to permit more productivity. Canada is a leader in AI with investments like the one announced this morning, and we will continue to be a leader.
Member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lenigan.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, everything is broken. Canadian veterans need help. Wait times are skyrocketing. Veterans are homeless. Funds for veterans in need are being withheld. Mr. Speaker, veterans took an oath to serve their country. They were ready to die for their country. Veterans with PTSD need help from their country. They are not ready to be eliminated by this government. Will the Prime Minister take responsibility for failing our heroes, or just get out of the way so we can fix what he broke?
The Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, but when his government was in power, they fired 1,000 employees and cut investments to Veterans Affairs. We have invested over $340 million to make sure we address the backlog. We have and will continue to make sure that veterans receive the appropriate remuneration for the great service they provide to this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, legal firearm owners want the government to stop harassing them and target the criminals who are the real problem. Crime is up 32% and violent gang murders are up 92% after 8 years of Liberal government. The Liberal Prime Minister is responsible for the criminal code and securing the very borders that illegal guns are smuggled through. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister fix what he broke, reinforce border security, and keep the smuggled guns out of the hands of criminals?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague will have seen that we are consulting with legal firearm owners. In fact, that is precisely what we have been doing throughout the course of Bill C-21, and will continue to, because we know that hunters and trappers and First Nations are part of the Canadian social fabric. More to the point, Mr. Speaker, what we are targeting are those AR-15 style guns which have been used in some of the worst mass shooting tragedies in this country's history. That's what we're after. We're also going to support our CBSA, who are stopping an increasing number of illegal firearms at our border, Mr. Speaker. That's something that I hope that my colleague would support, but in order to do that, he's actually got to vote for those appropriations, and when we do that next time, I hope he will. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of Liberal incompetence, Canadians are desperately looking for home ownership that's actually affordable. Housing prices are skyrocketing, forcing young Canadians to live with their parents much longer. Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberal government make housing affordable and the cost of living affordable for the younger generation of Canadians who have lost hope in our future because our country is broken?
The
Honourable Minister of Housing.
Opposite, we're focused on making sure that we provide supports to first-time home buyers, encouraging the dream of Canadian home ownership. $40,000 in a tax-free, first-time home buyers tax-free savings account, doubling of the first-time home buyer tax credit, introducing a $200 million rent-to-own program, and banning foreign ownership of Canadian residential real estate. Those are real, tangible measures to help first-time home buyers and not theatre and gimmicks, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, our government made a significant announcement regarding our commitment to investing in rural communities across southern Ontario, including my riding of Kitchener-Conestoga. Our government announced an investment of $39.6 million for the Community Futures Development Corporation across southern Ontario through the Community Futures program. Could the Minister responsible for Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario please inform this House on the important investments our government's making in small towns and rural communities?
Street for Economic Development.
I'd like to thank the member for Kitchener-Conestoga for this important question and his tireless advocacy. Rural businesses, organizations, to strengthening the Canadian economy. Community Futures Development Corporations offer on-the-ground support that enable rural businesses to thrive. Our government is investing nearly $40 million, as the member has acknowledged, in Community Futures Development Corporations to enable them to provide the support necessary to grow regional economies. Our government is going to continue to make investments in people that lead to strong economic growth and create an economy that works for all Canadians.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Veterans Affairs gave $560 million to a company owned by Loblaws to deliver services for veterans. Now the contract rollout is paused for the second time. Why? Because the company wasn't ready. Veterans who gave everything to this country see their treatments on hold, services delayed, and providers confused. Will the minister admit outsourcing to a greedy for-profit company isn't working for veterans and their families and cancel the contract?
The Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for the question and her concern, but this new contract will provide 14,000 veterans with over 9,000 health professionals in 600 places across this country. Absolutely no veteran will fall through the cracks. It will be completely seamless for veterans, and I can assure my colleague, the case managers, veterans, and everyone involved is completely informed all the way along on these contracts. They're a great asset for veterans, and we will continue to support veterans in this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his State of the Union address, President Joe Biden called out big oil for their excess profits, which he called outrageous, and pledged to quadruple the tax on corporate stock buybacks. Frankly, that's not enough. The Secretary General of the United Nations has called such profits immoral. In Canada, the 10 biggest oil and gas companies amassed more than $66 billion in profits in 1 year, and that is more than double what they had in the previous decade. Can the Honourable Minister tell us, when will Canada tax back the excess profits of these war profiteers?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
I'd like to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Island. Question. It is always a pleasure to work with her. And I'm very glad to hear her talking about President Biden's comments on the share buyback tax and his view that he would like to see that tax, currently at 1% in the United States, quadrupled. The fact is, in Canada, we introduced that tax at 2%. Double the current U.S. level, because we absolutely believe it is appropriate for our tax system to encourage Canadian companies to invest in workers, to invest in the economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons.
That's all the time we have today.
It being 3:07, pursuant to the order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Monsieur Blanchet relating to the business of supply. Convoquez les...
Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Monsieur Blanchet.
Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Fortin, moved that the House remind the government that it is solely up to Quebec and the provinces to decide on the use of the notwithstanding clause. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunet-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunet-Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Lanceman.
Mrs. Lanceman.
Mr.
Hallan.
Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Berthaud.
Monsieur Berthaud.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr.
Chambers.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Briard.
Madame Briard.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Ms. Debruson.
Debruson.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Housefather.
Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Jauhari.
Mr. Jauhari.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmierczuk.
Mr. Kuzmierczuk.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sobera.
Madame Zaid.
Mr. Zaid.
Madame Namropoulos.
Madame Namropoulos.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
in order to make sure that everybody's vote is counted, we're just scrutinizing what's happened through the vote, and you want to make sure that everyone had their vote put in place. If you can be patient, it would be appreciated. Merci. If I can have your attention, order. We seem to have a small technical glitch in the lobbies. We're going to suspend for about 2 minutes while they run to the lobbies, check out to make sure everything's okay there, and they should be back shortly. So we take a break, and we shall have... Yes, you can leave your seats, but please come back right away. Order. À l'ordre. Alors, nous avons consulté avec nos lobbies.
We consulted the lobbies. Everything seems to be in place. To make sure that everyone agrees and everyone is here, we will just ring the bells for a few minutes, and then we will announce the results to ensure that everyone has time to come back.
We're going to ring the bell for a couple of seconds, or a couple of minutes, and then when everyone's back, we'll announce the results. Thank you. I can ask you to take your seats, please. We're about to proceed. I don't think it's necessary, but I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 142, 142. Nays contre 174, 164.
Je déclare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
Thank you for your patience on this one. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill S-8. La question est la suivante. Mr. Mendicino, seconded by Ms. Jasek, moved that Bill S-8, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to make consequential. May I dispense? Thank you.
Point of order.
No points of order during the vote unless it has to do with the translation or a technical issue. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yes. Yeah. Please do. The Honorable Government Whip.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, et merci pour votre...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to apply the preceding vote to this one, with members of the Liberal Party voting yes.
The Honorable Opposition Whip.
Mr. Speaker, we agree to proceed in this fashion with Conservatives voting in favor.
L'Honorable Whip du
Président, le Bloc québécois est en accord.
The Bloc québécois agrees and will vote in favor.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the NDP agreed to apply and will be voting in favor.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Island.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le Parti vert.
The Green Party also agrees and will vote in favor.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, ask if the independent members I'm not sure if they're online.
Are the independent members online ready to declare their votes? Very good. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 314, 314. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. So now we go to... There we go. If I can have your attention, please. Order. If you can hear my voice, please say shh. There we go. That's better. Okay, I just want to remind everyone that we have to continue business. If you've got any discussions, please take them into the lobbies or into the halls, and we'll continue. Daily routine of business, tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages an order in council for the interim appointment of Mr. Eric Jantz as clerk of the House of Commons.
Here, here. Here, here.
Congratulations, Mr. Jantz. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. Presenting reports from committee, the Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honour to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on International Trade, entitled Transporting Goods in Rail Containers, Some Trade Implications for Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Nipissing, Renfrew, Nipissing. I'm sorry, I do this every time.
That's very good, Mr. Speaker. And let's keep the name that way, too. Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. These petitioners have requested that Bill C-21, since it's an affront to the private property rights of Canadians, not go forward and that it be recalled. Thank you.
Here, here.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to present e-petition 4190, which was actively promoted by singer Jan Arden and signed by more than 36,000 people across Canada, making it the third highest petition of this Parliament. The petition is to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, and the petitioners, Mr. Speaker, recognize that banning the export of live horses for slaughter is in the Minister of Agriculture's mandate letter from the Prime Minister and in the Liberals' 2021 election campaign commitment. They recognize that horses are flown from Canada to Japan in cramped wooden crates in journeys that can commonly take more than 24 hours. They recognize that horses panic easily, have strong flight or fight instincts, and have extremely sensitive hearing. And they also recognize, Mr. Speaker, that since 2010, the NDP has introduced 3 private members' bills to ban the live export of horses for slaughter. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners are calling on the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food to halt the live export of horses for slaughter. Thank you.
Yes.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The petitioners are looking at the current situation of Canada's water laws and the threat to Canada's waterways. It's an astonishing reality that no bureau or department or sub-department in the Government of Canada has the word water in its title. The petitioners are calling for the Government of Canada to update Canada's water laws to ensure that no industry or corporation takes precedence over the health of Canada's waterways and watersheds, and to ensure that Canada's water laws are updated under the guidance of professionals and specialists in the field of water conservation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
All of them? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Then where's the I am now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on February 8th, 2023 by the House Leader of the official opposition concerning technical difficulties affecting interpretation services. In his intervention, the House Leader alleged that a breach of his privileges and those of his colleagues occurred because simultaneous interpretation services were not available during a caucus meeting held earlier that day. Citing past examples, the member noted that technical issues at caucus meetings have resulted in findings of prima facie case of privilege. While the member conceded that these examples concerned the unauthorized recording of caucus meetings, he argued that the technical issues preventing simultaneous interpretation had the same effect of impeding members in this discharge of the parliamentary duties. Le député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The member for Mégantic-L'Érable noted that as a francophone, he felt particularly impacted by the failure of the interpretation system. Since the majority of the discussions were in English, while grateful for the attempts made by the interpreters to provide service, he expressed concern that francophones are disadvantaged in such situations and that English would come to predominate. The member for Salaberry-sur-Roi agreed with the member for Mégantic-L'Érable's contentions. After having praised the remarkable work done by interpreters, she added that technical difficulties are also regularly encountered in committee meetings. In her opinion, technical issues affecting interpretation in caucus meetings and committee meetings both infringe on the rights of members. Being able to participate in parliamentary proceedings and other activities in the official language of their choice is critical to members, committee witnesses, and all who interact with Parliament. It is an obligation the Chair takes very seriously. While some have expressed concern about a possible decline, recent statistics compiled by House administration show that the use of each official language by members and by witnesses has been at roughly the same percentage over the past 3 years.
Understanding is only possible with the work of our interpreters and the reliability of our audio system. While our audio system that supports simultaneous interpretation generally works very well, issues do on rare occasions occur. Rendant une décision sur une affaire.
In a ruling on a similar matter, one of my predecessors stated on March 3, 2014, at page 3429 of the debates, quote, "In the case of official languages, the House has a long-standing practice of ensuring the availability of professional interpreters during House and committee proceedings. Indeed, this practice extends to many other activities, such as caucus meetings, briefings, or any number of parliamentary activities and events. If a technical problem arises with the equipment, proceedings are suspended until the issue is resolved. Members will be familiar with this, as it has sometimes happened here in the House." End of quote.
I asked for a report from the House administration on the circumstances surrounding the technical difficulties that were encountered, as is the standard practice. Technical staff conducted tests of the room early in the morning. However, immediately prior to the start of the caucus meeting, an additional pre-meeting test was conducted and an issue was identified with the audio system. Some mitigating measures were put in place, but the problem nonetheless persisted. The caucus meeting proceeded without interpretation, and unfortunately, the issue was only resolved towards the end of the meeting. La présidence tient à assurer aux députés que l'administration de la Chambre et moi-même.
The chair wants to reassure members that this matter is being taken very seriously by myself and the entire House administration. Technical teams are continuing their tests and troubleshooting to prevent issues like this from occurring again.
With the members' frustration over technical issues that sometimes disrupt our work in a ruling such as this, the chair must arrive at a decision within the confines of parliamentary privilege. In other words, the chair must determine if the technical issues at a caucus meeting impede members in performing their parliamentary duties and whether the matter should be given priority consideration by the House. But first, the chair must determine if a caucus meeting is indeed considered a parliamentary proceeding. In the same ruling cited earlier, it is stated on page 3430 of the debates, and I quote, whether a member who is preparing to participate in proceedings, whether through a technical briefing or some other means, is not participating in the proceedings themselves. While such preparation is no doubt important, it remains ancillary to, rather than part of, Parliament's proceedings, unquote. In the case before us, it is the view of the chair that a caucus meeting is ancillary to the proceedings. The member for Salaberry-sur-Loire also raised concerns relating to committee meetings, which undoubtedly constitute parliamentary proceedings. That said, it is a well-established practice that the chair does not intervene in committee matters in the absence of a report from the committee. While the chair appreciates that there have been interruptions in a variety of committees, none of these have reported it to the House as a potential breach of privilege. Tant pour la question
for the issue raised by the House Leader of the official opposition, as well as technical issues in committees, there exist other administrative recourses to address them. To this end, the Board of Internal Economy appears to be the appropriate forum.
The chair does not find prima facie question of privilege. I thank the members for their attention. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-39, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying.
Okay, the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford, resuming debate. Questions and comments? Okay, no, sorry. We'll proceed to the next individual. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at the outset, I'd like to inform the House that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Thunder Bay Rainy River. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise today to speak about the government's proposed Bill C-39, which seeks to extend the exclusion clause for those requesting MAID whose sole underlying medical condition is mental illness. I'd like to spend a few moments and draw your attention to the MAID monitoring regime and what we know about MAID cases to this point. Mr. Speaker, Canadians hold personal and very strong views on medical assistance in dying. They deserve accurate and reliable information to inform their decision and their opinion. This is why we are working to ensure our public communications are clear and comprehensive through our annual reports. We know that the lack of accessible information opens the door to misinformation about evolving MAID systems.
To be clear, while the proposed legislation does not impact the monetary regime directly, a year delay could bring the added benefit of more time to collect and able to report on important data regarding those complex cases where that is not reasonably foreseeable. Putting this into perspective and context, Madam Speaker, our government acknowledges the importance of the data and reporting in relation to MAID. So much so that the original 2016 legislation obligated the Minister of Health to collect the necessary information and report annually on the MAID activity. This formal monitoring system is important to inform our understanding on 3 ways. Number 1, who applies for MAID in Canada. Number 2, medical conditions promoting requests. And number 3, trend in MAID cases since 2016 legislation. As such, we've been working in collaboration with provinces and territories and other healthcare partners to ensure a robust monitoring system. It is important to understand this is a significant collaborative commitment, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let's begin with a glimpse into what we know right now. As of December 31st, 2021, there has been a total of 31,664 MAID deaths in Canada. This is the total number of MAID deaths since the law permitting medical assistance in dying passed in 2016. MAID deaths represent 3.3% of all deaths in Canada as of 2021. This is very much in line with jurisdictions that have MAID regime similar to Canada's. The proportion of all deaths that are attributed to MAID varies across country, with the highest rate reported in Quebec and British Columbia, and lower rates in the remaining provinces and territories. Conditions include multiple comorbidities, cardiovascular diseases, organ failures, and respiratory illnesses. Although the current sample, the small 2021 data also shows where death was not necessarily foreseeable. 50% of the individuals were approved for MAID, as compared to 81% of cases where death was foreseeable. Each MAID request where the person's natural death is not reasonably foreseeable is complex and unique. An early indicator shows that approval of MAID in this stream are much lower when the person's death is reasonably foreseeable. So 50% versus 81%. The assessment process for a person whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable is often much more challenging due to the nature and complexity associated with medical condition of this population. These assessment requires detailed clinical analysis of each one of the elements of the eligibility criteria, which define a grievous and a remedial medical condition. Madam Speaker, let's spend a little bit of time talking about the human aspect of this data collection. We should acknowledge that behind every data element in our annual report is indeed a human story. Implicated in each case is a group of people, their families, MAID assessors and providers, healthcare teams, and most importantly, the person making the request for MAID. The data we collect comes from the thoughtful and compassionate conversation involving people who are making the most important decision of their life with a MAID practitioner responsible for assessing the requester in accordance with the person's wishes and the law. It is through these discussions and recording that information arising from them that we have such a robust monitoring and reporting system for MAID in Canada. MAID practitioners must ensure that every person requesting MAID is aware of the services available that might relieve their suffering. This includes exploring treatment options, facilitating referrals, and following up on the outcomes. When faced with a MAID request where debt is not reasonably foreseeable, assessors spend much more time gathering the necessary information about the person and their condition. The process often involves a review of many years of treatments, surgeries, and/or medications, and consultation with one or more experts in order to exercise due diligence in making a decision regarding eligibility. New regulation for the monitoring of medical assistance in dying came into force on January 1st of this year. The MAID monitoring system will report on an expanded set of MAID data points being collected according to these new regulations. The additional information will provide a greater understanding of a person applying for MAID whose natural death are not reasonably foreseeable and their associated circumstances. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we have made a commitment to transparency and accountability across all levels of the government to ensure public confidence in MAID regime. I'm confident that we are honoring that commitment by providing Canadians with accurate and reliable information on MAID as it continues to evolve in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was very surprised listening to my colleague talking about the numbers that they have. In 2016, there were 1,200 cases of MAID. That doubled in 2017. It doubled again in 2018. That was over 10,000 in 2021. That's nearly 30 people every single day dying in this country. That is more than double all the deaths from breast cancer. That is more than double all the suicides in this country. We were promised a process to make sure that we were not implementing a regime that was doing this without really strong checks and balances. I find it staggering that the member could say that this thing is working when we see such massive increases, much higher than in Europe or anywhere else, for medically assisted death in this country.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank to the honourable member for his question. Let me clarify and reiterate what I said in my intervention. I talked about the total numbers in 2021 of MAID's death related to be 10,950, of which 2% of those are as it relates to MAID for people who, for individual who was not reasonably, their death was not reasonably foreseeable. So the numbers that the member are quoting might be accurate, but that wasn't the point that I was trying to make. And as I also indicated, the total was over nearly 30,000 since 2016 when it came to legislation. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Tobic Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to follow up on the statistics that my honourable colleague from Timmins, James Bay, pointed out from across the way. They are staggering. And when you begin to consider this, it should cause all Canadians to take a pause and reflect and say the legitimate concerns that many of us have raised in this House when this was first proposed continue to this day. There is inadequate safeguards in place to protect those who are struggling with mental illness and have other ailments in their life that is challenging them for a particular season, and this opens the door to a decision of such finality that can cause grave consequences for many Canadians and their families. So I'd ask the honourable member, through you, Madam Speaker, what safeguards are going to be put in place to stop this from being abused any further?
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleagues. First of all, I don't think the MAID has been abused, especially as it relates to the mental health. As I intervened back in 2016, I also lost my father to cancer, which at that time I wish the MAID option was available to us. Having said that, the fact that we are extending this by a year, the fact that we have felt in our government that the base that we had that I talked about, 219 cases, is not enough representative of the data that we want to ensure the safeguards that we should have in place and also strengthen, is the fundamental reason that why we are extending and we are introducing this bill. So this bill is indeed to protect those individuals who are dealing with mental illnesses and need all the supports that they need to be able to come to the right place to make that decision.
Question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was listening in interest to the member about, what are the further things that we need to be considering and thinking about? And perhaps if he could elaborate a little bit more about what he thinks are the most important factors that we need to be thinking about in this place as we consider this legislation.
Answer from the Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague. Aside from the timeline that we've set to make sure that we have more data to be able to analyze the situation, is also ensuring that we work with the provinces and territories to ensure that they have the processes and they have the guidelines and they also have the support system to be able to help those individuals who are in the process of making that decision to receive the appropriate support that they need to come to the right decision. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support this legislation putting a one-year hold on allowing MAID for mental illness. We need to hold off on this until we have broader consensus as to if and how we're going to do this. We need to have more safeguards in place. If we're going to do this, we need to make sure that we do this right. And so I don't think that we ought to have an automatic start date in 1 year as is planned. So to be clear, yes, I support this legislation in that MAID for mental illness will not be allowed beginning into March. However, in my perspective, we ought to make this hold indefinite. I know there are a lot of people out there who are really worried about this legislation because they have loved ones who are going through a hard time, and they think, probably rightly, that some of those people will want to access MAID. So there are parents who are worried, siblings, partners, spouses, friends. But to me, most importantly, and what goes most to my heart, is parents. Parents who are worried that it's the lives of their children that could be affected. And I can certainly sympathize with this because I have 6 children of my own. Anyone who's a parent, in fact, you don't have to be a parent to realize that almost everyone at some point in their life goes through difficult times, hence our concern. I know there's also a lot of psychiatrists out there who are really worried about this, psychiatrists who know that if their patients were to have more treatment, would probably get better, but are requesting MAID at this time. To both these groups, I think they have legitimate concerns over this legislation. At the moment, I don't think the safeguards are in place, and the law, if it was implemented now, would end up affecting a lot of people in a way that it wasn't intended. So what was the intention of the law? I would submit that the intention of MAID for mental illness was that it was only going to apply to a very small group of hardcore cases, as is what seems to be the case in Holland, where only 1 in 1,000 people, I'm told, who applied for MAID for mental illness is actually granted it. It is not intended for the 25-year-old who was abused as a child, who's had intermittent depression ever since. It's not intended for the 30-something-year-old who, a couple years after a breakup of a marriage, remains depressed. It's not intended for somebody who is schizophrenic, who is fine on their medication, but having stopped their medications, now wants to access MAID. Some out there may say, why not? It should be the individual's choice. Now, I, as a teenager, read Jean-Paul Sartre, and at the time, I agreed with the statement that the ultimate choice in life is the ultimate choice in life is being over nothingness, and perhaps I still agree with this. However, either suicide or attempted suicide is not illegal in Canada. The question today is what, if any, role the state has in assisting suicide. Now, Madam Speaker, I worked a lot of years as an emergency room doctor, and I saw a lot of people who were suicidal. And my job as an emergency room doctor was to assess if people were suicidal, and if they were suicidal, to bring them into the hospital, even if it was against their will, because the law gave me the power to do so. Now, a lot of people would ask, what right do you have to tell me what to do with my body? This should be my own choice. And my response to them was that I think there's two legitimate reasons for the state intervening to prevent suicide. One is in order to protect people from themselves. When you're in the depth of depression, you don't see a light at the end of the tunnel. You can't contemplate the possibility, let alone the probability, that you're going to get better. That's the nature of depression. That's what makes you suicidal. But most of us know that eventually, with a change of circumstances and enough time, people actually do get better. The other legitimate reason for the state interfering is to protect loved ones. The person who commits suicide is dead. They feel no pain. However, it's the loved ones who continue to live the rest of their lives, not only with the anguish of losing someone, but also often haunted by feelings that perhaps it was because of something they did or didn't do. Now, the suicidal individual's inability to appreciate the possibility that they might get better certainly should influence us to be reluctant to allow MAID for people with mental illnesses. But some people would say, well, aren't there some people who really won't get better? They are irremediable? And that's a requirement of law, that the illness has to be irremediable. Now, the problem with that is doctors are not really good at determining who is irremediable. Doctors don't have a crystal ball that can predict the future. And in fact, studies show that doctors aren't good at determining who is irremediable. A recently published study by Nicolene et al. Looked at clinicians' ability to determine irremediability for treatment-resistant depression. They reviewed 14 different studies, and I'll cite their conclusion. Our findings support the claim that, as per available evidence, clinicians cannot accurately predict long-term chances of recovery in a particular patient with treatment-resistant depression. This means that the objective standard for irremediability cannot be met. Furthermore, there are no current evidence-based or established standards of care for determining irremediability of mental illness for the purpose of MAID assessments. For me as a longtime doctor, I find it absolutely mind-boggling that there are practitioners out there who are willing to administer MAID to someone knowing that perhaps with a little bit of extra time, the person would have actually gotten better. Good doctors worry about making mistakes. Good doctors don't want to kill off their patients. It seems to me that even if there's one person who's administered MAID, who if they'd not been given MAID would have gone on to a happy life, then that's a horrific tragedy. And I would say it's something akin to capital punishment, and it turns out the person actually wasn't guilty of the crime. And if this happens, it's certainly on the conscience of every one of us in this place. Now, the number of people who you can confidently say are irremediable is probably small. Some would actually say no, but I would offer a few comments. One is anyone under 40 should never be considered irremediable. In fact, anyone under 60, unless they had ongoing years and years of illness, perhaps they should. I would also suggest somebody who hasn't tried every kind of treatment, hasn't seen a lot of doctors and therapists, should not be considered irremediable. So who's left? Okay, perhaps there's some 75-year-old who has no family, who's really undergone years and years of illness, has tried every sort of treatment available, seen numerous doctors, and no one could help them. Maybe, and I emphasize, maybe they should be considered for this. Now, do I believe that the law as implemented now would really be confined to those small number of cases? No, absolutely not. I, like a lot of you, have been paying attention to the media and know and have heard of the many cases where we just are left shaking our heads and saying, really? Somebody's going to allow MAID for that? The reality is there's a lot of practitioners out there with a very liberal approach to allowing medical assistance in dying. They seem to be willing to base it on perhaps just a phone call. Practitioners who don't think it necessary to talk to the family, practitioners who don't think it necessary to get to know the patient or to consult someone who knows the patients. Now, some people will say the decision about standards of care, safeguards, should be left to the College of Physicians and Surgeons. Now, as a 35-year member of the Ontario College of Physicians and Surgeons, I totally disagree with that. This is not the kind of decision that is normally left to the colleges, and nor should it. This is the kind of decision that should be left to the elected representatives who are in turn accountable to the people. So in summary, if we're going to allow medical assistance in dying from mental illness, it should be to a very exceedingly limited number of people. If we were to implement the law as it is now, I think it would be, a lot of people would be getting it, that the law wasn't really intended for. And nor do I think we're that close. So I think there should be no fixed date on which this law comes into effect. Now, when are we going to know we're ready to do this? I would suggest when there's some consensus from the psychiatric community. From all the surveys I've seen, the majority of psychiatrists are against this. This is certainly one indicator. We need to take however much time is necessary to do this right. This isn't like other decisions made by the House of Commons. If we mistakenly take a life, all of the politicians in this room, all of the bureaucrats in Ottawa, and all the Supreme Court justices cannot bring that life back. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member of Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his intervention. I really appreciated his perspective, and I guess my question was, I really heard a lot about the intention. And sometimes, you know, we have intentions versus impact. And I'm curious what he thinks the impact of this, just extending the deadline as opposed to actually throwing out the legislation or supporting Bill C 314 would be. Thank you.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
I'd like to thank the member for her question. And the question really now before us is the coming date for implementation, which is mid-March. And I think certainly the intention of the legislation right now is to give us more time. And I think that's entirely appropriate. I think we pride ourselves as making our decisions based on evidence. And if we're going to base our decision based on evidence, then I think this certainly has to be given more time, which means that I think there has to be a delay on this so it doesn't come into effect in March. What comes after, it's for us to determine. I personally think that there ought to be no indefinite time till we get this right.
Questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague from Thunder Bay Rainy River knows very well that I think highly of him. However, listening to his speech, I found that there was a lot of confusion. The first thing, I wondered if he had really looked over the expert report on mental illness as sole underlying medical condition. I don't think we're that far in terms of considerations. I think his practice perhaps showed him that it was necessary to be prudent in an approach like this. However, upon reading the report, he'll see that there are a lot of precautions taken, a lot of guidelines that are very specific. And it's not because there's a small number of people who have mental illnesses and who are suffering greatly that we shouldn't go forward. Because one person who's suffering too much and who's going beyond their threshold for acceptability, I think that's one person too many. I'd like to hear what he thinks.
Honourable member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
I would like to thank the member for his question, and I have in fact not read the report. I think the problem at the moment is that you have 10 provinces, 3 territories that are all expected to come up with the appropriate safeguards, and I don't think any of them have actually publicly come forward with those safeguards. Further, I would suggest that it ought not to be the College of Physicians and Surgeons who are put in the position to have to put those safeguards. I think it's up to us, the elected representatives who are accountable to the people, that ought to be the ones that are making those decisions, not the colleges of physicians. And yes, I would agree with him. One person that stays in suffering is too many. However, I would also suggest one person whose life is taken prematurely because of an overly liberal approach to MAID and the pain that causes, both particularly to the family, ought to be something that we ought to be considering before making any decision which would allow that to happen.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We were told when we voted on this legislation that Parliament would be able to review, so we could tell whether or not we had overstepped and whether it worked or not. And we were never given that right. Instead, this was handed over to the unelected Senate, who got it into their head that, hey, people who are depressed, people who have a few problems, they should be able to die. And we're having to fix that. We never got to address whether or not these provisions are working, whether or not there needs to be proper guardrails in place. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, would it be not better that this bill actually just parks this, stops it dead, until we can actually find out how this process is working for the people of Canada?
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Rainy River, a brief answer, please.
My guess is if this was to go to the Supreme Court, they might well say that this kind of difficult decision that involves balancing competing ethical values are best left to the elected representatives who are accountable to the people. We are the elected representatives, not the Senate, and so I have a lot of sympathy with what my colleague has to say. Thanks.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak on Bill C-39, an act to amend the Criminal Code on medical assistance in dying from the Liberal Minister of Justice. Madam Speaker, it's a very delicate topic, of course. This is a bill that would correct a mistake made by the Liberal government. Another mistake, you may say, Madam Speaker. This government makes decisions at the last minute, in a rush, and always has to backpedal. It is correcting a mistake, but it will create a new one. Let's go back in time, Madam Speaker, to understand where we are today. The government was going to review the law on medical assistance in dying based on the directives of the Superior Court of Quebec in 2021. The Senate put forward an amendment that, starting on March 17, 2023, would allow medical assistance in dying for people who have mental illness as their sole underlying medical condition. And guess what, Madam Speaker? The Liberals said, yes, why not? The Liberal government accepted that amendment that is now in the law. We accepted that amendment was accepted without study, without reflection, without consultation. The date of March 17th, 2023 was totally arbitrary. What did the Liberal government base itself on at the time to say yes to that amendment? What did the Liberal government base itself on to set that date of March 17th, 2023? It was just their super political instincts. And God knows how much the Liberals are navigating without a compass. They're improvising dangerously. This decision is one of many bad decisions made by this Liberal government over their 8 years in power. The problems are the following. First, the expansion of medical assistance in dying to people who have mental illness as the sole underlying medical condition. That's first. And second, setting the date of March 17th, 2023 was an arbitrary choice made without any argument or justification. Let's look at what's done elsewhere, and not just anywhere, Madam Speaker. Let's look at Quebec, where the topic of medical assistance in dying and dying in dignity is of interest to Quebec's parliamentarians for a number of years. I know because I was there as a member and a minister, and I voted in favor of medical assistance in dying. And in my soul and in my heart and in my conscience, I feel that it was a very good decision. Now, to expand medical assistance in dying in its great wisdom, the Parliament of Quebec is taking the necessary time to reflect and study. The National Assembly held a transpartisan special commission on the evolution of the law on end-of-life care. It is looking closely at whether medical assistance in dying can be broadened. It tabled its report unanimously adopted, Madam Speaker, in December 2021. That's not long ago. And imagine, Madam Speaker, the Commission doesn't recommend that people who have mental illness as the sole underlying medical condition have access to medical assistance in dying. For Quebec's parliamentarians who are members of the Commission, it seems obvious that Quebecers are not there and that society doesn't support that. But Quebec's Commission didn't stop there. It went even further, Madam Speaker. To eliminate any possible grey zone, the Commission recommends that the Government of Quebec amends its law to specify that people who have medical illness as the sole underlying medical condition not have access to medical assistance in dying. This is from the report on page 58. The Commission recommends not expanding medical assistance in dying to people with mental illness as the sole underlying medical condition. Article 26 of the law on end-of-life care should be amended. The Commission adds the following. This recommendation follows the precautionary principle that Quebec has been using since the beginning of work on medical assistance in dying. We believe that the risks associated with expanding access to medical assistance in dying to people whose only medical condition is mental illness would have too many variables and could not be tightly controlled. They continue saying, to put this recommendation in place, we believe that Article 26 of the law concerning end-of-life care should be amended so that a mental illness as the sole underlying medical condition not give access to medical assistance in dying. The Commission talks about incurability, social acceptability, diagnosis, and division on this topic within the public and medical professionals. It chose the precautionary principle that was cruelly lacking with this Liberal government in its decision-making. Following the work of this Quebec Commission and the tabling of its unanimous report, the Government of Quebec tabled Bill 38 in May 2022, not even a year ago, Madam Speaker, and took up the recommendation of the Commission. And in full transparency, Madam Speaker, Bill 38 didn't go forward because there was an election and it died on the order paper. So the bill amended Article 26 of the law by adding a prohibition on administering medical assistance in dying for a person whose sole underlying medical condition is a mental illness. So Article 13 of Bill 38 from the Government of Quebec, a person may formulate a demand, a request, if they are not a minor and able to consent, they have medical insurance, they have a grave and incurable illness, the medical situation is characterized by advanced decline, there are major physical suffering that are not tolerable to the person. And for the application of the third paragraph of the first subsection, a mental illness is not considered a grave and irremediable illness.
En vase clos. Il n'est pas désincarné de ce qui se passe au Québec. Et ces difficultés.
The difficulties raised by Quebec exist elsewhere in the country as well. Canada cannot ignore what's happening in Quebec. We are not ready for this broadening of the legislation. If we don't take action now, if we don't vote for this, in less than a month, people with only a mental health condition could have access to medical assistance in dying. We do not want this. Quebecers do not want this. Canadians do not. Canadians would not understand why we are not doing something about this, and that's why we must vote for this bill. But we will do so with significant nervousness and only partially reassured. We don't want further pitfalls to be hiding in the legislation, even though we don't want this March 17th, 2023 deadline to occur. Unfortunately, Bill C-39 only puts off the deadline by 1 year to March 17th, 2024. Why not 2 years? Why not entirely abolish this clause? Why rush the expansion of medical assistance in dying to people with only a mental illness when the country doesn't want it and when doctors are divided on the issue? I see you, Madam Speaker. I know I don't have much time yet. But in conclusion, I would just say that medical assistance in dying is very delicate. It's something that has to do with our values. It also has to do with our history. What we are asking the government of Canada, Madam Speaker, is not to only postpone the deadline. We're asking the government to give us time as parliamentarians and give us time as Canadian citizens. We need to take time. Haste is always a very poor advisor. Thank you.
Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
I'd like to thank the member for her speech. I have read the recommendations of the Committee of the Quebec National Assembly. I am interested as a Quebecer who seems to be opposed to this because the perception of a lot of us outside of Quebec is the greatest support for more liberal approaches to medical assistance in dying is from Quebec. Is this not the case? Would you like to comment on that?
L'honorable député de Bellechasse.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Madam Speaker, I think Canadians and Quebecers are on the same wavelength about this delicate issue. This is something that has to do with deep values, and I think that it is incumbent upon all of us to take the time to really evaluate the effects of all this. Very sincerely, I fear that a 1-year extension to the deadline will not change anything and will do nothing about the problems raised about accessing the expansion of medical assistance in dying for people with a mental illness. I don't think we're ready at all, and going forward with this would be overly hasty and would be dangerous. The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague who was on the Joint Committee. Just going back to something that happened, C7, which was a compromise with the Senate, was to respond to a court ruling which stated that Madame Gladu and Mr. Truchon could move forward. No one in Quebec thought that adopting C7, which enabled these two people to receive medical assistance in dying, no one thought that that was done in a hasty fashion. Everyone agreed. It was adopted, and it was adopted thanks to the creation of a committee of experts that was intended to table a report 2 years later in order to inform a joint committee that was going to make recommendations later still. So when you talk about haste, I mean, we shouldn't get too excited talking about haste, because actually in March, or by March 2024, it'll have been 3 years. And when she says that people aren't in agreement with her, aren't in agreement rather with this, I'd like to see the survey she's basing that on. And the problem is that her party, during the study, they wanted to make sure that it wouldn't be done until June because they did everything they could to prevent the committee from doing adequate work. They constantly were fighting against acceptable deadlines. So I find it a bit hypocritical coming from her party. The honourable member, I think my colleague should be quite careful about the words he uses. Recently, we heard in the media about the fact that people don't support the use of MAID for people with a mental illness. And 1 specialist out of 2 doesn't agree. And I would just say that according to the committee that he mentioned, the evolution of a mental illness can be difficult to foresee. It is difficult or impossible for clinicians to make accurate predictions about the future of a given patient. I think that answers his question.
And the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie mon collègue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Now, there is another crisis an adjacent crisis, the mental health crisis in this country. This government promised that it would implement funding to ensure that Canadians could get help for mental health. But unfortunately, it's dragging its feet on this. So I'd like to hear from my colleague what she thinks about that situation. What she thinks we should do to ensure that mental health is recognized as something serious that the government needs to invest resources in. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis. My colleague is right. Mental health is an important issue in our society. It's concerning. And instead of talking about medical assistance in dying to people who have a mental illness, we should instead earmark funds quickly to ensure that everywhere in the country, whether in rural or urban areas, anyone with mental health issues can access care.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-39, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying. A bill I'll be supporting to protect the most vulnerable Canadians from the Liberal government's reckless expansion of medical assistance in death to Canadians who are suffering solely from a mental illness. Unbelievably, if C-39 doesn't pass, Canadians struggling with mental disorder or illness will be able to access MAID as early as next month. As the Canadian Association for Suicide Prevention has said, just as life is getting harder for Canadians, it's getting easier to die. It's important to be perfectly clear that when considering MAID in the context of someone who's not dying as a result of their condition, such as a mental disorder alone, we're talking about suicide. It's almost as if the Liberals have given up. Instead of protecting those most vulnerable in our society, they've opted for the easy way out. They've chosen a dangerous path, a slippery slope. They've opened medical assistance in dying, MAID, to the most vulnerable in our society, and now they want to stop the clock, buy more time, and find another politically expedient reprieve without doing anything to actually help. I've listened intently to the debate today, and honestly, it almost makes me ashamed to be a politician. Earlier today, the minister said we need more time. Well, yes, we do. I've said this since the very first debate we had on MAID in 2016. During my intervention back then, I said as a new member of parliament, there's nothing that prepares one to adequately debate or intervene on such a weighty issue. And we need to ensure to get this right, yet they rushed it through. We've all heard the very real stories of an Ontario man requesting MAID because it's more preferable than being homeless. Or the woman who has applied for MAID after 7 years of not finding affordable housing, or Canadians accessing the food bank and asking for help with MAID. More and more Canadians are struggling, and we should be doing everything to support them, not give up on them. We've also heard the unbelievable stories of Veterans Affairs employees suggesting MAID to veterans who are struggling with post-traumatic stress disorder. These are real stories. They're not sensationalism. As the Canadian Mental Health Association has said, Canada is failing to meet its human rights obligations when Canadians with a mental illness cannot receive programs and supports they need to be well and live with dignity. This government is failing to provide even the most basic programs and supports. Madam Speaker, this is a topic that my constituents feel very strongly on. It's a divisive topic, to say the least. But I respect people's decisions. But one thing is clear, a majority of my constituents, and indeed Canadians all across our beautiful country, are against the expansion of MAID for Canadians solely dealing with mental illness or disorders. Now, Canadians need to know what it is that we are fighting for today. We need to look beyond what we're debating. The simplicity of C-39 is a contradiction to the complexity of the issue. What we're really talking about is the ability for those suffering with mental illness to end their lives. We should be we should be here today talking about what we can do to help those in need, what we can do to provide the services that will save lives. Earlier today and throughout the debate, the Liberals have tried to explain away the provisions that included mental illness in MAID. They've attempted to shift the focus from what is actually happening to what is politically expedient, with the exception of our honorable colleague from Thunder Bay, Rainy River, which I truly, truly appreciated his speech. Instead of addressing the issue head on, they are looking for us as parliamentarians to buy more time to find a soft landing. Madam Speaker, I'll be voting in favor of C-39, but I cannot support the addition of suicide to MAID ever. Let's be honest that that's exactly what we're talking about. There are times when partisan politics are called for. This is not one of those times. We can disagree on tax hikes. We can disagree on gun legislation. We can disagree on who is best prepared to move our country forward, but we cannot, however, disagree on the importance of life, the importance of fighting for those who are struggling, who believe their only way out of the hardship they're experiencing is death. Isn't that what we're here for? Isn't that what we ran on, all of us, 338 members of parliament, to stand up for those who are struggling, Canadians from coast to coast? We need to be doing everything that we can make sure that those that are struggling, those that are the most vulnerable, that we're helping them. We should be focused on offering help and treatment rather than assisted death. Just 2 short years ago, all members of this House stood and voted in favor of creating an easy-to-remember 3-digit suicide prevention hotline. It's been a long road forward, but this fall, Canadians who find themselves in trouble will have a chance to get the help they need. When seconds matter, they won't be forced to Google a 10-digit number. They simply pick up their phone, dial or text 988, and will be able to talk to a person to start the process, to get help. 988 won't be the end point. It will be a beginning. It will provide one more tool with which those who are suffering can reach out to help. Madam Speaker, as many of my colleagues know, I have dedicated my life to fighting for those who suffer silently or struggle with mental illness. I have sat with so many families devastated by suicide, whose only hope is that we do everything in this House to ensure other families never experience what their family has. So much pain, so much guilt. Through my work, I've met many who have struggled with mental illness or mental injury due to their service. And I think about that, my friends, Jason, a giant of a man who was a firefighter and gripped with suicide or gripped with PTSD and who wanted to die by suicide, but instead chose life and now helps others on their journey to beat PTSD and OSI. Or my friend Kent, who continues to serve our community each and every day. I think about their families every day and how I'm so thankful my friends chose life. And Madam Speaker, I think about my own life and how at one point I was struggling. And it was one intervention, one just by chance intervention that made me choose life. You see, when someone is struggling with a mental injury, it's sometimes tough to see the forest through the trees, so to speak. Sometimes you can't see the light through the darkness. Sometimes you just need someone to tell you they're fighting for you and to help you get the assistance you need. I live every day to fight for those who are struggling. We need to be doing everything possible that we can to make the lives easier for Canadians, to give hope when it seems there's none. We need the government to working with stakeholders to find the means to support those with mental illness. We have spent far too long talking about it. We have spent far too much time on studies that sit on shelves somewhere and gather dust. We have spent far too long doing nothing. I'll be supporting this legislation, Madam Speaker, but I'll never support the inclusion of mental illness in MAID. It's a slippery slope. And we need to take the next year or longer and find out how we can provide real support, figure out where we can actually make a difference. We need to spend the next year at least working on solutions that will keep Canadians alive. Madam Speaker, a few weeks ago, I held a meeting with a man whose young daughter had ended her life by suicide. We spoke over Zoom for almost an hour, and I listened to his story. And I heard the grief, and I heard the despair, and I heard the regret. For those of you with children, you know what I'm talking about. We live our lives to make our children's lives better. We want the world for them. We want to give our kids everything we never had. We want this place to be better for them. And you want them to know we care. What I heard in that man's voice was utterly devastating, and it was heart-wrenching. He said to me, Todd, I can live with the death of my daughter, but thinking of what she had to go through, how many hoops she had to jump through just to access help, and how she had to navigate her crisis all alone, that's unbearable. I can live with the death of my daughter, live with the death of my daughter. That's what he said. I honestly don't know how someone can listen to those words and think that what we're doing here is totally acceptable. I don't mean the year-long reprieve the government wants us to support. I mean the fact that we are even at this point, that we are here even having this discussion. Until we have provided every support, exhausted every means, done everything we possibly can to help someone through their pain and suffering. My God, how can we even be talking about this? The impact of that meeting will live on with me forever. The pain in his voice, the hurt, the picture of his daughter reaching out for help that wasn't available. And Speaker, Conservatives do not believe that medical assistance in death is an acceptable solution to mental illness and psychological suffering. Our healthcare system should help people find the hope that they need to live, not assist in their deaths. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Montcalm.
Madame la Présidente, je voudrais remercier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his moving speech. I would like to say that in a debate like this one, we need to be able to distinguish between certain things. We're not talking here about mental health. We're not talking about mental health in general and prevention. We're talking about specific cases where the situation is incurable, and we need to accept that some people with certain mental illnesses, for example, schizophrenia, their situation causes them intolerable and incurable pain. He spoke about suicidality, and he spoke about his own experiences and those in other people's lives, but in some cases, if he reads the expert reports, he'll understand that that's not what we're talking about, and that's not what we're going to legislate on. Being suicidal is reversible, and we will do everything we can to invest the proper resources to reverse it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to our honourable colleague across the way. It is his interventions today and those from the bloc that have absolutely frustrated me to no end, but I appreciate their points of view. Madam Speaker, I believe recovery is always possible. You know, as our colleague from Thunder Bay, Rainy River has said, that even the experts don't agree with what our bloc colleague is saying, that there are some that can recover and lead healthy and viable lives. And I think those are the people that we should be fighting for all the time, making sure that they know that we're there, putting in the support so that they don't have to jump through a million hoops just to get the help that they need.
The commentaire, the honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for what I believe is an important intervention and the intersection between healthcare, mental health, and this bill. Of course, it's no secret that Canadians from coast to coast to coast are enduring an incredible level of poverty. Poverty is one of the driving forces that contribute to folks' mental health, and the fact that they can't ever see a light at the end of that tunnel when they fall behind. Madam Speaker, does the member support the New Democratic Party's call for a guaranteed livable basic income that would raise folks out of this kind of poverty and ensure that the folks, and I hear the Conservatives laughing right now about this, but it would ensure that these folks actually have a chance to get out of poverty, to begin a path of recovery. The member mentions how he just stated he believes everyone deserves a chance at recovery and that everyone can. Does he support this bill that would ensure everyone has the resources to survive?
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to our honourable colleague for that question. Look, I believe that we should be viewing mental health the same as physical health, in parity with physical health. And yes, there are a lot of different things that contribute to one's mental health: affordability, access to food, and homelessness. And we should be making sure that we're doing everything to raise them up and offer the supports that they need. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, this government needs to follow up and actually follow through with their Mental Health Act promise that they did in the previous election. Thanks.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to, from the bottom of my heart, thank our honourable colleague from Caribou, Prince George. The work he's done in this place for people suffering from mental illness and for people who are feeling a suicidal ideation and need that ability to get that 988 number. I know how heartfelt his engagement is on this, and I will also be voting to see C39 through. But I probably differ from my colleague on the question of at what point do we say there has to be, with proper protocols and rules, access for people to medical assistance in dying. Is he open to considering at some point, if there were a medical consensus around this, that we should proceed to extend to mental health issues as well?
The honourable member Caribou, Prince George, a brief answer, please.
That's a tough one for me. I would have to actually work with the experts that are out there right now. As it sits, I could never support mental assistance and medically assistance in death for those that are struggling with mental illness, because I believe recovery is always possible.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise in this House. And of course, speaking on issues as weighty as medical assistance in dying are perhaps some of the most difficult things that we'll speak of in this House. And I note in the Chamber that this is going to be an issue, I'm sure, that we will face here over the next several months and perhaps again as this bill comes to pass. So what are we talking about today? We're talking about mental disorders, the sole underlying medical condition for Canadians to access medical assistance in dying. The legislation, of course, this bill is presenting legislation for a one-year delay. Why is the government asking for a one-year delay, Madam Speaker? Well, certainly this is about the concerns that Canadians have across this great country with respect to the presentation of the government, perhaps similar to Bill C-21, when the issues that Canadians had were brought forward by the Conservatives, and the Liberals, of course, had to change position with respect to that bill as well, Madam Speaker. But we also know that there are mental health advocates who have significant concerns about this bill, such as the Association of Chairs of Psychiatry have brought forth issues related to the mental disorders, the sole underlying medical condition. I think one of the things that's very germane is to help people understand what it is we were studying at the Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying. We were talking about mature minors. We were talking about advanced requests. We were talking about Canadians with disabilities. We were talking about the state of palliative care in Canada. And of course, we were talking about Canadians who suffer with a mental disorder. When we look at these particular topics, Madam Speaker, certainly there were many contentious issues and it became heated and personal at times, which perhaps as it should be. For comparison, though, Madam Speaker, I think we need to understand when we look at Canada, perhaps about 38 million people, we know that in the last year, 10,000 people died from medical assistance in dying. In California, with a very similar population, with perhaps similar rules, there were only 400 deaths due to medical assistance in dying. Perhaps people will say, well, why don't you compare the Netherlands? You know, it's been at this a while, and maybe it's a better representation. They have a population of 17 million people, and about 5,000 people died to medical assistance in dying. They already have statutes which include depression and dementia and all the other things that I've mentioned previously. So if you wanted to compare that directly to Canada, including depression and perhaps advanced requests, they have about 10,000 deaths at the current time. And we know that Canada, without mental disorder, without advanced requests, there are already 10,000 people who have died between 2020 and 21 due to MAID. And that is a year-over-year increase, Madam Speaker, of 32%. That to me is concerning, and certainly I think that anybody in this chamber would also know that on the world stage, sadly perhaps, in my mind anyway, Canada has been a world leader in medical assistance in dying, and many countries around the world have brought forward concerns of the slippery slope that Canada is now going down. One of the things that this government has promised to Canadians, which of course they haven't delivered upon, is the Canada Mental Health Transfer. And I'm sure that my honourable colleague just before me spoke about this, and I'm sad to have missed it. But that being said, Madam Speaker, that was a $4.5 billion transfer that was promised by this government in their platform in the last election. And when I read some news articles about this, it says in August 2021, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said this brand new transfer was needed, quote.
Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
In his speech, he just called the Prime Minister by his first name.
I think that the Honourable member just caught himself as well, and so although the Honourable member may be reading the quote, he can just mention Prime Minister instead of mentioning the last name.
Because
the Honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you for that state advice, Madam Speaker. Really appreciate it. Because mental health should be a priority. That is what this article said. That's the article I'm quoting here with the Prime Minister's name, which is so important to Canadians, that they understand this. But despite the sense of urgency in this Prime Minister's, and I've changed that word because we all know who the Liberal Prime Minister is, to satisfy the chamber here, Madam Speaker. Despite the Liberal Prime Minister's remarks last year, no money has yet materialized for this new Canada Mental Health Transfer. I'm going to say that again just to make sure everybody heard it. No money has yet materialized, including an initial $875 million that was supposed to have been spent or budgeted by now, according to the Liberal Party's 2021 election platform. It goes on, Madam Speaker. The Liberal platform document included a line-by-line costing of all its election promises, and it outlined a promise to spend $250 million in 2021-22 on the new mental health transfer, and then $625 million in the current 22-23 fiscal year, with additional amounts over the next 3 years, adding up to $4.5 billion with a B dollars total. None of the promised spending over the last 2 fiscal years has yet been allocated or spent. To me, that's important. This is a government, which again I'll quote from the Prime Minister, Liberal Prime Minister, matter of fact, because mental health should be a priority. I guess the question is where's the priority? Where is the priority of mental health, and why is it not materializing? We know that, my honourable colleague who spoke just before me talked incessantly on a 3-digit suicide prevention hotline, which was harder than giving birth to a baby elephant to make happen. It's absolutely shocking to think how this government wants to talk about being helpful to Canadians and how they have their proverbial backs, etc. I just don't see that, Madam Speaker. That is absolutely atrocious. This article also goes on to talk about the National Director of Public Policy for the Canadian Mental Health Association, pointing out that April's budget contained no money earmarked for this new transfer. No money. Let's be clear, for it not to be in Budget 22, at least with a timeline of ramp up to the $4.5 billion, it was really concerning to us. That's the Canadian Mental Health Association. How else is this government after 8 years, and why do they continue to fail Canadians? Well, I don't know why. That would be a great question to know the answer to. But that being said, we also heard in Health Committee just last week that counsellors and psychotherapists are required to charge GST on their services. We know that sadly many Canadians don't have private coverage for those services, but to add insult to injury, to pour salt in a wound, what we're now requiring is for Canadians to pay GST on those services. How does that make any sense? Further quoting here that psychiatrists across the country are, quote, incredibly concerned, end quote, about patients needing better access to care, including addiction services, which, Madam Speaker, the addiction services that this government would tout are a whole other kettle of fish and quite shocking. There is still controversy around providing medical assistance and dying for people with mental disorders amongst providers. And obviously, one of the other things that I think, Madam Speaker, that's very, very important, Not only the fact that this government has not transferred any, zero, nada, zilch, none of the $4.5 billion, but think of my riding of Cumberland Colchester, Madam Speaker, and the difficulties that rural Canadians are suffering. Not only are rural Canadians suffering to get access to mental health, but because of their geography, the punishing carbon tax that this government wants to put on everything in this country is really affecting their ability to, A, have the money to pay the extra GST required for counseling and psychotherapy situations, but also to put gas in their car to get them to the actual appointment, Madam Speaker. And we know if people are struggling to put food on the table, and this is a sad commentary on life in Canada where it appears everything is broken, the sad commentary is if Canadians have to choose between eating and looking after their mental health, we all know that they are likely going to choose eating, Madam Speaker. That's a very, very sad commentary. And the sad commentary will continue in this country because of the punishing taxes that this government wants to continue to levy upon Canadians, making life unaffordable. And as we go forward, we know that the crisis in mental health is going to continue. It would appear that approximately 1 in 3 Canadians are suffering with their mental health. And even though we also know that this government has put out their own projections to say that if we read this report from Departmental Results, that they would expect that 22% of Canadians would not be able to access mental health care, and the actual result is 25% of Canadians cannot access mental health care. This, Madam Speaker, is unacceptable. 0% of Canadians should have this issue, and here we have a government that's thinking that 25% is acceptable. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Cumberland Colchester for his speech. He brought up the issue. We've been hearing a lot of very disturbing news items about people who are living in poverty, a lot of them people with disabilities. A lot of those people have mental health issues that have been considering MAID just because they can't afford to live in dignity. And I'm just wondering if he would join the NDP in saying these people should have the resources to live in dignity, whether they are living with disabilities or not. And so they would need the resources to buy their food. They would need affordable housing. I just wondered if he would comment on, looking at that side of the problem.
Member Cumberland Colchester.
Well, Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I will not join the NDP. That certainly is something that I won't entertain. That being said, what we do know is that Canadians are suffering significantly in this country. How we go about solving that problem is certainly an issue that will be a matter of debate for many, many years here in this chamber. What we know is that Canadians around this country are looking at our Conservative side and saying, we need a change in this government. We know that Conservatives have ideas that are going to allow Canadians to be able to make their own money, to spend their own money in the way that they think is desirable, and to be a part of the greatest country in the world. And that's how Conservatives on this side of the House would do that, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to these various speeches, and the members are coming back to the idea that good care is required, for example, in mental health, for example, psychologists and psychiatrists, so they can help people before they turn to medical assistance in dying. But all of that, Madam Speaker, takes money invested in the healthcare system. And there was a meeting last week, and what was put on the table is absolutely shameful in terms of investments. The leader of the official opposition said he would respect what was on the table. Well, I think that if everyone says that if good health care is needed, then the investments need to be increased. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to hear on that. I think that his party should be demanding more money for health care. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question.
Clearly, Madam Speaker, that there are multiple ways to fix this healthcare system. And certainly those will be rolled out as we come closer to election time, the platform of this Conservative Party. What we also know, Madam Speaker, is that people who want to immigrate to this country to be a part of the healthcare system are being disrespected in terms of how their credentials may or may not be recognized in this country. And as everybody knows in this chamber, that if we were going to say, let's create another psychiatrist, you know, from inception at the time of going to university, you have a 4-year undergraduate degree, 4 years of medical school, at least 4 years of residency, that we cannot wait for. And we know that on this side of the House in the Conservative government, when we form that, we will want to be very respectful of immigrants and the talents they bring to this country and how they can help this ailing healthcare system.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank this member for his speech. I've been sitting on the Special Made Committee with him for some time, and I appreciate his contribution. I take issue when he said that the conversations have been heated and personal. I don't remember it being that way. Certainly there was passionate discussions, but it was certainly never personal. I hope he didn't find that I ever contributed to that impression. My question is, we can disagree all day long on whether our government has been making mental health funding a priority. He's made a point of talking about the mental health transfer. My question is, if the mental health transfer had happened yesterday, is there any scenario in which he would agree that mental health is an appropriate ground for MAID, or is it just full stop for him?
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester, a brief answer, please.
Madam Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for that, and I don't recall him making anything personal in the MAID committee, so I'm thankful for that. You know, one of the things I think that's very, very important is we can talk about scenarios and what ifs and therefores and plausibility, but Madam Speaker, let's be clear here. What we know very clearly is this Liberal government committed $4.5 billion to fund the Canada Mental Health Transfer, and you know what? They sent none of it. Zero, nilch, nada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's important to outline what we're talking about here today, C-39. Currently, due to Bill C-7, the Criminal Code explicitly states that when it comes to MAID, mental illness is not to be considered an illness, a disease, or disability. But when the Liberals passed C-7 2 years ago, it had a sunset clause in this important clarification. That means it's an important guardrail protecting those with mental illness from being eligible to seek MAID during times of depression or other crisis would expire 2 years after that bill passed, which means it's set to expire next month. Now, Liberals, having heard the outcry from across the country, from the medical community and those serving the folks with mental illness, they have introduced Bill C-39. This is a last-minute attempt to save face by extending the prohibition on MAID for mental illness for 1 more year. Madam Chair, that's not good enough. Conservatives have been united in our opposition to expanding the Liberal government's medical assisting dying regime to Canadians with the sole underlying condition of mental illness. We do not believe that medical assistance dying is an acceptable solution to mental illness and psychological suffering. Our healthcare system should help people find hope when they need to live, not assist their deaths. Allowing MAID for people with mental illnesses such as depression blurs the line between suicide assistance and suicide prevention. Experts have been clear that expanding eligibility of medical assistance in dying to Canadians living with mental illness cannot be done safely. It's impossible to determine the irremediability of an individual case of mental illness. For example, Dr. Sue Ganad, who is a physician chair of the MAID team at the Humber River Hospital in Toronto, where he's the chief of psychiatry, he states, "I know that some assessors think that they can make those predictions of irremediability in mental illness, and some assessors think they can separate what they consider traditional suicidality from what's fueling psychiatric MAID requests, and on both counts they're wrong. The evidence shows that." Andrew Lawton, a Canadian columnist and journalist, wrote the harrowing personal article 2 years ago stating that if Bill C-7 were the law of the land a decade ago, I'd probably be dead. He continues, "In 2010, I nearly succeeded in committing suicide. My battle with depression was worsening and I was losing. Miraculously, I pulled through. I count my lack of success in that attempt as my happiest failure, for which I am grateful to God's intervention and a team of dedicated healthcare practitioners. It's saddening to think that under different circumstances, these practitioners would have been the ones killing me rather than saving me. He adds, Bill C-7 undermines years of attention and billions of dollars of funding to bolster mental illness treatments and supports, including, ironically, suicide prevention awareness campaigns and programs. This bill kills hope and reinforces the flawed belief afflicting those with mental illness that life is not worth living and that one's circumstances cannot improve. Madam Speaker, every time I have risen to speak on these bills, that has been my emphasis as well. Life is worth living. Every life has dignity and value, and we need to be far better as a nation at communicating to those who need to hear it the most. 2 years ago, my friend Leah shared her story with Canadians. Leah said, "When I was 15, I first tried killing myself. I attempted suicide 7 times in the years that followed. I'm speaking about my mental health struggles here because I'm scared that doctors would soon be able to end the lives of people suffering with mental illness, people like me. To be honest, if the medical-assisted suicide had been available when I was in university, I would have used it to end my suffering as soon as I could." Leah's call to parliamentarians: I don't need someone to tell me how to die. I need someone to tell me to stay. This House should be writing laws that instills the value of life and that there's no question that this is what we value. Laws need to encourage people to stay rather than seek to end their life. Madam Speaker, Dr. John Mayer is an Ontario psychiatrist and editor-in-chief of the Journal of Ethics in Mental Health. Dr. Mayer has highlighted that the wait times for mental health treatment in Ontario programs are up to 5 years long, and that one of his patients recently told him that he'd like assisted suicide because he believed that nobody loved him. Mayer also rejects assisted suicide as a solution for mental illness, stating, "You're assisting someone in the completion of their suicide. The doctor is sanitizing the gun. I'm not at all disagreeing with those who have an irremediable illness. What I defy is that you or anyone else in this universe can prove to me that that is the person in front of you." The suicide prevention community has also pointed out the harsh reality for costs. Sean Kaiser, the executive director of the Canadian Association for Suicide Prevention, testified at committee saying, "Ending the life of someone with complex mental health problems is far simpler and likely much less expensive than offering an outstanding and ongoing care. This creates a perverse incentive for the healthcare system to encourage the use of MAID at the expense of providing adequate resources to patients, and that outcome is unacceptable." Madam Speaker, most Canadians don't support expanding MAID to those with mental illness as the only underlying condition. Today, a survey was published where a mere 30% of Canadians support MAID for those who have a mental illness. I can assure you that among my constituents, that number is far less. The vast majority of my constituents want the federal government to focus on helping people live well, invest in palliative care, suicide prevention, instead of assisted suicide. Some of the petitions I have tabled over the years here were sent to me by constituents who recognize that suicide is the leading cause of death for Canadians between the ages of 10 and 19, specifically calling on the government to protect Canadians struggling with mental illness by facilitating treatment and recovery, not death. Madam Speaker, I agree with my constituents and the majority of Canadians that this government should withdraw this entirely and table a bill that permanently removes the extension and expansion of assisted suicide for mental illness when it's an underlying condition. Madam Speaker, I want to end with some words from my friend Leah. She writes, "I want to say right now to whoever might hear this, death doesn't have to be the answer. It takes work, it takes time, it takes others, and it's complicated, but there's always hope. I'm sharing my story because I'm not the only one who has more to live for. There are people in your life who need you too. And as someone who struggles with mental illness, I don't need someone to tell me how to die. I need someone to tell me to stay." Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for his effort. But if we withdrew C39 next March 17th, mental illness is not excluded from medical assistance in dying. So we need to know what we're talking about for the first part. And second, what authorizes him to claim that he would have had access to medical assistance in dying, when in the expert report it's very clear that no expert on the planet considers that a suicidal state is irreversible. And he wouldn't have had access, even if he was thinking of suicide, he wouldn't have had access to medical assistance in dying. So what makes him say that? The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I think that that's what the article by my friend Mr. Lawton was talking about, was the very fact that under this new regime that comes into place a year from now, he would be eligible for assisted suicide. And I was quite convinced that had he sought the help, it is not clear to him in the law, and it's not clear to me in the law, that there is any obligation for the healthcare system to promote life rather than to fulfill his wishes to die, which were in fact his wishes at the time when he attempted suicide. So that is the way that I read the law. That is the way that Andrew Lawton reads the law, and I have no evidence to support the opposite of that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the concerns that have been raised right across the country about the lack of supports for mental health. This is something, as you well know, Madam Speaker, more and more Canadians are speaking about. We are in the midst of a mental health crisis. We are not seeing adequate resources by any means being applied to help address the needs that so many Canadians have. It's very relevant to the debate that we're having tonight. So my question to my honourable colleague is simply that. Does he feel that we need to be putting in place those supports immediately so that Canadians who are experiencing challenges around mental health get the support that they need and deserve?
The Honourable for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I agree that we need to ensure that we have the supports in place to support those who are going through mental health challenges. But I also think that we need to address some of the underlying causes. Why is there a mental health crisis in this country? I would say after 8 years of this Liberal government, out of control inflation, cost of living going up dramatically, a general sense of the country not progressing, not flourishing. That has led to a significant increase in the mental health crisis across this country, and we got to ensure that we can bring hope to the country, bring hope to Canadians, and ensure that or work to improve the general mental health of Canadians across the board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague. I enjoyed listening to his speech. My concern is I have many constituents in my riding with disabilities. Some of them have no voice. And the people that are caring for the individuals with disabilities also have mental health issues. But they also have POAs on the individuals. How is that going to impact their decision if they're not in the right mind to make that decision for their disabled child?
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I know that the disabilities community has reached out to me repeatedly over the last number of years, given the regime on euthanasia and how there is two classes of citizens essentially in this country when it comes to the eligibility for MAID. Those that will be offered help and those that will not be offered help. And that is a troubling thing. I do believe that the healthcare system in this country should be out of the business of MAID, and we should be in the business of helping to cure people. Now I understand the Supreme Court rulings, but the Supreme Court never said anything about having to have the healthcare system assist the suicide or euthanizing people in this country. So I think we can bring forward a system that works to ensure that life is valued in this country and that folks with disabilities feel that they are not being a burden on our society. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, I've decided to share today for the first time the story of my young cousin Gabriel, who died by suicide on March 25th, 2021. I hope this story provides some comfort to others and sharpens our understanding of the impact of this government's proposal to legalize suicide for those with mental health challenges. Gabriel was born here in Ontario but spent most of his life in the United States. He had a loving and supportive family, which included 3 siblings, but he struggled throughout his life as a result of personal health circumstances that were generally hard to classify. He had Asperger's syndrome and other things that affected the way he experienced the world, and these health challenges made it difficult for him to form relationships with his peers. These challenges contributed to a sense of rejection and loneliness. But his family was always there for him, helping him work through these challenges and helping him to see his God-given dignity and purpose. In conversations, my uncle has reflected on the contrast between Gabriel's experience and that of his younger sister, Anastasia. Anastasia has Down syndrome. Society perceives her as having a disability, and in fact, babies with Down syndrome face an extremely high abortion rate because our society fails to value people with Down syndrome, and also because Down syndrome is poorly understood. Though perceived as having a visible disability, Anastasia is full of life, joy, and happiness, which she effortlessly shares with all who she encounters, especially those who are suffering. Gabriel, by contrast, did not look any different. He did not have an easily recognizable disability, but he had immense pain that was largely invisible to the world around him. I last saw Gabriel during a family road trip in 2019. At the time, he was working as an independent construction contractor and doing very well. As happened with many young small business owners, though, his business was hit hard by the circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic, even though he himself was not at great risk from the virus. In March of 2020, a lot of North America and the world shut down as a result of fears about this novel coronavirus. People died from the virus, but many also lost livelihoods and communities, as well as the opportunity to engage in meaningful work. So many died by suicide, in proportions that we will never know precisely. Now, this government chose those unusual circumstances as the time to push forward their radical agenda of legalization of medically facilitated suicide for those facing mental health challenges. The government brought their new euthanasia law into force on March 17, 2021. This bill made changes to the euthanasia regime in Canada, which were universally decried by the disability community. As it relates to mental health, the bill contained a mechanism by which the prohibition on legalized medically facilitated suicide would automatically expire 2 years later, so on March 17, 2023. So the government legalized suicide for those with mental health challenges, but delayed the coming into force of that legalization until this year. Meanwhile, my cousin died by suicide 8 days after the passage of this legislation, on March 25, 2021, just shy of his 26th birthday. These events were not connected. My cousin wasn't following Canadian politics at the time and would not have seen our deliberations as relevant to him where he lived. But as I got the call from my father in the lobby of this very chamber, I thought about the many people like Gabriel who will be affected by our work. The many people who, like Gabriel, live with unseen pain, have highs and lows, and are deeply loved by family and friends. Up until now, the message that we have all sought to deliver to people like Gabriel is that they are loved and valued and that their lives are worth living. It has been famously said that he who has a why to live for can bear with almost any how. This insight was explored in depth by the great psychiatrist and concentration camp survivor, Dr. Viktor Frankl. Frankl observed and reflected on the circumstances of his fellow prisoners and came to realize how important meaning is to human life. Human beings are highly adaptable to circumstances, even when those circumstances involve extreme pain. Their ability to endure that pain hinges on their sense of meaning and purpose. Again, he who has a why to live for can bear almost any how. Frankl developed a psychological method called logotherapy out of this insight, that in a therapeutic context, helping people develop an understanding of their purpose and their meaning provides the critical ingredient for happiness, even happiness in spite of pain. For someone suffering from physical or mental health challenges, there is the immediate treatment or therapy that they receive, but there is also the larger social context that shapes their ability to see meaning and value in their life in the midst of suffering. I think colleagues here will identify with the fact that when someone in your family is suffering from mental health challenges, you seek to help them reduce or eliminate their pain, but you also seek to show them that their life has value and meaning in the midst of that pain. The problem is that we now live in a society that increasingly misidentifies the meaning of life as being the avoidance of pain. We follow Bentham in thinking that happiness is simply the maximization of pleasure over pain, instead of appreciating the historically much more common insight that happiness consists in the life well lived and the life lived in accordance with meaning and purpose. Today, many people think that there is no point in living if one suffers, whereas in the past it would have been universally accepted that a person can live a good, meaningful, and even happy life that includes a measure of suffering and pain. If we as a people come to define meaning and happiness as the avoidance of pain, then we contribute to a loss of hope for people like my cousin. He can live a good life if he is able to believe that his life has value and meaning in spite of his pain. But if he is made to believe that the good life consists solely in the avoidance of pain, then he must endure both the pain of the moment and the loss of perceived purpose and value. The combination of pain with a loss of purpose is likely always a cross too heavy to bear. My uncle told me that his message to Gabriel was always, "We'll get through this. We'll figure this out." Gabriel's family sought to push back against the idea that an early death was inevitable for someone like Gabriel, showing him that a good life was possible and that obstacles could be overcome. But when legislators endorse medically facilitated suicide for those who are grappling with questions of purpose and meaning in the midst of great pain and suffering, we send them the message that their life is not worth living, and we undermine their pursuit of meaning in the midst of that suffering. When doctors or when employees at Veterans Affairs Canada put suicide on the table as a way out, then they sharply send the message to the sufferer that maybe their life is not worth living, or that early death is inevitable because of what they're going through. So today, I would like to send a different message. I would like to say to the Gabriels of the world, you are loved, you are valued, and your suffering and pain do not rob you of your essential human dignity or your ability to live out a noble purpose in the world. I want to send that message because it is true, but also because it is therapeutically useful. That all those who are looking for meaning in their life can know that such meaning can be found even in the midst of pain. And notwithstanding the government's position, I hope that my statement today does send that message. Now, Madam Speaker, I know that the government's response to this is to suggest that there is some sharp moral and legal line between suicide on one hand and MAID on the other. MAID, or medical assistance in dying, being the uniquely Canadian and politically manufactured term for when a medical professional intentionally kills a patient. So is MAID for a person with mental health challenges the same thing as suicide? Well, of course it is. The only difference is that the actual pulling of the trigger is done by someone else. It is suicide with an accomplice. Is MAID available to the suicidal? Well, either MAID is for those who want it, or it is for those who don't want it. Assuming that MAID is still supposed to be only for those who request it, and since the term suicidal literally means desiring suicide, then MAID is for and only for those who are suicidal, by definition. The minister responsible for mental health recently told the House that assessors and providers for MAID are purposely trained to eliminate people who are suicidal. Now, perhaps her use of the term eliminate was a Freudian slip. But if she means that those who are suicidal are not eligible for MAID, then who in the world is eligible for MAID? The non-suicidal? It becomes evident when one provides simple definitions for the words being used that so-called MAID is the same as medically facilitated suicide, and therefore that the policy of this government is to have the medical system offer to facilitate the suicide of those who are experiencing suicidality as a result of mental health challenges. And such an offer fundamentally changes the message that those suffering will receive from society about the meaning and value of their lives. Now, specifically, the House is today debating Bill C-39, a bill that would extend the coming into force of this heinous reality for another year. I support Bill C-39 because I will support any measure that further delays the coming into force of this horror. Conservatives believe that this should be delayed indefinitely, but in the meantime, we will vote for the legislation in front of us. Who knows, perhaps the extra year will mean an election, a chance to euthanize this grievous and irremediable proposal once and for all. Now, finally, I know that many members of the government share my opposition to the proposal, at least privately. I spoke earlier about the work of Viktor Frankl. In his work on logotherapy, he outlined how moral distress can be detrimental to a person's mental health. He tells the story of one patient who experienced great moral distress because of things he was asked to do at his job. His psychiatrist had for years been working with him on a complicated regimen that involved the reevaluation of events in his childhood. Frankl himself told his patient to just get a new job, which solved the problem entirely. So to those experiencing moral distress, do not overcomplicate a simple matter. You will lose your sense of self and your own sense of meaning in life if you sacrifice your moral judgment to a fanatical justice minister. Please stand for what is right. For the Gabriels of the world, there is too much at stake. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention today, and in particular, I thank him for sharing the experience of his cousin. I think that took a lot of courage to do, and I appreciate that. I guess my, the underlying concern that I have here is that I know that this member and most Conservative members have been against any form of MAID legislation. They've voted against it every step of the way. And so my question is, when the member said, and I thought I heard him a few minutes ago or a few seconds ago talk about, if there's an election and turning back the legislation on MAID, is he referring to just what we're talking about now in terms of the mental health aspect of it, or is he talking about MAID in its entirety? Because it was something that was created out of a ruling of the Supreme Court.
Bart for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Our party has a diversity of views on many aspects of the euthanasia regime in this country. At various stages along the way, there have been Conservatives that have expressed different points of view and voted different ways. I think my past interventions are well on the record, and I think they've actually been borne out by the experience of this. When we first debated C-14, I said there's a slippery slope here. The so-called restrictions aren't going to work, aren't going to remain in place, and we've slid quite far down that slippery slope. So I think I can certainly defend the positions I've taken historically. But one area where I can say we are united on, and I think the diversity of views within our party is often a source of strength, but our caucus is united on the issue of saying that this expansion to euthanasia for those with mental health challenges is not acceptable, is not justified. It's something we're united in opposing.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his comments. And I may have asked him this same question in a previous debate on this subject, and so forgive me if I'm repeating myself, but it revolves around this issue of, one of the real concerns I think we all had with MAID, especially when it comes to people living with disabilities, is the fact that a lot of those people, aren't able to live in dignity right now. They don't have the resources. They don't have the funds to find affordable housing. They don't have the funds to often eat well. They can't go out and get a job because of their disabilities. And we as Canadians, I think, have a responsibility to provide that dignity. And I'm just wondering if he would say, is this a problem that we should tackle right away to make sure that these people don't have that horrible decision in front of them?
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree that we need to provide support to Canadians in all circumstances, that we need to do better to support Canadians living with disabilities. I would make one point in response to his question, is that I believe human dignity is inherent. That dignity isn't given by government, it isn't given by circumstances. That dignity is inherent in the individual, and that it is incumbent on us at the core level to recognize that inherent human dignity, that meaning that exists for all of us in spite of whatever challenging circumstances that we may be experiencing. But then for us as a society to treat people in a way that accords with and recognizes their inherent human dignity, and that allows them to live in ways that are fulfilling and meaningful in terms of their full potential.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess I'm troubled by the trajectory of the MAID discussion and MAID legislation. I'm glad that C38 is out here or 39 to delay this a little bit more. But I was wondering if the member could talk about. He talked about how he predicted the slippery slope. Where else this could go?
Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, 30 seconds.
Well, Madam Speaker, on that, there was a proposal from the Quebec Medical Association to allow children to be euthanized. In particular, that proposal was for infants born with disabilities, and it's horrifying to see that somebody, purportedly a doctor, would come before a parliamentary committee and actually advocate the killing of children on the basis of them having disability, and that the same association would double down on it. If someone had told me 10 years ago that this would actually be happening in the Canadian Parliament of all places, it's unbelievable just how far we've slidden so quickly.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to join this debate. The underlying legislation, Bill C-39, is very simple. The government is simply asking that it be given more time to introduce safeguards and guidelines and professional practices that would allow assisted death to be administered in a way that mistakes aren't made. Well, we already know that mistakes are being made under the current regime, so that shouldn't give Canadians any confidence. In fact, Bill C-7, which was the bill that has given rise to this request for an extension, is just another case of this Liberal government getting it so wrong, failing to consult in advance, and then after the fact, trying to fix all the mistakes and fill in all the gaps. So this is another story of failure. And what I'd like to do, Madam Speaker, is just explain a little bit of the context. You may recall back in 2015, the Supreme Court of Canada, for the first time, opened up the door to legalized assisted suicide. And this Liberal government then responded with Bill C-14, which restricted MAID, or medical assistance in dying, to those who were at the end of their lives and living in intolerable, grievous pain. We were assured that this was not a slippery slope that was intended to include other vulnerable Canadians in Canada's assisted death regime. That's what we were told. Now, many of us didn't take the government at its word. We did push back, but the government passed the legislation anyways. And sure enough, here we are, some 8 years down the road, and our fears were confirmed when the Quebec court, in the Truchon case, ruled that limiting MAID to those whose natural death was reasonably foreseeable was unconstitutional. So instead of appealing that case, a seminal case really, Madam Speaker, because it is opening up a life and death piece of legislation and expanding it without a reference to the Supreme Court of Canada. I believe that was an abdication of responsibility in itself. Instead, the government chose to accept the ruling and moved forward with Bill C-7, which ended up extending MAID to include, among others, the mentally ill. Now, I want to be clear here. I do note that the original Bill C-7 that was introduced by this Justice Minister did not include the mentally ill in Canada's assisted suicide regime. However, when that piece of legislation, C-7, went to the Senate, the other place, the senators inserted a provision expanding and extending assisted suicide to the mentally ill in Canada. And when it came back to this House, instead of pushing back the way one would expect a government to do, it simply rolled over and said, okay, fine, we'll accept it the way it is. And that is now becoming the law of the land. Now, Bill C-7 also provided that the mentally ill provisions of Bill C-7 would come into force in 2 years. That's the sunset clause that some people talk about. And during that period of time, proper safeguards and practice standards were to be put in place to ensure that mistakes weren't made. Well, not surprisingly, again, it's a Liberal government. They get to the end of the 2 years and virtually nothing has been done. The government actually struck an expert panel to review this, but it did not give that panel the right to review the merits of the underlying assisted suicide regime in Canada. There was also a joint parliamentary committee between the Senate and this House that is still reviewing these provisions. And I'm looking forward to that report. But again, the mandate of the committee did not include any real substantive review and investigation into the substance of medical-assisted suicide. All they were allowed to do was tinker around the edges to implement a policy that has life and death implications for many Canadians. So here we are. We have no safeguards. We have no guidelines for practitioners. We're sitting here, and we do support this bill because we're trying to push this down the road as far as we can. And I'll mention why in a moment. The woefully inadequate rollout of the government's MAID regime is a manifestation of a Liberal government that appears to be in disarray, whose ideology is moving Canada from a culture of life to a culture of death, rather than providing the necessary resources to our most vulnerable. And many in this House have raised that issue and have said, why is it even necessary to apply assisted suicide to the marginalized in Canada, the vulnerable? Because right now we're not providing them with the resources and supports they need to live a satisfying and joy-filled life. And you know what's really of concern is that there are numerous stakeholders that have come out and have said they oppose Bill C-7. By the way, Madam Speaker, there is no broad consensus in Canada that we move forward with assisted suicide for the mentally ill in Canada. There is no consensus. There is some consensus for MAID to be in place for other cases where there's extreme pain involved, but extending it to the mentally ill, Canadians do not support that. And you know what's of concern is that the government has now signaled it's going to go beyond the mentally ill. It has signaled that it would like to include mature minor children in this regime. And so this government charging ahead with a life and death policy that has increased Canada's momentum down that slippery slope that we had warned of. Is death now seen as a more cost-effective way of managing the most vulnerable in our society? Many have posited that that's actually the case now. Canadians have a right to question whether their government can be trusted on issues of life and death. If you're extending this to the mentally ill, you're extending it to mature minors. What about the indigent? What about the homeless? What about the drug addicted? What about veterans? We know that veterans have already been counseled by this government to consider MAID as an option to serving their needs and providing them with the support. We know that people who are arriving at the food banks are asking, where can I access MAID because I don't want to live in poverty anymore? That's a reflection on us as parliamentarians. It's a reflection on our country, and we can do better. Mr. Speaker, there is, however, some good news, and I'm going to end with this. I recently tabled a private member's bill in this House, Bill C-314, the Mental Health Protection Act, that will reverse the Liberal government's reckless acceptance of the unelected Senate's assisted death amendments. It will arrest the dangerous momentum that the expansion of medically assisted death has triggered on that slippery slope. Under my bill, those Canadians whose sole underlying medical condition is a mental disorder will not qualify for MAID. At the same time, the preamble to my bill also calls upon this government to finally deliver the mental health supports that have repeatedly been promised in federal budget after federal budget, but have never been delivered. This is the least that we owe to those who struggle with mental illnesses such as depression. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to close by saying that to ensure that we don't implement the mental health provisions of Bill C-7 before this House has an opportunity to revisit my piece of legislation, we on this side are very supportive moving forward, passing this bill expeditiously, which will simply buy another year, push this whole issue of the mentally ill down the road, and we will make sure that we implement private members' legislation that actually protects the most vulnerable.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Montcalm.
Madam Speaker, I don't know how many times I'm going to have to rise to say the same thing. My Conservative colleagues are taking shortcuts. That's their right, freedom of speech and all. But there is no one in the expert reports. There is no one saying that someone who is depressed should have access to medical assistance in dying. It's quite the opposite. There are all the necessary guardrails in the expert report to exclude those people. Now, of course, economic and social determinants can lead to depression or suicidality, but those people would not be eligible for medical assistance in dying. If you read the report, and I would invite colleagues to do so, because since earlier I see that there's a lack of knowledge of the guardrails and the precautionary principles under each of the recommendations. 16 that are very important in the expert report. I would invite my colleague to read it.
Member for Abbotsford.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, this is actually humorous because this expert panel that he references, when it had finished all of its work, when it had finished hearing from all the witnesses, what did it actually say? It didn't come up with one safeguard. They said, you know what, just do it on a case-by-case basis. You don't need safeguards. Just go ahead with the legislation as it is. That was the expert panel. There are no safeguards in place in Canada right now, Madam Speaker. None. That's why the government is actually asking for an extension of another year. But even if there were safeguards in place, Madam Speaker, we have never had the debate in this House on the merits of including the mentally ill and mentally disordered within Canada's assisted suicide regime.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I remember being involved in the very first debates, and serious concerns were raised. What kind of safeguards? What kind of protections? And we were told, we'll pass it, and then we will get a review. We never got that review. What we got was the unelected, unaccountable Senate, who are responsible to nobody but themselves, who decided that what we needed to do was actually to rewrite the law so that anyone who was depressed, anybody who had any kind of mental depression, could be allowed to die. And the government accepted that. They didn't even throw it back. They accepted it. So we are now 1 week away from this outrageous extension of MAID becoming law, because it sat on the Liberals' desk, and now we're having to bring in a law that doesn't actually deal with that. We're just putting it off. But we have never had the discussion as the elected representatives of Canadian people to decide what's fair, what's right, how do we do this, and how do we ensure safeguards. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about his position on this.
Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, not surprisingly, Madam Speaker, I totally agree with him and his analysis of what has gone on. When you have the unelected, unaccountable senators plugging in a provision that is of life and death consequence, and the government then rolls over when it comes back to this place, that's an abdication. The fact that there are no safeguards in place is of great concern. And once those safeguards are in place, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, you should fully expect that over time, this government is going to chip away at them and chip away at them so that the government can expand the scope of this legislation even more.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to compliment the member from Abbotsford for going forward with his private member bill 314. I do have a question for him for veterans, because when they were phoning in for help on the helpline, MAID was called a benefit. And several veterans phoned our office in Saskatoon and said, well, what's the benefit of MAID? When I actually phoned looking for assistance, they said, go to the website, it's right on there, MAID is a benefit. So I would just like the member from Abbotsford to talk about this, because at no time is it ever a benefit for a veteran to accept MAID.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford in 15 seconds.
Well, Madam Speaker, when I look at the plight of our veterans, many of whom suffer from PTSD, can you imagine a veteran walking into an office and asking for help? I need mental health supports. Can you help me? Begging our government. And the response is, I'm sorry. Why don't you consider medical assisted dying? Just not acceptable.
Resume debate. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it gives me mixed emotions to rise today in the House on this subject. Our hearts are full of stories of those. I don't think there's hardly a family that isn't touched by those who are battling with mental illness in some form or shape at some period or juncture in their lives. And the mere thought that MAID could be extended to those battling with mental illness is beyond disturbing. I believe Canadians from coast to coast are in agreement that this is an extension that goes way too far. And I stand today and rise today in this House as one who definitely will support this bill, Bill C-39, to delay the further extension of MAID to those with mental illness. And with that pause and with that delay, I hope that the government will take advantage of that space and time to finally put in place adequate safeguards to protect our most vulnerable.
Yes.
It's been said that the character of a nation is revealed in how it treats its most vulnerable. Right now, the character of our nation is being tested. And how will we respond to this time of testing? Will we rise to the occasion to help our fellow man, our fellow humans, our fellow neighbors and friends who are battling and who are struggling? Will we respond to their anguish? Will we respond to their pain? Will we respond to the cries that are going forth from many across this country right now who are under increased strain mentally? Many are coping and trying to self-medicate. It's led to addictions in their life and further mental health struggles. We're seeing a rise in depression and anxiety and other types of mental illness that's moving across the country at a very rapid rate, and to younger and younger Canadians. Our hearts are moved with this. And I think the importance of this delay cannot be overstated. But let us not just delay this for another year and then have to revisit it again and have this debate again. Let's move with urgency towards putting in the necessary safeguards to protect our most vulnerable. Canadians are demanding that we respond. We've had many examples of the overreach and the overextension of this, where veterans have been offered and advised to utilize medical assistance in dying. This is something that should never happen for those who are our heroes and have served and are in a time of post-traumatic stress or in a season of anxiety and depression, that we know with adequate support, with proper care, can traverse to the other side of that deep valley they may be in temporarily. I have family and friends that have had these bouts. I have seen the effects of mental illness in very deep and profound ways And in my time, in my previous vocation, I have rushed to a bridge where someone was on the edge, considering taking that step of ending their lives. I've been called to a dam in my area in the dead of winter to respond to someone who had reached their end. I am very thankful, Madam Speaker, that I can report to this House that both those individuals, and this was some time ago, have moved on with their lives. And they're living. And they're enjoying their lives. And they've made some very positive changes. I am so thankful that in that moment they chose life. And I am very thankful that at that time, medical assistance in dying was not extended to those who were battling mental illness alone. Madam Speaker, this House must put in the adequate safeguards that are needed. Experts are telling us very clearly that this should not be extended to those battling with mental illness solely and alone, because there's no way they can adequately respond or determine if the mental illness is irremediable. So with that uncertainty, with those legitimate concerns coming from health professionals and the majority of doctors and physicians across the country, it would behoove this House to not only pass this bill and give the delay, but take immediate steps to implement adequate safeguards to protect our most vulnerable. I pause in just a moment upon probably one of the most famous of passages that has ever been quoted in times of stress and duress for many people. It's oftentimes featured in movies. It's pretty well most funerals that we attend. It's a verse of great comfort. It says, "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me." Death casts a very big shadow, and those of us who've lost loved ones know that pain and grief very well. And those who've lost family members and loved ones to suicide know how dark and deep that shadow is. But there is hope, Madam Speaker. And when we are traversing the very valleys of the shadow of death, it is a valley that we can pass through and come through on the other side. And even those who are battling with mental illness, depression, and anxiety, though it may feel permanent in the moment, there are many, 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 many people who have traversed that valley and come out on the other side with hope and light again in their hearts and in their souls. And primarily, it's because they came to the realization that they were not alone.
Yes.
They have loved ones that were with them. They have family that cared for them. They had neighbors that extended a hand. They had those that would run in when everyone else ran out of their lives. And when it looked darkest, someone lit a candle in their night that brought hope. And Madam Speaker, I am thankful for those who brought light to me in darkened times of my soul. I hope that everyone in this room will take this pause that this bill will grant this House and be a light in a darkened place for those who are hurting, and extend the hope that is in the valley of the shadow of death. We don't have to fear, but we can walk with people through that most difficult of seasons in their life. Let's bring hope. Let's bring life. Let's not encourage death or a culture of death. Let's foster a culture of hope and life for those who most desperately need it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. However, he quoted one of his favorite sentences. What does he think about the quotation, "Perfect is the enemy of good"? Aren't we leaving people to suffer because we're trying to make a perfect law? Isn't the Conservative Party in danger of falling into this trap?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci à mon collègue.
Thank you to my colleague from Quebec for her question.
Not at all. I believe that we are doing something very positive when we take the time to reflect on what has been brought into place through C7 and through MAID and adequately address the ever-growing concerns of this legislation being abused or overextended to those who are dealing with mental illness alone. We need to take this time and pass this bill and make sure in the time that this bill allots us that we put in place the safeguards that Canadians are demanding so that our veterans who are vulnerable are protected, those with mental illness are protected, those who are passing through a temporary season in their life do not make a decision with such finality. We need to make sure we put the safeguards in place. Thank you.
The honourable member for, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
That's the one. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his speech this evening. I enjoy my time on the Fisheries Committee with the member. My question is, the member spoke at quite length about the putting into place the necessary safeguards to protect those most vulnerable, and I can't agree more. I'm hearing from people who are at their wits' end and telling me that for them it feels easier to die at this point than it is to keep living, and that's horrific. I've spoken about this before. This bill needs to be put into place. I absolutely agree that we need to have the appropriate information to know how we can move forward and protecting those most vulnerable. And we also need to ensure that people have what they need to live with dignity and respect. And I'm wondering if the member can share with us today if he is in agreement that we need to put into place a guaranteed livable basic income, as well as ensuring that the government is transferring mental health transfers. Thank you.
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague, and it is a pleasure to serve on the Fisheries Committee with you. And in regards to this matter, obviously the challenges of poverty and desperation and hurt and pain are evident throughout our country at this time. And many political parties from various stripes are going to come up with all kinds of potential solutions to that. But the bill that is before us for consideration today is about putting in a delay to provide time for reflection and the ability to implement safeguards. The safeguards need to be implemented for people across the board, especially our vulnerable youth, our seniors, our veterans, and all individuals who are dealing with mental challenges and the addictions epidemic that is plaguing this nation. And we need to look at it holistically. And I don't believe government can solve all these problems. We must expand that circle of solutions to include those from all sectors of society, including our faith-based communities, nonprofits, and other great NGOs that are doing tremendous work in our communities. Thank you.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Tobique-Mactaquac for a very heartfelt speech. I think he's followed this closely, and if we all remember in this House, when this bill was originally put forward, it was supposed to be very narrow cast. And one of the trade-offs was the government was going to be putting in supports for palliative care, for mental health, and sadly we haven't seen those investments. Even the original Justice Minister, Jody Wilson-Raybould, was not in support of extending this to people with mental illness. He mentioned at the beginning of his speech that, sometimes countries have to make a decision of how they want to be perceived in their heart and soul. Why is it so important right now that we make a stance to not allow this slippery slope to continue? Canadians are going through a horrible time. They need that support. What does he recommend at this time in history?
Member for Tobique-Mactaquac in 15 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague for his good question. That is the value and the absolute purpose of the pause. This pause right now, this bill will enable a pause so that we take immediate steps, because internationally they are raising questions that we are gone way to the extreme on this issue. It's time to put some adequate safeguards in place to make sure our most vulnerable are protected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As always, it is a true honour and privilege to stand here in the House of Commons to represent my beautiful community of Peterborough Kawartha. Today we are debating Bill C-39, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying. Now, I will be referring to it as MAID for the remainder of this speech. to extend the exclusion of persons living with mental illness from being eligible to receive MAID to March 17th, 2023. Madam Speaker, we're going to need to rewind a bit to paint a picture of how disturbing this legislation is and how disturbing this conversation and ideology is. In December of 2021, the Senate added an amendment to Bill C-7 without any consultation, without any study, without any discussion, to add people with mental illness as eligible for MAID. Madam Speaker, this is gravely concerning and indicative to this reckless Liberal government to add such a serious amendment without due diligence of study and consulting with experts, which targets the most vulnerable. And instead of recognizing the undemocratic and dangerous way the amendment was added and scrapping the entire thing, which should have been what happened, they are proposing simply extending the deadline with an arbitrary date. The MAID Special Joint Committee, which was created after the amendment was added, so how backward is that, heard testimony from many experts, including Dr. John Maher, clinical psychiatrist and medical ethicist, who said, quote, "Psychiatrists don't know and can't know who will get better and live decades of good life. Brain diseases are not liver diseases," end quote. So, of course, today I will support this bill, but let's call it what it is, Madam Speaker, window dressing to a much bigger ideological problem. We do not need to extend the timing of this bill. We need to get rid of making those with mental illness eligible for MAID. We need, thank you, we need to call out the Liberals for not transferring a dime of their promised $4.5 billion to the Canada Mental Health Transfer. We need to ensure that people at home watching know that we are working diligently to ensure they have timely access to treatment and recovery when they are willing to get it. That is what we need to be doing, Madam Speaker. I urge every member in this House to listen to their constituents and recognize how dangerous this message is we are sending to those struggling. I encourage every member in this House to support my colleague from Abbotsford's Bill C-314, which was introduced last Friday, which will solve this problem instead of prolonging and dragging out an amendment that should never have been put there in the first place. Madam Speaker, it is difficult, if not impossible, in the case of mental illness to determine whether someone can recover, whether they can get better, or whether they can get healthy. So you can appreciate how dangerous a bill like this is. I'm going to read into the record a letter that was recently sent to me. Dear Michelle Ferreri, my name is Kayla. I'm going to be sending this letter to several MPs, but as you are the MP presiding over the constituency where I reside, I thought I should send this to you first. I'm very troubled by something that is going to be happening very soon in this country, and I hope you will listen to what I have to say. Overall, I am a very healthy individual. I have a mental health condition, but it is my sole medical condition. However, I was mortified to discover last month that medical assistance in dying, MAID for short, will be available to people whose sole health condition is a mental health condition as of March 17, 2023. Persons who suffer from mental health conditions suffer horribly. I know that. I've suffered with mine for nearly 12 years. Perhaps the most appalling things of all are that the law, this is a quote, "The law no longer requires a person's natural death to be reasonably foreseeable as an eligibility criterion for MAID." Government of Canada, 2021. And there is no obligation for a person or their health care practitioners to inform family members if that person has requested or received MAID. I think you are an intelligent person, Michelle. I think you see this for what it is. As of March 17th, 2023, I will be eligible to end my own life on the basis that I have an incurable mental illness. Let me give you a bit more background. I have 2 university degrees in biology and environmental science. I have a job that I love and have held since a little while after I graduated. I've never failed to pay taxes, nor have I ever taken extended leave or gone on EI due to my mental illness, no matter how hard it gets. I have family and friends that I love dearly, and they love me too. And yet now, my own government has deemed my life not worth living. This just isn't unfair. This is monstrous. But it gets worse. What about those people who are in the same boat that I am medically, but are much, much worse off? They cannot pay their taxes because they cannot work. They have a substance addiction. They are veterans with PTSD. They are homeless because they cannot seem to fight off their demons. These are some of the most vulnerable people in our society. To say nothing of the nature of the mature minors, whatever on earth that means, that will be able to access MAID in the future if this doesn't stop. Make no mistake, this thing that we dress up with a nice name MAID is euthanasia of our most vulnerable people because they cannot contribute to society like others can. The fact that the government would offer to get them out of the way, convince them that they should die in this way just because the systems that the government put in place are failing them, is an unspeakable evil. I hope, Michelle, that you will do everything in your power as an MP, as I will do everything in my power as a citizen to abolish this law. I understand the federal government is seeking to push back the timing of this law, likely because it has received so much criticism. I understand that it likely wasn't you that made any of the decisions for this law to go ahead, but I also understand that you are in more of a position to do something about it than many other people are. I hope you will respond after reading this letter. Sincerely, Kayla. I did talk to Kayla, and it was a heartbreaking conversation, and she's living very well, and I would like to give Kayla a round of applause for being so brave to share that. This letter says everything Canadians need to hear. We need to be sending a message of hope and recovery, not a message that your life doesn't matter. I will leave you with one final story. Elise is a young university student, and she chatted with me during the Christmas break. She said, Michelle, I need to tell you something. I'm so worried about this legislation to extend MAID to those with mental illness. I've struggled with mental illness, and I know with certainty that if someone had offered that to me during my times of illness, I would not be here today. I wouldn't be getting my university degree, I wouldn't be in a happy, healthy relationship, and I wouldn't know that my life is worth living. Madam Speaker, we have a duty in this House to bring hope and create legislation that provides a better life for Canadians. And a better life means access to help when you need it. I urge every MP in this House to listen to the experts and to listen to Canadians and not just extend an arbitrary deadline, but drop this dangerous and reckless legislation. To everyone at home watching, families who are supporting those with mental illness, those who are living with mental illness, we see you. You are worth fighting for. Your life is worth it. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemont.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for her intervention. And sorry, I'm starting to lose my voice today. One of the things I've been hearing this evening in some of our debates from my colleagues across the way is that we need to look at this and make sure we take the time to do this and put in place the supports and the infrastructure that's going to be required. And that is exactly what this bill is going to do, is to take the time. So I'd like to ask the member opposite if she's in agreement with us extending this 1 year so that we can take a look at it and make sure the supports are there and the infrastructure is there in terms of medical assistance and dying. Thank you.
Honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. No, you have to invest in what gives people hope. There is no research. The experts, the Special Joint Committee, they've done the research. This is window dressing. This is an arbitrary timeline to something that is dangerous. There's no proof. There's no science. You cannot say with certainty whether somebody with mental illness will or will not get better. So absolutely, we need to invest. $4.5 billion was promised by this Liberal government to invest in the Canada Mental Health transfer. Not one dime has been sent. Not one. What are you saying to people at home who are struggling? Oh, yeah, we care about you. But you know what? We're not going to invest in access to treatment. We're going to invest in legislation that allows you to apply for MAID. It's wrong.
And comments, the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend, the member for Peterborough Kawartha, for her thoughtful speech. And she's absolutely right when she says there isn't the science, there isn't the evidence to support this expansion. Indeed, the overwhelming evidence at the Special Joint Committee, of which I'm a co-vice chair, was precisely the opposite. Now, the honourable member for Longueuil asked the member about whether it was appropriate to extend the deadline to essentially get it right. But evidence before the committee from a leading psychiatrist was that the medical error rate on the question of irremediability could be anywhere from 2% to 95%. So in the face of that, it would seem to me that there are no safeguards to get this right. The only thing to do to get it right is to scrap this ill-conceived.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. He is such a wealth of knowledge and facts when it comes to this legislation. And he, unlike the Liberals, has done the due diligence. I mean, that's the reality. The facts speak for themselves. The Special Joint Committee, there's hours and hours and hours on this. And it was all done backwards. So I absolutely agree with him and thank him so much for his intervention and his work on this file.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech, of course, sharing personal stories. Well, it's very moving. But it's interesting to see the Conservatives say they're basing that we should be basing decisions based on science, given their relationship with science over the past years. But, Madam Speaker, our colleague said that we didn't have data or evidence, but the people who are calling for a delay right now, well, the final report of the expert panel put forward 19 recommendations. Those experts are part of professional associations. So, of course, they're using scientific data. These are people who have expertise. I'd like to hear from my colleague. Does she not recognize the expertise of those people? That's the essential question we're asking here tonight.
Honourable Member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I think we're saying the same thing repeatedly in here, and the experts have weighed in. You cannot, with certainty, scientifically, predict whether or not someone will or will not recover from a mental illness. So if you want to take that risk and roll Russian roulette, I guess that's your answer. But the data is already there, which we've seen repeatedly.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have been here before with the Liberals scrambling to meet a deadline, unable to get their act together. In this case, though, perhaps the delay will provide us with the opportunity to get things right, or at least that is my hope. The question is that we need to ask here is not whether there should be a delay in when medical assistance in dying should be extended to the mentally ill, but whether such expansion is a wise move at all. 7 years ago, I stood in this House and predicted that we would be here today. On May 5, 2016, I said, and I quote, "It does not take much talent to predict that in the aftermath of this legislation, there will be confusion. However, if killing patients becomes an option for whatever supposedly good reason, how long will it be before that reason becomes more flexible than rigid? What about those with no family who are a drain on hospital resources? Would it not be in the financial best interest of society to end their lives?" How are we going to prevent families from pressuring their aged ones, urging them to request death so the next generation of the family will be financially better off? There are so many issues that are still unresolved. We are acting in haste, and it seems to be almost guaranteed that we will get it wrong. We might not be discussing this issue if we're doing a better job as a nation in assisting those approaching the end of their natural life. Those where is the commitment of the government to increase funding for palliative care, which was an election promise, unfulfilled in Budget 2016. I did not at that time address the issue of so-called assisted dying for those who were mentally ill. I confess that at that time, it never occurred to me that such an idea would be considered. We were talking about those whose death was not only foreseen but imminent. The idea of hastening natural death was put forward as something compassionate to ease the pain of those suffering from terminal illness. How quickly times have changed. What was once unthinkable is now being promoted as normal, which may explain why in October of last year, a representative of the Quebec College of Physicians suggested that MAID be extended to infants under the age of 1 with serious health conditions. These children are obviously too young to make such a decision themselves. It was somewhat reassuring to hear the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion say she was shocked by the suggestion and found it unacceptable. It was less reassuring when the minister also said she could not speak on behalf of the government, of the entire government, on the issue, which means I would not be surprised if in the not so distant future we are asked to make yet another extension to the circumstances in which MAID is available. According to the Center for Addiction and Mental Health, Canada's largest mental health teaching hospital and one of the world's leading research centers in the mental health field, in any given year, or in any given year, 1 in 5 Canadians experiences a mental illness. That, to put it mildly, is a significant number. Furthermore, by the time Canadians reach 40 years of age, 1 in 2, which is half the population, have or have mental illness. We need to recognize what that means for our country. Mental illness is a serious problem, but addressing it by making assisted suicide an option is not the way to proceed. Speaking to the CBC, the Minister of Disabilities said she hears frequently that some people with disabilities are seeking assisted death because they can't find adequate housing or sufficient care, that they are choosing death because of lack of social supports. Is that not also the case for those suffering from mental illness? The Center for Addiction and Mental Health tells us that about 4,000 Canadians commit suicide each year, an average for almost 11 a day. People of all ages and backgrounds, those numbers are sobering. In Ontario, 4% of adults and 14% of high school students report having seriously contemplated suicide in the past year. More than 75% of suicides involve men, but women attempt suicide 3 to 4 times more often. More than half of suicides involve people aged at 45 and or older. In Alberta, each year, according to the University of Alberta, 1 in 6 people will seriously think about suicide. There are an average of 2,400 hospital stays and more than 6,000 emergency room visits annually for self-inflicted injuries, the result of suicide attempts. More than 500 Albertans will die by suicide each year. According to Alberta Health Services, in 2018, 7,254 Albertans visited the emergency department for suicide attempts. 3 out of the 4 suicide deaths are male, with about 50% being middle-aged men aged 40 to 64. After accidents, suicide is the second leading cause of death for people aged 15 to 24 in Indigenous people, especially youth, die by suicide at rates much higher than non-Indigenous people. First Nation youth aged 15 to 24 die by suicide about 6 times more often than non-Indigenous youth. Suicide rates for Inuit youth are about 24 times the national average. This is a national tragedy, Madam Speaker. The experts tell us that the mental and physical health are linked, which means people with long-term physical health conditions such as chronic pain are much more likely to also experience mood disorders. In the same way, people suffering from mood disorders are at much higher risk of developing a long-term medical condition. What does it say about Canada as a society and Canadians as people that our response to mental illness is now going to be focusing on killing people rather than appropriate medical treatment? If we were doing a better job of supporting those who are mentally ill, we might not having this discussion today. Many of those suffering from mental health illness in its various forms will tell you that there are good days and bad days. On the bad days, when the dark cloud descends and feel like it will never lift, death seems a pleasant option. But for most people, it does. As I said earlier, about half the population will experience some form of mental illness at some point in their lives. For most of it, is something that they can overturn. Making suicide easier, though by calling it medical assistance in dying, will, I'm certain, mean that people with treatable mental illness will choose death. Some may do because they are having a low period and don't see any hope for the future. For others, it may be a lack of medical and social support to help them deal with their illness. Mental illness in Canada is estimated to cost about $50 billion annually when you include healthcare costs, loss of productivity, and reduction in health-related quality of life. That cost could be reduced if we were to invest more in mental health promotion and illness prevention programs. More support for early intervention aimed at children and family, have more emphasis on treatment for depression and anxiety disorders. We need to pass this legislation because there is a deadline approaching. Even more, though, we need to look at how we support those who are suffering from mental illness. Killing them should not be an option. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, in May 2019, every member of Parliament stood up and supported my motion M174 to establish a national suicide prevention action plan, and there were a number of key steps that this government and members of all parties agreed to, including establishing of national standards for training of people involved in suicide prevention, making sure that we were working with First Nation Métis Inuit communities on establishing norms and proper funding, as well as the obligation to report to Parliament annually on preparations for and the implementation of the National Action Plan, including data. And that never happened. The government voted for it, and nothing happened. And yet, when the unelected, unaccountable Senate decided to throw in, at the last minute, a provision that would allow mental illness to be the sole reason to judge whether someone should be allowed to die or not, that was accepted without even challenge, and now their government is scrambling at the last minute to prevent it from becoming law. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about the lost opportunities this government has had to lay a proper course for the protection of people, to make sure that we are doing things in a humane way and not having to act in such an ad hoc 11th hour response to a very badly thought out provision thrown in by the unelected, non-accountable Senate.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
I would like to thank the member from James Timmins Bay for his question. I think it speaks to the spirit of my speech and what I was trying to address here, the last minute action, the non-action on the government side when it comes to addressing even the least their election promises. It's been dragging for the last 8 years, and there's no action happening to support on a palliative care promise that they also made. So we are on the same page here to call for stop dealing with these last-minute legislations that come in to do nothing but to delay a toxic, a poison that we can ask Canadians to take at some point. That's not acceptable, and I think it's all responsibility upon our shoulders to address that and deal with it as we are a representative of the Canadian population.
Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Edmonton Manning in his speech spoke about the need for more mental health supports. Last week we had an announcement with respect to health care, but nothing with respect to dedicated mental health funding. I'd asked the parliamentary secretary about this last week, whether the governing party remains committed to a $4.5 billion Canada mental health transfer. Can the member for Edmonton Manning speak about whether he too is calling for the need for the Canada mental health transfer? Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
I thank the honourable member for his good question. Actually, that was part of actually was on our platform last election to address this, and we call it that mental health is a health issue. So you can never separate the two. The strategy has to be wide and wise to be able to address all the issues, because health care is at front of everything we're doing in this country. And it seems that this government is missing the point on that. So the call on the government to act wisely and to act in the best interest of all Canadians by seriously looking at the mental health issue that we're facing.
For Russia.
Trust, Madam Speaker. We're living at a time when Canadians have lost trust in our institutions, whether it's the government, whether it's media, whether it's even the medical profession. We need to rebuild that trust. Canadians need to believe in their country and what it stands for. This bill that we're passing, hopefully, will just delay a very bad idea. And I was wondering if my colleague could comment on why we really have to stop and reevaluate. The original Justice Minister who put this forward, he said in his speech he never even thought that this would go to mental health. She was against it. Why do we have to rebuild the trust, and why is it so important we speak out against this?
Honourable member for Edmonton Manning in 10 seconds.
I thank my honourable colleague for the question. This is the main thing. This issue is for everybody, for every politician in Canada and in this Parliament to be working together, because there's no way this should be going under the rug. So we can delay, as I said, the poison bill that we can, God forbid, give to Canadians. So
resuming debate, the honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all my colleagues who have spoken so eloquently here this past many hours. It will come as no surprise to my colleagues that I'm opposed to medical assistance in dying, and also opposed to any expansion thereof. But I will be voting in favor of this bill, Bill C-39, because what it will do is it will extend and delay the imminent move that this Liberal government wants to move, which is extending MAID to those with mental illnesses. When MAID first came to this House and was presented by this Liberal government, I was on the Justice Committee, and I early on warned this House that MAID was going to be a slippery slope. Reasonably foreseeable would not remain the standard by which MAID cases would be adjudicated, and how this legislation would also pose a serious threat to those with disabilities. The elderly, the poor, and particularly those with mental health issues. In August of this last year, the Associated Press and National Post both published reports on what's been happening in Canada's hospitals since this Liberal government introduced one of the most permissive assisted suicide regimens in the world. The results are alarming. In an interview, Tim Staton, director of UBC's Canadian Institute for Inclusion and Citizenship, one of our leading experts on the subject, called MAID the biggest existential threat to disabled people since the Nazis' program in Germany in the 1930s. A follow-up article in Forbes magazine, an article written by journalist Gus Alexio, who himself suffers from multiple sclerosis, writes, "Unfettered accessibility to MAID could prove to be one of the most malignant forces of the disability community, including those with mental disability or illness, has had to contend with since the mercy killings of the Third Reich almost 9 decades ago." Why? Because their reporting discovered that the people who are being targeted for MAID, and I don't think that's too wrong a word to use as targeted, are the most vulnerable Canadians, those who are disabled, seniors, those living in poverty, and those with a mental illness. Their story begins with Alan from BC, who suffered from severe depression. He was administered MAID shortly after being taken to the hospital for a psychiatric episode. His family begged the doctors not to kill him, as he had been involuntarily admitted and was in the throes of a psychotic episode when he demanded MAID. The family's pleas were ignored, and Alan was dead shortly thereafter. As Dr. Mark Comrade, a psychologist at Johns Hopkins University, accurately predicted, your law, when he's talking about Canadians, will provide and not prevent suicide for psychiatric patients. Alan's death was not a reasonably foreseeable death. He was killed because he had a mental health condition. Then there was a disturbing incident where a Veterans Affairs agent casually offered MAID to a veteran with PTSD and traumatic brain injury, something they had no business doing. And so, to their credit, the government dealt with that employee, and I commend them for that, as I commend them for taking this pause on MAID expansion. I was in government, and I know how hard it is to think back, or to walk back on things, and it takes courage to do that, and so I'm glad this government has seen fit to do that. But it turns out this one veteran incident wasn't an isolated incident. It was one of 6 incidents that we know of where it was suggested that veterans should consider assisted death. Moreover, let's be clear that what we're talking about, because as I listened to the Justice Minister and read some of what has been put into print, it doesn't sound like he's convinced that those with mental illness shouldn't receive MAID. It just sounds like he wasn't ready to go. CBC on February the 2nd of this past year quoted him saying, "COVID slowed everything down. To be honest, we could have gone forward with the original date, but we wanted to be sure, we wanted to be safe, we wanted everybody to be on the same page. We want in, particularly with those health practitioners, those faculties of medicine, colleges who had some concerns, to have time to internalize what is happening." Let me read that sentence again. We want in, particular with those health practitioners, those faculties of medicine, colleges who had some concerns, to have time to internalize what is happening. That doesn't sound like an about-face to me, Madam Speaker. That sounds like the minister and the government still have every intention of moving forward with this. A 2021 report by the UN warned Canada's liberalization of euthanasia poses dire threats to its elderly and infirm populations. That threat certainly includes those suffering with mental illness. It goes on, there is a grave concern that if assisted death is made available for all persons with a health condition or impairment, including mental health, a social assumption might follow that it is better to be dead than to live with a disability. Given what we have seen to date, that certainly appears to be the case. Just a little less than a year ago, last February, I received an email from a constituent, not my constituent, but a constituent of a Liberal member of Parliament, and it was sent to several MPs. And I would like, Madam Speaker, to read that into the record. It comes from a woman with the name of Melissa, and this is what she says. "I was the furthest thing from being a productive member of society. 15 years ago, I was struggling really bad. I had entered into my second year of grade 10, which was due to a mental health diagnosis. I was diagnosed with PTSD, a personality disorder, major depressions, and I had anxiety and was on a bunch of antipsychotics. I was in and out of crisis stabilization units, psych wards, and a couple years later, I got kicked out of a safe home for youth. I got kicked out of school and home because I was overdosing on the prescription medication and was self-mutilating. I was a lost cause and didn't want to live, and suicide was the only way out from all this pain, or so I thought. I was a prime candidate for MAID since my condition was nearly impossible to overcome, apart from a miracle. I was a burden on my family, the medical system, the education system, and on top of it, all that, I had chronic stomach issues and back pain, which I would frequent the hospitals for. If I had an open door to access MAID, that would have been something I would have seriously considered, and I would not be here to tell you my story. There are so many young teens like myself grow up in broken homes and get stuck in hopelessness and despair, and there are others who have everything they could ever want, yet still suffer from issues affecting their mental and physical health. Not everyone overcomes, and it gets carried into their adult life, which makes them eligible for medical assistance in dying. When you make that choice to go through with MAID, you no longer have an opportunity to go back and reconsider your decision. I know people suffer and life can be tough, and there are moments that seem unbearable, but there is hope. I've been there before. I suffered for over 10 years. I started on antidepressants by the age of 12, and by the middle of high school, I had lost my mind, and I just wanted to end it. Yes, taking life is a very serious matter. I met Jesus, who became my hope. I know that the name of Jesus has been frequently misrepresented, but the Jesus I met truly takes away needless pain and suffering. And then she addresses her Liberal member of Parliament and asks them to reconsider the support that they would have for this particular bill. Madam Speaker, sadly, this is happening in Canada at the same time as we're growing a serious healthcare crisis that's been exacerbated by years of COVID, restrictions, and delays. Millions of Canadians are unable to access primary care, and wait times for doctors, appointments, surgeries, mental health support, and emergency room visits are among the longest in the developed world. Since it was expanded, MAID has seen a dramatic upswing, exacerbated by COVID-19, and the inability of too many Canadians to access timely and proper health care, including a lack of mental health supports. In fact, in an Angus Reid survey that just came out today, 55% of Canadians are worried that expansion of MAID will become a substitute for social services. You know, an ER doctor recently told my office that prior to COVID, mental health cases accounted for 1 in every 7 ER visits. Post-COVID, post-restrictions, that number is 1 in 3. Now, according to research in the National Post, 2020 saw a 17% increase in MAID deaths over 2019, disproportionately involving the elderly. I see no reason why we will not see an even more significant jump if MAID legislation is permanently expanded to include mental illness. Madam Speaker, I can see my time is running out, so I want to close with this. I recognize that for many for whom every day is a struggle, for whom mental health and physical health issues are debilitating, I won't begin to pretend that I know what it's like, and I want to be sensitive to that. But I believe that every human life, whatever the contents and challenges of that life may be, holds an innate and sacred dignity. Only God can give life, and only God should be able to take life. It is my deeply held conviction that from the conception to natural death, life is a precious gift. It is the role of government to seek the best for all its citizens. We must adopt policies that embrace that gift, policies that uphold life and reinforce the value of every citizen. As Pope Francis put it in his recent Canadian tour, we need to learn how to listen to the pain of patients who, in place of affection, are administered death. We need to be there for the elderly, the infirm, the disabled. We need to be there for those who are suffering from mental illness, not offering the needle.
I have been quite generous in the time I've given the honourable member. We have gone way beyond. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmund Griswold.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for what I believe is an important intervention. In the light of this important bill and the need to actually push this to a place where the government has an opportunity and members of this House have an opportunity to hear more about the need to ensure that those who are desperate, those who are in need, and those who are seeking the kind of supports that mental health can provide them actually have those resources and can actually get to that point without seeking the need of MAID. So I support the member in the call for that. However, I do support as well the need to ensure that those who are furthest behind and those who need support actually get that support through the mental health transfer or through other means like the guaranteed livable basic income. This is an important piece to this, Madam Speaker. Can you elaborate on the need to ensure that we actually support those who are living in poverty with real tools and real solutions so they can live with dignity?
The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank you to my colleague from Edmonton for that question. Absolutely, we need to support individuals, Madam Speaker. We know that in the recent healthcare proposal from this federal government to the premiers of the provinces, that there wasn't mention of mental health care support. And that's very unfortunate. They had a wonderful opportunity to expand on this and to incorporate that into the funding that they were providing for the territories and the provinces. They chose not to do that. In addition also to providing supports for folks looking at mental health crises, we know that the cost of living has become a huge burden for individuals and that has intensified their feelings of hopelessness and exasperation. And under this Liberal government, we've seen the cost of living increase significantly, and we're going to see it increase more with their proposals for additional taxes.
And comments, the honourable member for the honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker. And I listened with great interest to that last answer provided. And, the question I would have is that we've heard from many speeches today from the opposition that it's all about supporting people, and yet every time our government has provided, whether it's one-time income support, whether it's assistance for housing, members opposite have voted against those initiatives. And so I'm not certain how you can have it both ways to suggest that we need to be there for people in their time of need. I guess I would ask through you, Madam Chairman, or Madam Speaker, why does the opposition continue to vote against those initiatives put forward by the government that are helping the very people that they're referencing in their speeches today?
Member for Promotion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Hamilton East for that question. That's a really good question. On the surface, it might appear as though we're not supporting the people that he's referenced to as needing the help that I've spoke about in my speech. However, that's not the case. Because what we want to do is we want to give people their freedom back, freedom to make choices, which this Liberal NDP coalition has taken away from them. We want to give people back the freedom to be able to pay for the gas. We want to be able to give people back the freedom to buy the food that they require and not to have to rely on food banks and skipping meals to pay for their children. We want to give people their lives back. We want to give them their freedom back, and that'll be a huge asset to their mental health. And that's why we as Conservatives have been opposing the reckless spending of this Liberal government.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He said at the opening part of his speech that he would be voting in favor of extending the deadline by another year. Is he optimistic that in that 1 year the government will actually be able to develop regulations and safeguards and guidelines to assist the medical profession in responsible application of medical assistance in dying?
The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Aldergrove Langley for that question. I think I partially answered that question in my speech. I am voting in favor of Bill C-39, which will provide for an extension of 1 year, and I think it's something that this government needs to sit back, to take a pause, and to listen to the experts, listen to Canadians, and what are they saying? Is this legislation that they really want? Is it something that we should move forward with? And I do hope that they take the time to reflect on this based on what the Minister of Justice has comments that he's made in this House and also in the media. I'm not optimistic that he's going to do that. I think this, for him, this is a 1 year delay to his plan and implementation to provide aid to those people suffering from mental illness. But I do hope that he does take the time together with his party to reevaluate moving ahead with this legislation. And I hope, in fact, that they stop it because it's wrong.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is something very broken in Canada today. I could talk about inflation being at 40-year highs. I could talk about interest rate hikes in the last 12 months that are doubling the average mortgage payments and making residential rental rates out of reach for many workers in Canadian cities that need workers. I could talk about the housing affordability crisis. I could talk about crime. And we have talked about these things. And we are now learning that recent polls say that 2/3 of Canadians feel that Canada is, in fact, broken. Now, one of the pillars of our society they feel is broken is our healthcare system. Canadians used to be proud of our universal, world-class, leading-edge healthcare system. Now people wait for hours for emergency care and months for specialist appointments. This does not line up with the view that we as Canadians have of ourselves as a prosperous nation. There's indeed something broken, and nowhere is this more evident than in our mental health care arena. We are in the midst of a serious opioid crisis right across this country, certainly in British Columbia, my home province. Decriminalization, safe supply, anti-stigma campaigns have had, at best, very little positive effect. And at worst, they have contributed to the skyrocketing of opioid deaths in the last 8 years. Clearly, what this government has been doing has not been working. And Madam Speaker, it is in this environment that we are now, as parliamentarians, talking about whether MAID, medical assistance in dying, should be made available to those whose only underlying health condition is a mental illness. Indeed, there is something broken. There was a time when those suffering a mental illness got the help they needed. I want to quote from an editorial that ran in last weekend's Vancouver Sun by editorial writer Douglas Todd. Now, he writes often, but not often about himself or his family. But here's a very personal story. When Mr. Todd was a young man, his father, Harold, a World War II vet, was diagnosed with schizophrenia. He spent many stable years in Metro Vancouver's Riverview Hospital, where he received 3 meals a day, where he was kept safe, where nurses administered and monitored his medications, where he was stable. Riverview was not perfect, but it kept Harold off the streets. Now, Harold died 23 years ago, according to the story, right around the time that the provincial government started taking the view that hospitals and boarding houses for the mentally ill were inhumane, paternalistic, and that patients with mental illness should not be out of sight, out of mind, but should be allowed to live in community. So these facilities have been largely wound down and replaced with, well, nothing. Disaster. Now, the younger Todd notes that last year alone, 2,272 British Columbia residents died of toxic street drugs. And he says this, quote, "If my dad had not had stable housing, he would have been vulnerable to such a fate," close quote. And that is where mental health is at in Canada in 2023. That brings me now to the question of recovery and incurability of mental health. A number of my colleagues have spoken about that. A member of my community shared with me this chilling story of how their daughter struggled with mental health years ago, and through a proverbial turn of events, happened upon a hospital during a severe bout with suicidality. My constituent is confident that if her daughter had been offered MAID in the hospital that day, she would have agreed to it. Instead, she found hope for a better tomorrow and access to real support. She is now recovered and is living a full life as a mother, as a wife, a mother, and a member of our community. This question of possible recovery is one that experts disagree on. What constitutes irremediability for mental illness? When is a mental illness incurable, and how do we discern that? Our special Joint Parliamentary Committee on MAID looked into these very troubling questions. One witness shared that he likely would have chosen MAID in his darkest days, but now has a rich life with successful medication and therapy. Dr. Rakis gave this opinion that people struggling with mental illness, that offering MAID to them is a clear, quote, clear signal of disengagement from mental illness. Dr. Serene from the Association of Chairs of Psychiatry said in December 2022 to the committee, quote, "We are in the middle of an opioid epidemic, and we're in the middle of a mental health pandemic. Post-COVID, wait times for access to treatment are the highest ever," close quote. Now, Madam Speaker, we can't pretend that patients have a free choice between MAID and treatment when treatment is simply not accessible. When no consensus has been reached about such pivotal questions as, can this person be cured, there's a huge risk in assuming that they cannot. The reality is providing MAID to a person suffering from mental illness is an irreversible reaction to a condition that we don't know whether it is incurable. Dr. Maher summed this up perfectly in his testimony to the committee when he said, quote, "The rallying cry is autonomy at all costs. But the inescapable cost is people dying who could get better. What number of mistaken guesses is acceptable to you?" He challenged the committee. Dr. Mishara added that he has personally known countless people who have, quote, "convincingly explained that they want to die, to end their suffering, and are now thankful to be alive. If you proceed to allow MAID for persons with mental illness, how many people who will later have been happy to be alive are you willing to let die?" Now, Madam Speaker, there are, of course, experts on the other side of the debate who assure us that we can discern between people who apply for MAID and people who suffer from suicidal ideation. Experts who believe that when a person is depressed and can see no brighter future, that we should not try to change their mind by offering care, medication, and therapy. But I'm confident that this lack of consensus alone should be enough to say definitively no. Expanding MAID to those whose only underlying condition is mental health is not a responsible public policy choice. Instead, let's fix our healthcare system. Let's see this government deliver on its forgotten promise to fund Canada mental health. Let's open or reopen our assisted living homes for people suffering of mental illness. Let's take care of our mentally ill people. Let's give hope for a better tomorrow and the support needed to live through today. Madam Speaker, the very narrow question that we're addressing today is whether we will vote in favor of a bill that would extend the deadline. The government has a 2-year deadline. That time has come and gone, or soon will be upon us. March 17th, I think, is the deadline. Do we give them another year? Do we give ourselves another year to develop the guidelines, to develop the regulations, to develop the safeguards, to make sure that MAID for mentally ill patients is administered in as responsible a manner as possible? To be honest, I'm torn on this. I voted against MAID in the first place, but Madam Speaker, like my colleague, I will be voting in favor of this because I am optimistic that we can at least come up with regulations that will put safeguards in place to manage this very troubling public policy question. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I will ask on a topic that he didn't really speak to, but he is from British Columbia and is aware of the huge Indigenous population that live in British Columbia. And I wonder if the member agrees that there needs to be provisions or regulations added to make sure that Indigenous peoples are protected better, especially in the healthcare system, mental health care system that doesn't recognize broadly enough their cultural and the need for reconciliation. So mental health services need to be unique and more tailored to Indigenous peoples, and I wonder if he can share his thoughts on that.
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
I would like to thank the member from Nunavut for a very thoughtful question. Yes, indeed, I would completely support the government doing whatever is necessary to make sure that Indigenous people, but indeed all Canadians, receive the medical health and care that they need. I gave the example of the story of Mr. Todd's father. I think that's just a great example where Canada used to do this much better. But for some ideological reason, we have abandoned that. And look, it's a disaster. I'm very sensitive to the fact that Indigenous people are disproportionately represented on the downtown east side of Vancouver. People suffering of mental health. They need to have the care that is necessary for them to recover. And I've worked with, just as an addition, I've worked with the Kwantlen First Nation community in my riding to help them develop culturally sensitive seniors housing, seniors care, because I recognize that that is absolutely necessary. Thank you.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Edmonton. Saskowin. Oh, I always would Taskowin.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, just over a year ago, we had an election campaign, and in the Liberal platform, there was nothing about the extension of medical assistance in dying for people with mental illness. What there was in the Liberal platform was a very clear promise to fund a Canada Mental Health Transfer, $4.5 billion over 5 years, of which very clearly, I think it's on page 75 in the costing document, very clearly laid out that by now, almost $1 billion was to have been transferred already by now. And we haven't seen a cent of that almost $1 billion that was to have been transferred. I wonder if the honourable member could speak to that sort of disconnect that has a Liberal government that isn't fulfilling their own promise to properly fund mental health, but instead has moved forward and now is having to pause, having moved forward on extending medical assistance in dying to people with mental illness.
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you to my colleague for that question. Indeed, Canadians are disappointed that this government has failed to deliver on their promise to fund mental health to the extent that it is necessary. And they're doubly disappointed now that the government is now talking about expanding medical assistance dying for mentally ill people. They need help. They do not need assistance in dying. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Brisbane.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I asked my Conservative colleague who spoke just previous to this colleague of mine the same question I'll ask him, which is in relation to trying to deter one of the main contributors to mental health crisis here in Canada. His colleagues have mentioned it all day, which is poverty. The New Democrats have tabled a solution, the guaranteed livable basic income. And I understand the Conservatives might disagree with that, but what solutions can the Conservative Party offer? Solutions, not just criticisms, but solution to ensuring that those who are most vulnerable, those living in poverty, those who don't have the means to survive, actually have that support so they can live with dignity.
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, good. Thank you. I'll tell you what is not the solution, and that is to allow mentally ill people to live in tent cities. Mentally ill people to live in squalor in some of the single room occupancy hotels in the downtown east side. This is terrible. The government is funding those homes, but it's inadequate. It's just slightly better than living in a tent. So I completely agree.
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and appreciate the opportunity to speak here today to an important bill. But we have to ask ourselves, why are we here this evening debating Bill C-39? What brought us to this place? And what brought us to this place was a government, once again, that had acted completely irresponsibly and with great overreach, ignoring the experts, ignoring Parliament, and ignoring the most vulnerable. So we'll back up a little bit, Madam Speaker. Bill C-7, which expanded medical assistance in dying in this country, went through the House of Commons, went through our committee, the Justice Committee. Accompanying any piece of government legislation is a charter statement from the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. A charter statement is the government's certification that the legislation complies with our Canadian Charter of Rights. And I want to read just briefly from that charter statement. The minister's charter statement stated in Bill C-7 that it excluded individuals with mental illness from eligibility to access MAID because, quote, the inherent risk and complexity that the availability of MAID would present for individuals who suffer solely from mental illness. First, evidence suggests that screening for decision-making capacity is particularly difficult and subject to a high degree of error in relation to persons who suffer from a mental illness serious enough to ground a request in MAID. At the time, the minister said there is not the public support nor is the infrastructure in place to allow medical assistance in dying for individuals whose sole underlying condition is mental illness. The bill, C-7, then goes to the Senate, the unelected Senate. The Senate amends the bill to include mental illness with no safeguards, no accounting for the fact that it was an extreme broadening of Canada's MAID legislation and would in fact lead Canada to becoming an outlier. And that bill came back to the House and was passed by the government with the opposition from our Conservative caucus members, Conservative parliamentarians, strongly opposed because we knew that MAID should not be expanded to those who are suffering with mental illness. I look, when we are reaching out to those that are struggling, like Bell Let's Talk, I see members of Parliament posting that on their social media. The terrible message that it sends is that we as a Parliament think that for those suffering with mental illness, that offering them death should be an option. And you may say, well, that's not what this is about. Unfortunately, that's exactly what it's about. And it's already happening, Madam Speaker. Many of us were horrified to hear of bureaucrats from the Canadian government in a department where we entrust vulnerable veterans, veterans suffering with post-traumatic stress disorder. Can you imagine the family of a veteran who goes to Veterans Affairs for help and without even mentioning the issue is offered the opportunity to explore medical assistance in dying when they're suffering from PTSD? Imagine how that would make you feel for someone who's struggling and is trying to stay motivated to stay alive. Now, the Minister of Veterans Affairs said, oh, that's a one-off. You know, that was just one problematic situation. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we found out it wasn't a one-off, that it happened many times, an untold number of times. We don't know how many times it happened. And that's before medical assistance in dying is officially expanded to those suffering with mental illness. As recently, so why are we here today? We're here because the Minister of Justice supported this and pushed this forward. In spite of, we know there's Liberal caucus members that are very uncomfortable with this because they know it's wrong. Just today, we read an article saying that only 3 in 10 Canadians support the idea of allowing patients to seek MAID based purely on mental illness. 7 in 10 Canadians, the constituents that these Liberal caucus members represent, 7 in 10 do not support this going forward. But the Minister of Justice said in the same article, to be honest, we could have gone forward with the original date, but we want to be sure, we want to be safe, we want everyone to be on the same page. So the government's saying, we need everyone to think like us. We need everyone to warm up to the idea. Madam Speaker, we do not accept that. We are going to continue the fight for the most vulnerable. And you know, this is happening right now in our Canada, and it's so very upsetting for many of us when we read in this same article, a report noted that an Ontario man recently made news after he requested MAID, not because he wanted to die, but because he thought it was a preferable alternative to being homeless. A disabled Ontario woman also applied for MAID after 7 years of applying for affordable housing in Toronto with no luck. So, Madam Speaker, the abuse of this system is happening in real time. It's happening now. And now, with the passage of the amended Bill C-7, we were set next month without any safeguards. We were set for those suffering from mental illness to be eligible for MAID. So Bill C-39 is the government's attempt to kick this down the road another year. And where have we seen these U-turns? On Bill C-75, bail changes. The government overstepped. Now they're reversing course. On the gun legislation, the government realized they made a big overreach. Now they're trying to climb down from that. And, you know, Madam Speaker, Canadians suffering with mental illness, they deserve better than that. They deserve a thoughtful approach. And, you know, I stood in this House, it wasn't that long ago, it was back in October 2020. And in fact, Parliament was observing Mental Health Week that week. And unfortunately, at that time, parliamentarians did not know that the Liberal government would soon include mental illness in their planned expansion. And at that point in that speech, one of the key foundations of Canadian society and our collective identity is that we are a caring and compassionate country. And, Madam Speaker, Canadians, many in this chamber, do not see anything caring or compassionate about making people who are living with mental illness eligible for medically assisted death. What message does it send to Canadians who live with mental illness? These are not people who are at the end of their life. These are not people who would otherwise die. So why is the Liberal government pushing to include them in their medical assistance in dying regime? The president of the Canadian Medical Association said to me, and I quote, "We have a responsibility, we believe, as physicians and as a society, to make sure that all vulnerable Canadians have access to proper care and the support they need." And those two scenarios I listed, Madam Speaker, we all have these scenarios in our ridings of individuals in need that are not getting the help that they need. So if we haven't succeeded to make sure that every Canadian living with mental illness has access to timely mental health care or adequate support, how is it that this government and this minister was comfortable in proceeding with this broadening of medical assistance in dying in such a radical way to take effect next month? Despite the fact that this radical expansion of MAID was passed in early 2021, Conservatives, we have not given up the fight to do what is right and to protect vulnerable Canadians, and we will not give up that fight. Madam Speaker, this government failed to conduct a mandatory review of their own MAID legislation. That was supposed to happen. It didn't happen. The minister was to complete a charter statement. He did that on Bill C-7. And that Bill C-7 charter statement very clearly rationalized why individuals suffering with mental illness were not included in Bill C-7. That is how they arrived at the constitutionality of the bill. But now, with this massive change, we don't see the updated charter statement. We don't hear the minister talking about the charter rights of those that are suffering. And this is remarkable because this statement was written over 2 years ago. A few days ago, more than 25 legal experts signed a letter addressed to the Prime Minister and members of their cabinet challenging them to do better on this. Madam Speaker, this expansion is wrong. Conservatives will support extending the coming into force by a year, but in that time, we will not give up the fight to protect the most vulnerable.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank my colleague for his excellent speech. The government has said that their approach is to try to eliminate from consideration those that are suicidal. In other words, if you are suicidal, you can't have MAID, but if you're not suicidal, you can have MAID. On the face of it, this doesn't make any sense because, by definition, a person who is seeking suicide, facilitated through the medical system, is suicidal. And the government is trying to make distinctions between concepts where no real distinctions exist. The reality of their policy is that people will be able to go to the medical system who are experiencing suicidal thoughts, mental health challenges, and they will be facilitated in that by the medical system. I wonder if the member just has a comment on the wordplay, the misrepresentation being used by the government to mask what is truly going to be the reality under their program.
The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
I thank my honourable colleague for his question. He's absolutely right. If it wasn't such a serious issue, it would be laughable to suggest that those that are suicidal would not be eligible for assisted suicide. That makes no sense. Medical assistance in dying, expansion to include those who are suffering mental illness, makes Canada an international outlier. Liberal members understand that, and that's why internally they're having such great discomfort. Conservatives have to continue, and all parliamentarians should continue the fight to support those who are suffering with mental illness, to make sure that Canadians have the supports that they need, and to ensure that no government is offering to someone suffering with mental illness medical assistance in dying. My honourable colleague is quite right in pointing out how ludicrous this position is that the Liberals are putting forward.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. I am wholeheartedly in support of the delay of expanding MAID for those who have mental disorders as a sole underlying condition. We know that people deserve to have access to mental health supports, a home, and food on the table. Yet the Liberals have yet to transfer a dime to provinces and territories of the mental health transfer. And to make matters worse, people don't have access to the basics to meet their basic needs. And I'm wondering if the member can share what he's hearing from constituents in his riding around what they need, around the benefits to them to have access to affordable housing, to guaranteed livable basic income, and to have access to the mental health supports that they need.
Good question.
For Fundy Royal.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for her question, and she's quite right. In such a void that exists right now in the supports that people need, the last thing that a government should be offering by way of help is medical assistance in dying. I shared in my speech a couple of stories, but these stories are repeated across the country and in many of our ridings, and I think we should all be shocked by them. Someone who cannot afford affordable housing and now is seeking MAID. We've heard of people going to food banks looking for food, but also asking about MAID. We hear of government employees, bureaucrats within the Department of Veterans Affairs offering individuals who are suffering with PTSD the opportunity for MAID. We have to ensure that we're supporting our fellow Canadian, not offering them assisted dying.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker and honourable colleague, I would ask whether or not, given the circumstances, that if we don't pass this bill, the provisions that were included in C7 will automatically come into force. I assume he'll be voting for C39. What steps would he and his party want to see taken before March 2024 to ensure that the adequate mental health supports are provided to all Canadians?
Member for Fundy Royal.
Thank the honourable member. The minister seems to be of the opinion that if we just let people warm up to the idea, it'll somehow become a good idea. And what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, is that this is not something that should be offered Canadians this year or next year or the year after that. Offering medical assistance in dying to someone who's suffering with mental illness is not the right move forward. The member's quite right in saying there's rules within Bill C7 that certainly do not contemplate this massive expansion. Rules that apply to someone who is near death or has a reasonable foreseeability of death. Those rules are not made to apply to someone who's suffering with mental illness. So, Madam Speaker, I would argue that all of us in this place should agree to do better and to fight hand in hand for those that are suffering with mental illness.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always honoured to rise in this chamber. And we've been discussing very, very profound issues today. Perhaps some of the most profound issues we can ever discuss in Parliament, which is life and death of loved ones and death of those who have no one to love them. And yet, this is all happening in context of Bill C-39, which absolutely fails the test of profundity because it's a last-minute scramble. It's a papering over of an absolute failure to deal with something that should have been dealt with from the beginning, and the government continues to drop the ball. So I'm going to speak a bit of how we got here, and I will say that it is really important in this debate to be careful with the language we use and to be careful with each other. Because I've heard it's alluded as though this was some kind of Nazi regime, which is ridiculous. I've heard people talk about being loved and other people saying, well, this isn't, we're not respecting rights. We're talking about the most intimate acts that a human experiences: birth and death. And it may sound odd to say that death is an intimate act. Death can be very traumatic. Death can be violent. Death can really tear families apart, but it can also bring families together. And it's those moments of how we confront death and value death that really shows who we are as a society. I'm thinking right now of my sister Kathleen, who never made it out of her 50s. This week would have been her birthday. And man, nobody got a rawer deal in life than my sister. She got the bad end of the cards dealt to her every single time. And Doc Holliday had nothing on her when it came to facing down death. And I remember as she was dying, and every morning she insisted that she looked good, and her back was disintegrating from the cancer. And one of us got the nerve to ask her about MAID. Man, she almost bit our head off, because that will to live, the will to be there one more day through the pain, was very, very profound. And I remember we sent her off singing Danny Boy, because that's how we say goodbye. And that's how we said goodbye to her husband when he died, just before her, and my dad and my grandfather. And those are intimate moments. But her death, and a natural death it wasn't somehow superior to people who've also chosen MAID. I think of my friend Liz from Vancouver Island. Wow, she was a force. She called me and said, I can't live with the pain anymore, and I'm choosing the date. I spoke to her the day before she went. And I had a sense that that was also a very profound moment. I think of my friend Craig from CBC, and I followed his last 2 weeks on Facebook, because every day he posted. And it was a very powerful thing to see someone choose that moment and choose how they were going to tell their story in those final 2 weeks. So the choices that people make, we have to respect. And I think that the provision for MAID that was brought in was about ensuring that a fundamental respect was given. But I think the flaw goes back to the fact that we are not just individuals. We're not just individuals with rights. We are brothers, fathers, uncles, sisters, aunts. We have come from family, and family is part of it, because death without family is traumatic. That is a tearing apart. We come from communities, and a death in our communities can be traumatic if we are not part of it. We come from neighborhoods. I think of my father when he died, and they lived up in a townhouse project in North Scarborough, and the neighbors were coming all hours of the day and night. Sri Lankan, Italian, South Asian families who couldn't speak English but said, we brought food for Mr. John, because he was part of the neighborhood. And so those moments of death are about our involvement with each other. And what concerns me with the changes that have been suggested to MAID is about separating those who are vulnerable, those who are isolated, those with mental distress, from the larger community that needs to hold them and care for them. And we as legislators can't just say, well, it's an individual choice. This is a societal choice we're making, and we're making it now on behalf of very vulnerable people who need our back. We can't just say, well, they're depressed. They've always been depressed. It's their right, they're individuals. That's a failure of our obligation to be there as neighborhood, as community, as family, to hold them and to get them through the darkness. So I said, how did we get here? Well, there's a lot of blame, enough blame to go around. We knew that the issue of medical assistance and dying was fundamentally an issue that Parliament had to confront. This was our job as legislators. It was a hard job, but it was our job. And the Stephen Harper government just decided to ignore it. They did nothing on this, even though we all knew this was coming. So then the Carter decision came down. The Supreme Court stepped in, and I think it was a failure for the courts to step in and do the job of what parliamentarians should have done. And what they did was they put a timeline because they said they didn't have faith in Parliament. And it was also, I think, a mistake that the Supreme Court put such a short timeline because these were profound decisions we were making. So the original bill passed, and I had a lot of questions about that bill. I had real concerns about what were the protections. How would it be implemented? When we talk about someone whose death is foreseeable, who's suffering from pain that they cannot deal with, how do we make sure that that the legislation is not opening the door to something much broader? And we were told at the time as parliamentarians, vote for the legislation and we will have a review. And I trusted that. I thought, well, that's fair. I have a lot of questions, but I recognize there are legal obligations. We have the Supreme Court's ruled, and Parliament will have a chance to look at this. And we never were given that opportunity. Parliament was never given the right to see the effects of the legislation we brought in. And then the Truchon decision came in, which said, the Quebec court said that the charter provisions limiting it to a foreseeable death wasn't fair, and we had to throw the legislation out. That would have been a time, I think it would have been reasonable for the federal government to have brought that to the Supreme Court and asked for a review. And they didn't do that. They accepted it. And I think of that because I think of how many decisions went in favor of Indigenous communities in government, went all the way to the Supreme Court every single time. But on the Truchon decision, they didn't. So there was another opportunity to say, this legislation is being expanded, perhaps for good, perhaps for bad, but it needs to be reviewed. And still Parliament didn't get that chance to do the review. And then it went to the Senate. Of all places, the unelected, unaccountable Senate, people who can't be fired once they're hired, they can do whatever they want, they can show up or not show up, and they sent us back a bill that said, we want Parliament, the elected members, to approve our change, which is that if you're depressed, you should be able to die. The government should have rejected that bill outright. Should have told the Senate, number one, you're not elected, you're not accountable, and this is a ridiculous provision, and they didn't. And so it sat on the Attorney General's desk with a coming into effect for St. Patrick's Day coming up. And so now we're scrambling. We're scrambling. We have to deal with this bill. But it's not that we're responding to the bill. We're saying, let's put it off for another year. So I'll support that. But I think that is a complete failure of our obligation to deal with something that needs to be reflected on and needs a profound answer from parliamentarians. It needs us to stand up and say what is right and what is fair and what provisions have to be in place to protect the vulnerable, particularly those who in a moment of darkness think, I want to just end my life. And I looked at the statistics of how MAID has been applied. And that alone would cause, I think, any parliamentarian to say, yeah, we should look at this. 1,200 people died from MAID in 2016. It more than doubled in 2017. It more than doubled again in 2018 to over 5,000. And over 10,950 in 2021. That's 30 people every single day in this country deciding to end their life. 30 people a day. That's double from all the deaths from breast cancer in this nation. Double. And it is more than double the national suicide rate. And we're not going to reflect and say, wait a minute, is this opening the door to a place that we shouldn't have gone and then none of us thought we were going? When more than double the deaths in this country are from people going to the doctor and saying, I just don't want to be here anymore, than what we see in the suicide epidemic? You know, we could be told that there's protections and measurements in place, and we have been told that. I heard that at all the hearings. You know, and then we get examples, and I don't want to, you know, wave around one example and say this is proof of what went wrong and why the government is, the perfidy of this government. But I look at an Associated Press article on Ian Nicholas, who had a history of depression and mental illness, and the police brought him to the hospital because they were afraid he was going to kill himself. And his family said, we got to help him. He's got a history of mental illness. And he decided to apply for MAID, and he was dead. That's an outrage. His family were asking for help for him. But he was treated as an individual in his own right who could just come into the hospital, brought in by the police who were trying to keep him alive. And I think of the suicide rates that we've had in the communities I represent. Some of the highest suicide rates in the world are in northern Canada. And we've done jack about that. You know? In 2019, I brought motion 174 to this House, calling for a national suicide prevention action plan. And every single member of the House voted for that. And everyone, I heard all the speeches. You know, we have to protect the vulnerable. We're going to be there for them. Government has a role to play. We voted for that, and nothing was done. Nothing. And people continued to die. So now we have this legislation, the panic legislation, to say, oh my God, let's just put off for another year the fact that all you have to do is be depressed and you can walk in and say, I want to die, and they'll let you die. You could be depressed for all manner of reasons. In Belgium, which has had medically assisted suicide for many years, you can claim it for PTSD. My God, PTSD. Will that be a reason for it? Depression. Injury at work. Yeah, you got a crappy life. If you've got serious chronic pain, you're going to have a crappy life, especially if you're not going to get a proper pension, especially if you don't have a proper place to live. But you will be able to go as an individual and say, I want to die. And we're going to let that happen on our watch? I don't think so. And again, this isn't about my moral choices over someone else's moral choices. This is about who we are as a society and who we protect and who we leave on the sidelines. So, you know, in M174, to establish the National Suicide Prevention Action Plan, there were many, many factors that we brought in because we met with organizations across the country because we talked about what would it take to have a holistic, life-supporting system for people in crisis. That we'd establish the national guidelines for best practices in suicide prevention based on the evidence and effectiveness in a Canadian context, so we would know. That we would work to establish the culturally appropriate community-based suicide prevention programs by the representative organizations of the Inuit, First Nation, and Métis people so that they ran the programs that worked for them, so they were culturally appropriate. They would create a national public health monitoring program for the prevention of suicide and the identification of groups at elevated risk. And that's really, really important. Because when you know where the elevated risks are, you know where to put resources. The creation of programs to identify and fill gaps in knowledge relating to suicide and its prevention, including timely and accurate statistical data. Once again, if you don't know what the data looks like, you have no way to help. It's not the role of the government to go in and do emergency crisis prevention in every single case. That's not what we do, and we'll be terrible at it. But it's that information, it's the analysis, and being able to show where the shortfalls are that allows funding to flow. The creation of the National Online Hub, providing essential information in assessing the programs in the various languages, English, French, Indigenous, and also the other languages spoken in Canada. In conducting within 18 months a comprehensive analysis of high-risk groups of people and the risk factors specific to each group, and the degree to which sexual abuse and other forms of childhood abuse and neglect have an impact on suicidal behavior. To assess the barriers to Canadians assessing appropriate and adequate health, wellness, and recovery services, including substance use, addiction, and bereavement services, and the funding arrangements required to provide treatment, education, professional training, and other supports required to prevent suicide and assist those bereaved by a loved one's suicide. The use of culturally appropriate suicide prevention activities and best practices, and to study the role that social media plays with respect to suicide and suicide prevention. Government had done that, then yeah, you can come in and tell me you're going to pass this Senate bill allowing people who are mentally depressed to kill themselves. Because you could tell me that you've actually done the analysis, you've presented to Parliament the information, and we've looked at this, and we know where the gaps are. But if you haven't done any of that work, don't tell me we're going to pass a bill that'll let someone who has no support, no backup, no help, to say, well, yeah, life's tough, pal, too bad. It's game over for you. And this was the final thing that we voted for in this Parliament. We stood up, and I know a lot of people are getting their pictures on this and putting up press releases about how great it was. We were standing up on suicide prevention. The annual report to Parliament on preparations for and implementation of the National Action Plan for Suicide Prevention, including data on progress over the previous year, and a comprehensive statistical overview of suicide in Canada for the year. So if we had done that in 2019, and we had 4 years of statistics, and we had facts, and we knew where the mental health dollars were needed to go, we weren't just putting it out willy-nilly, but we actually had statistics, then we could talk about, well, maybe, I don't know, maybe in certain circumstances, after all these other areas have been exhausted, after all these other supports have failed, a person may have no other choice. But that person in the midst of darkness today has none of those other supports because nobody at the federal level bothered to put that in place. And we've seen our provincial governments fail on so many areas as well. And I want to say I was really deeply concerned when I heard the Attorney General do a podcast on this legislation. And he deliberately connected the change of MAID to the right to kill yourself. He said, remember that suicide generally is available to people, and this is a group, meaning the people who might need aid, made within the population who for physical reasons and possibly mental reasons can't make the choice themselves to do it. And ultimately, this provides a more humane way for them to make a decision they otherwise could have made if they were able to do it in some other way. That's the Attorney General of Canada saying, yeah, they physically can't do it, they might not be smart enough to do it, they might be too depressed, but they have a right to kill themselves. That was what he said on a podcast just recently. So when I'm told we're going to delay this for a year, yeah, I'll vote to delay it for a year, but I want to see a plan about to address this. I want to see the statistics that prove how this is being used and if it's being exploited and if the vulnerable are being targeted or being led to use this because there are no other supports. And until that, the last thing we do as a Parliament of Canada is open the door further for more people to die.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member knows, that this is an issue now that for many years in a substantial way we have had legislation dealing with an issue. It stems from a Supreme Court decision. The members made reference to that. There has been a great deal of dialogue over the last half-dozen-plus years in regards to what it is that we're actually debating today. We have a standing committee that's been overseeing it as of late. We have some deadlines, and I think that the legislation allows for I believe, more discussion. By having the extension. And one of the things that I think has been lost in terms of the debate, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of situations where, in fact, because of the supports that are there when someone is looking for medical assistance in dying, they go and they get some sort of treatment that ultimately takes them off of the thought of having medical assistance in dying. And I'm wondering if my colleague could just provide his thoughts in terms of the medical professionals and others that are out there that are in fact providing a service that's deemed and has been deemed from the Supreme Court as something that is necessary, and how we define that is really what we're talking about.
Honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. Well, there are doctors who see their role and have a role of helping people who are suffering from terrible sickness, irredeemable harm, medical harm, to end their life without pain. And we have voted for that and we supported that. I have seen no medical consensus from the medical community that people who are depressed should be able to die, or no medical consensus that children should be able to die. That consensus doesn't exist. The only place that consensus exists is in the unelected, unaccountable Senate. And I wouldn't take their advice on anything, and yet the government did. And so the reason we have this legislation is because a bunch of unelected, unaccountable senators, people flip pancakes for the Liberals and Conservative Party fundraisers over the years, decided, hey, if you're depressed, you should be able to die. Not on my watch. Forget it. So, yeah, we've had a lot of talk, but we've had no review that Parliament was promised. This government did not do that job. They'd rather listen to the Senate than actually do the hard work of reviewing this legislation and getting down to what is happening. Is it working? Is it not? And why, in God's name, are we talking about expanding it when we haven't addressed what we were committed to under the previous provisions of this legislation?
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I wonder what his thoughts are on what is going to happen in the next year. We've had 2 years to develop guidelines and regulations and safeguards around MAID for those suffering a mental illness. And yet we haven't developed a consensus at all. What we get is a lot of conflicting evidence, conflicting opinions at committee. Is the member confident that in the next 12 months we will actually come to a consensus, or are we going to be here a year from now seeking another extension?
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. We're debating till midnight tonight for folks back home because the government is scrambling to put this paper Band-Aid on the wound. And that wound is the failure to do due diligence. These are profound issues. And I don't know how that evidence is going to come down. And I don't know where the guardrail should be. And I don't know what are the good reasons for use and where it has been exploited. We need that evidence. If the government waits till the 11th hour next year to either move forward or delay it again, we continue to fail. We have an obligation here. The statistics and the numbers are concerning. We have to get to the bottom of it. And again, I am not making a moral judgment on people who've used MAID. I've had very close friends use it. I can see its provision, and I support that, but I cannot go along with being told, trust us, this thing is going to work, when we have not seen any evidence that this continual expansion is in the interests of individuals or society.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his thoughtful intervention. There are real concerns from Indigenous communities about MAID. I've heard from constituents of mine who have family in places like British Columbia who are vulnerable, that have severe mental health disorders, who have love from their family, who are separated from their family. And the mother is very concerned about her daughter, who she heard from another friend that her daughter had applied for MAID and was being considered. So when I talk about MAID, I don't see it as an issue about suicide. Suicide is very different for Indigenous communities. MAID is about dying with dignity. It's a privilege that most Indigenous peoples don't have. It's more about protecting, how can we make sure that we're protecting Indigenous peoples? And I wonder if you have any ideas about what this government needs to do in the coming year to protect those most vulnerable communities, especially Indigenous peoples that we need to make sure are not being taken advantage of.
Good question.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague and to say also that the whole plan that we developed as New Democrats on the National Suicide Prevention Plan came out of the groundbreaking work in Nunavut because of the understanding that statistics were important, documentation, identifying the factors were key to being able to go in and bring down those numbers. And you can dramatically decrease those kind of deaths when you have actual facts. That's what we found. And I share my colleagues' concern when we know that people from our region who end up in the city, they don't have the family supports. There is fundamental racism, it has to be said, in the medical system. People coming in who are in distress, people who may be homeless, and they are not with their family and their loved ones. And it concerns me that these decisions would be made without trying to. You would have to find where the family, where's the support. If we don't have that, people will be using this because they don't know what else to do because they're in distress. And so these are factors that have to be looked at because vulnerable populations will be susceptible to this, and we have to find ways to support them because if they have the love, if they have the support and they can get housing, in the vast majority of cases, they're going to be able to live much better lives.
Questions and comments, a quick exchange. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member for Timmins James Bay for such a heartfelt and sincere exploration of how it has made all of us feel in this place. I remember feeling entirely conflicted on the vote on C7 because I could not see how we could deny advance directives for people who had a terminal diagnosis and were told they had to wait to the day of their MAID procedure and be of sound mind and confirm, and we knew that people were actually choosing MAID procedures earlier than they needed to because of the failure to have advance directives in C14, and knowing as I did vote for C7 that I was approving something to come into place automatically by default that I thought was wrong. So I thank the honourable member, and I ask him if he has ever explored ideas that I'm looking at things like psilocybin, mental health illnesses where the psychiatry profession says there's no hope for this person, they are chronically depressed, nothing will ever lift them out of it. Does the honourable member for Timmins James Bay have any thoughts about what other medical procedures could assist in lifting people out of the deepest of despairs?
In about a minute, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, far be it for me to provide medical advice to anybody, and I'd warn people back home, don't ever take medical advice from a politician. That's not what we do. But I think what you look at is that our job is to make sure that they have access to housing. Our job is to make sure that if they're on the streets, they can get the mental health supports. My brother's a subway driver, and he's seeing the impacts of the pandemic and mental health crisis in real time in Toronto with the rising violence. We can talk all we want about getting tough on the violence, but if we don't, it's our job as politicians to put in place the supports. And so for people who are chronically depressed, people with mental illness, our job is to make sure that there's places that they can receive treatment at. And then I think vast majority of cases, what we're talking about and debating tonight will not be necessary, and it will be reserved for those who are suffering from illnesses and they have a right to die in dignity.
Reprise du débat. Continuing debate, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise this evening to speak on Bill C-39. Before I do, I want to let you know that I'll be splitting my time with the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. This legislation might be the simplest that I've had a chance to speak on in the House since being elected, but it's also one of the more serious and emotional. It, simply put, allows for an extension for mental illness to be a condition that a person would be eligible to to have with respect to medical assistance in dying. I strongly support this delay for 3 reasons. The first is that I've heard from so many neighbors of mine in Kitchener with their concerns. In particular, I remember one conversation that a group had in their backyard. It was a bit of a colder night just last month. A colder afternoon. And it was Hannah and Peter and some friends of theirs. And they wanted to share with me specifically some of their serious concerns with medical assistance in dying being expanded further than it already had been. And I really appreciated them for sharing some of their stories, their concerns, and their recommendations. In my view, that was the best of how our democracy is supposed to function. For folks like myself that are sitting in legislatures like this one, who have a say in laws like this, to be hearing from neighbors and from their concerns. And in that conversation and email since, it's been almost universal that folks in my community wanted to see a delay, at least a delay, if not more. Secondly, I'm supportive because we've heard from experts across the country, doctors and healthcare professionals. On December 1st, in particular, I really appreciated hearing from the Association of Chairs of Psychiatry in Canada. This includes the heads of the psychiatry departments of all 17 medical schools across the country, as they appealed for the governing party to delay what was then an expected expansion of MAID for those with mental illness. The third reason I'm supportive is because I believe we should spend more time closing the social safety net before we expand medical assistance in dying. And I would put it to all colleagues here, why is it that we are seeing a movement to expand medical assistance in dying much more quickly than we're seeing an expansion to the social safety net? I'll give a few examples. In my community, as colleagues well know, I've shared it many times, the unsheltered population has tripled in the last 3 years, from just over 300 to over 1,000 people living rough. It's clear that what's being done when it comes to the affordability of housing is not nearly enough. We're going in the wrong direction, and that more needs to be done. As well, when it comes to income supports, whether that's a guaranteed livable income for all, or as many in this place, myself included, have pushed very hard for, a guaranteed income for those with disabilities across the country. And while we've made progress, and I'm glad to see that C-22 is passed in this House and is now in the Senate, the fact is that it's yet to be funded. And I would strongly encourage the governing party to fund the Canada Disability Benefit to get on with closing the social safety net with the urgency that deserves. And thirdly, well, mental health specifically. Just last week, we saw a big announcement about health care. And yet, absent from that announcement was dedicated mental health funding. All the more egregious when in the 2021 campaign, the governing party ran that campaign on a commitment for a $4.5 billion mental health transfer to be called the Canada Mental Health Transfer. And I hope there's no sleight of hand here that with this new healthcare announcement that we're not going to continue to see dedicated mental health funding. I think it's imperative on all parliamentarians in this place to continue to apply pressure to ensure the Canada Mental Health Transfer is in Budget 2023. When I last asked the parliamentary secretary about it Thursday night, I did not get a clear answer, and I think it should concern all of us to not see dedicated mental health funding. In fact, it's this absence of sufficient supports on affordable housing, on income supports, and on mental health care that I joined the CEO of the Canadian Mental Health Association of Waterloo Wellington to encourage the Minister of Justice to follow through on the delay that had been promised in December of last year, and I'm glad to see the follow through on that. With my remaining time before I close, I just want to give a quick mention of the importance of quality journalism in this country. and how it relates to this legislation, Mr. Speaker, because I'm glad to hear that all parties are supportive of C-39, but I'm not surprised to hear that because of the work of Althea Raj and the Toronto Star. Specifically, back in November, as other members have shared, Ms. Raj spoke with the Minister of Justice, and at the time he said, well, nothing can be done. It needs legislative. In fact, the quote is that it would be a challenge in the current Parliament to delay the expansion of medical assistance in dying. And so Ms. Raj did something very reasonable. She then reached out to all of the opposition parties, the Green Party included, and asked them if they would support. Opposition parties responded. Days later, on December 11th, Ms. Raj published an article sharing that all opposition parties are actually supportive of what is now Bill C-39. The question was put back to the Minister of Justice, and days later, on December 15th, it was announced that this legislation would come before this House. And so while there are many advocates and many campaigns that lead towards legislation such as this one, I think it's important we call out and appreciate nonpartisan journalists across the country who are doing such important work to help bring to light the agreement that sometimes is here to move forward with important changes like the ones we're discussing, and to call out what might be certain rebuttals that may or may not be justified. In this case, it wasn't, and I appreciate Ms. Raj, as well as the medical professionals I mentioned earlier, the chairs of Psychiatry of Canada, for their advocacy that brought us to this point. So, in closing, Mr. Speaker, I applaud the governing party for introducing C-39, for following through on this promise that was made back in December, for listening to the need to slow down. I have no doubt that other parliamentarians across the country heard similar concerns as I did from Hannah and Peter and so many others. But I also encourage them to move more quickly on the social supports that are needed in my community and across the country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from Kitchener Centre for his speech. I do agree with him that there's obviously a need to invest more heavily into mental health supports. But I do want to just ask him, if you look at how medical assistance in dying has evolved in the last 7 years, and the way Bill C-7 brought forward the issue of mental health as a sole and underlying condition, and where we're at today, whether he can reflect to see if we're moving at a right pace or if we're moving too fast, because I think from what I'm hearing from him, he's suggesting that we're moving really fast, but we're really moving based on the science that's available. And in fact, the expert panel report suggested that we are in fact ready to move forward. So if you can maybe comment on the available science on this issue.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for the question to the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. He is a person and a member in this place who I really enjoy working with, that is focused on working together to get things done for people as opposed to parties, and I really appreciate that. I think this question is an important one, but if I'm really to answer it honestly, I haven't yet seen the result of the special committee in place that is meant to report back to Parliament on the research that they've been doing. And I think it's important to rely on committees of this House to share the research and the work that they've been doing. And so I'm really looking forward to reading what they come out with. And I hope that what they recommend, we'll have time over the coming year, and the governing party will take it seriously to move forward on those recommendations and ensure that sufficient changes are put in place. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Kitchener Centre. This bill at this point is necessary for us to ensure that we are protecting those most vulnerable. And to me, it speaks to, and to many of us as we're hearing in here, it speaks to a bigger issue that this government is leaving many behind. And I appreciate that my colleague spoke to the importance of us, was the wording, closing the social safety net, and speaking about the importance of the Canada Disability Supports, appropriate mental health supports, affordable housing, guaranteed livable basic income. There's many components necessary for us to move forward to address the bigger issue here. I'm wondering if the member can share with us what he is hearing from constituents in his riding around what is most vital for us to move forward with so that those who are struggling most have what they need to get through each day. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Well, first of all, thank you to the member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, for the question, because I also know what a champion she's been in this place to push for people with disabilities to get the follow-through that they've been promised and that they've advocated so strongly for over so many years. We could cut poverty by 40% in this country by providing a guaranteed income for every person with a disability who are right now disproportionately living in legislated poverty. And it's a national embarrassment, in my view, that we haven't done more already. And I certainly wish, whether it's related to providing a guaranteed income for folks with disabilities and funding the Canada Disability Benefit, or following through on the Canada Mental Health Transfer. I think it's important for our democracy that political parties and leaders follow through on promises they've made. And I'm going to continue to be pushing alongside her and others in this place in the lead up to Budget 2023 to see those important commitments followed through on. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, the continuing debate. The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, and I want to begin by thanking my colleague, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre, for such a thoughtful speech, and one which anticipates much of what I would say. We have not done enough in the year that we've had since C7 passed to know with any degree of certainty that we have lived up to our obligations when passing that act to fully study what it would mean to extend medical assistance in dying to those who are dealing with deep suffering that comes from a mental health issue, but not from a medical diagnosis of traditional medicine such as ALS or cancer or the other cases that moved us forward on a trajectory. I want to briefly canvass what brought us here in terms of the way in which the Parliament of Canada and the Supreme Court of Canada have dealt with medical assistance in dying. And I want to suggest in closing that when one looks to the Supreme Court of Canada for guidance, I do not believe we can say that the Supreme Court of Canada guidance takes us to the availability of MAID in cases of deep mental health distress. Going back, way back, as a member of Parliament for Saanich, Gulf Islands, I want to reflect on one of the champions, heroes, one might even say a martyr, on the issue of access to medical assistance in dying. I speak of Sue Rodriguez. She lived in North Saanich, so she lived in the electoral district that I'm honored to represent. She had ALS. She famously said, "Whose body is this? Who owns my life?" She went all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada back in 1993 in an effort to get access to the alleviation of suffering for a disease that would kill her. This was not in doubt. And the Supreme Court of Canada in 1993 denied her request. As others have mentioned in this place over the last couple of days of discussion, a colleague and friend of many of us, a dear friend of mine, Sven Robinson, stayed with Sue Rodriguez when a doctor assisted her illegally, and she took her own life because, well, the doctor assisted medical assistance in dying, probably the first public case in Canada. But the courts took a long time to change. That decision in 1993 wasn't changed until 2015 in the Carter case. And in the Carter case, the Supreme Court of Canada found, taking a slightly different aspect and taking a different view of it, that the charter rights in Section 7 to life, liberty, and security of the person were violated by not allowing a person to make such a decision and having access to medical assistance in dying. And the Carter case changed things by putting it squarely to the Parliament of Canada. You have to deal with this now. I want to quote from the Carter case, but the Supreme Court of Canada said that competent adults who seek such assistance as a result of grievous and irremediable medical conditions that cause enduring and intolerable suffering. That was the basis for creating legal access to medical assistance in dying. And when C-14 went through, I tried so hard, I put forward amendments to say, we have to allow advance directives. It's not right not to allow someone who knows that they are terminally ill and are facing incredible suffering. It's their choice. They should be able to access medical assistance in dying with an advance directive. Back when C-14 went through, that was rejected. My amendments were rejected in the House, and similar amendments then were passed in the Senate, and we'll all recall it came back here without accepting those amendments. C-7 repaired that, but opened the door to something entirely different in terms of, and I do think it's entirely different, to say when people are suffering incredible, intolerable suffering due to a deep and chronic and unsolvable mental health condition, they should also have access to medical assistance in dying. And just go back and say what the political promises have been when we started down this road. When C-14 was being debated, and again, this is, first I want to address the medical conditions. When C-14 was first debated, we had a lot of members in this place saying, what about palliative care? Would people choose medical assistance in dying if they had the option for palliative care? We heard many promises from the government benches that we would see increased funding for palliative care. That has not happened. So that's one thing that concerns me greatly. We've also had, since we passed C-7, that there would be more supports for mental health. That hasn't happened either. So what would we do if we were serious about making sure that every Canadian could exercise fully their rights under Section 7 of the Charter to life, liberty, and security of the person? At least one would know that the healthcare system should be working well. I'm pleased to see the Premier's accepted the federal offer today. I hope the federal government will defend our public health care system with every ounce of their energy and make sure the deals with the provinces are specific and tied to outcomes and results. But our medical care, our health care system is in trouble. I was just talking to an incredible Indigenous woman. I won't say her name. It's a private conversation. She's Cree. She lost a dear friend recently because that Cree dear friend couldn't get access to medical care in time to diagnose and treat her cancer, and she leaves 2 small children behind. The healthcare system in this country isn't equal any more than the litany of deeply racist and distressing conditions in which the system works against justice for Indigenous peoples. We all know it in the context of the healthcare profession, and the healthcare system, I should say. How can we not know it? We know it. In terms of mental health care supports, we know it even more deeply, that the suicide rates among youth in this country are a huge source of concern. We know that mental health issues have been worsened among our youth through the pandemic, through isolation, through all kinds of things, through being preyed on by social media. We know that our schools, universities, and postgraduate programs are failing young people because they can't get the mental health supports they need when they need them. They need help to avoid addictions and to kick addictions. Our young people need so much help, and we're failing them. Opening up MAID is not a solution to solvable mental health care issues where we're just falling down on the job because we're not providing the mental health supports that we've promised over the years. So what would we do if we wanted to be serious about Section 7 rights? We'd bring in a guaranteed livable income. A guaranteed livable income to ensure that no Canadian living in poverty being the #1 social determinant of ill health in terms of physical health and mental health. We'd address poverty and end it through guaranteed livable income. We'd do more, as I mentioned, for the end-of-life issues, access to palliative care. There is such a thing as having a good death. We don't like talking about death in our society. We're all supposed to be young and preferably sexy forever. Let's face it. People get old, and it's a lovely experience. It's a good thing to be healthy in old age and enjoy it right up to the moment that you either whatever you think is going to happen to you, meet your maker or feed the worms, whatever. A good death is a good thing. And medical assistance in dying does give people that option of a good death, surrounded by family, feeling loved. I'm very supportive of the work we've done in C14 and half of what we did in C7. But where are the mental health supports? Again, the point that the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay made, I totally agree. Yes, housing. Yes, supports. Yes, ending poverty. But I do think we have to explore and open up in the next year, let's get serious at looking at non-traditional therapies for people dealing with what appears to be irremediable depression. Do psychedelics make a difference? I'm not going to prescribe, as the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay said, don't take health advice from politicians. But the evidence is coming in on using such products as psilocybin can actually trigger something that results not just in a bit less suffering and mental health conditions, but there are certainly papers out there that are peer-reviewed and very interesting that you can cure depression. I sure wouldn't want to turn my back on a potential cure and then embrace medical assistance in dying for people who could be cured. Neither do I want to turn my back on people who are suffering and saying, you're making us wait another year? Why are you doing that? These aren't easy issues, but these issues, life and death issues, are at the heart of the sacred, and they're the heart of our work in Parliament.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a brief comment before the question. And, we've had a number of speakers make reference to the issue of mental health. And I think that, and this member, the leader of the Green Party, also to palliative care. The greatest contribution that the Ottawa can do in regards to that area, mental health, health in general, palliative care, hospice care, is by providing the financial resources and then using the Canada Health Act and raising the profile of the issue itself. You can put a check mark on all three of those with respect to the last 5-6 years of this government. And at the end of the day, we do need to see more working together with provinces and Indigenous communities in terms of continuously raising the profile of the issue to make sure that the resources are being properly allocated. The question I have for the member is, when you reflect on the legislation and the special joint committee that's out there, is there something specific that the leader of the Green Party would filter out or like to see?
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, my honourable colleague and parliamentary secretary. First of all, to his first set of comments, absolutely, I'm looking to the federal government to defend public, single-payer, universal health care as under the Canada Health Act. I'm looking at threats to that system that are, and I think for as much as people say, oh, we have to do it because things are bad right now, that's the work that has never stopped to undermine our public health care system in Canada by the forces for privatization, and they must be resisted. I would throw one door open here. Before deciding that this is up to a group of experts, please, let's get a reference to the Supreme Court of Canada to ask whether extending MAID to mental health conditions falls within the Supreme Court of Canada's understanding of the ruling in Carter.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank my colleague for not just her speech, but she talked about some opportunities as well. And she also cited broken promises when it came to palliative care. You know, as you know, Mr. Speaker, I was here last Monday and the Monday before, would have been here tonight on adjournment proceedings to drag the government here to talk about mental health. But it was disrupted, so I'm back. And Mr. Speaker, I asked the Minister about mental health just last week. And she cited through the proposed bilateral agreements on the shared health priorities, where we are working with the provinces and territories to integrate mental health and substance use as full and equal part of our universal healthcare system. However, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the reality on the ground, they haven't delivered on their promised mental health transfer of $4.5 billion still. Even the agreements that they signed with the provinces today don't assure that. What we need, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to ask through you to my colleague, does she agree, that we need enshrined in legislation parity with mental and physical health to have a proper conversation in this House about expanding medically assisted in dying with those that are, that are their sole underlying medical condition identified is a mental illness. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I think one of my favorite recommendations from medical doctors around mental health, and because the honourable member from Courtenay Alberni is from such a beautiful place in the world, I don't know if he knows that Dr. Melissa Lamb prescribes visiting national parks, prescription scripts to get out into nature. But to answer his question simply, I agree, yes, parity.
We do have a few moments for another question, if somebody's interested. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government, to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from Saanich Gulf Islands and her relationship with Sue Rodriguez and the first battle towards medical assistance in dying that took place decades ago, which in fact has brought us here. The expert panel that was convened reported in the summer, and they outlined a number of different areas in which the systems are ready. Of course, as a government, we've heard from a number of different parties about the need for an extension. I'm wondering if my friend could advise what specific issues she has with the expert panel report and with respect to medical assistance in dying in respect of mental health as the sole and underlying condition.
We are almost out of time, and I will allow the member to answer. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Again, very briefly, Mr. Speaker, yes, there's an expert panel looking at the medical and mental health conditions, but I think we've skipped a step in making sure what we're doing remains constitutional.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak on Bill C-39 on medical assistance in dying, an act to delay for another year the implementation of provisions that would expand the availability of assisted dying for those whose sole underlying condition is mental illness. And I think that's something that we really need to start looking at, is how we got to this stage. I mean, it went to the Senate and we had no issues with it to some degree, that most of the Parliament was fine with it, but yet when it come back, now they added in the mental state. And I've started thinking over the years about how many people I've actually spoke with when I was either mayor or now as member of Parliament. And people would phone me up, and usually they would start conversations quite easily about whatever issues they were dealing with, and then they would start talking about themselves. And I don't know if it's myself with my voice or my appearance, but they would like to almost open up themselves to me and start telling themselves about how they're going through these troubles and the difficulties that they're facing. And it's not necessarily financial. Sometimes that's what the trigger is, but most times it's the mental state themselves. And as they start talking, I guess myself inside, I start getting very worried about people like this that have a mental condition. And is there somebody there to help them? And as they continually keep talking, and sometimes they break down and crying, and sometimes they get angry and mad, and it changes throughout the whole conversation. But as I'm dealing with them, I'm starting to wonder that I sure hope they have some kind of assistance from some medical professional, because if they don't, then who is there to help them? And that's where I'm worried, where this is the help that they are potentially looking for. But I hope that that does never come to this case. As I said, when I'm speaking with these individuals, usually the conversation I try to steer gently towards that by the way, do you have a psychologist or a psychiatrist working with you? And they'll either say something angry, mad, that, yeah, but that person doesn't know anything, and they start getting angry again. And I'm starting to get worried. I don't want to see them in that state of agitation. I want to try to help them as best as I can. I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, so I don't have the expertise. But I do try to at least direct them to where there's help. And that's probably one of my biggest concerns about this legislation, is the fact that we're relying more on our medical professionals more than ever. And we all know that there's an extreme shortage of doctors and nurses right across this country. So when we start talking about someone has that ability to apply for MAID under a mental state, well then how is this going to help them if there's no doctors to assist them? And that's my next concern is, are we there to really assist them, or are we there to try to cure them or help them out of this state? And that to me is where it seems like as a society we failed on so many fronts. I do know that when I was talking to a grade 10 class out of one of my schools, that it was during COVID in 2021, and they said, what do you think the #1 issue in Canada is going to be when we come out of COVID? And I said, oh, that's very easy. The #1 issue is going to be the mental state of Canadians. And it was surprising that the class went, really? And I says, why? What did you think it was going to be? And they says, well, of course, the economy. And I says, no, that's not something you really have to worry about. Once people start getting out again and businesses start opening up, yes, it'll maybe be slow at the start, but eventually, we'll get back to some sense of normal again. But yet the mental state is something that's going to be with us for years. And that was just during COVID. And unfortunately, before we had COVID yet, the mental state of Canadians was suffering. And that is something that this government has yet to help with. I mean, they promised it in the last election that yes, we're going to put more money towards the mental state of Canadians and assist with more doctors and medications or to facilities to help these people. But yet, when we're here today, where does it seem like the government went? It's almost easier for them to offer medically assisted in dying instead of actually assisting them with the mental state that they so deserve. I know also when I've spoken to many people, they have said, what's this MAID legislation about? Why are so many people concerned about it? And I had said, well, it's not so much about the MAID. It's more about the addition of someone with a mental illness now, without a foreseeable death, can actually apply for MAID. And they would give me a look like, what do you mean? And I'd be like, well, now someone that has a mental illness, potentially, depending on what mental illness they have, may or may not qualify for MAID. And I'd still get people saying, well, why wouldn't there be a doctor or a psychologist or somebody there to help them as opposed to offer them MAID? And I says, well, that's a very good point, and that's one of the reasons why I'm speaking out against this legislation. I'm fine with moving Bill C-39 forward to extend it for another year, because I think Canadians also need to understand some of the legislation that we're putting forward in this House and how it's not necessarily helping all Canadians. I'm not going to bring up how someone's got ALS or whatever disease. That's their rights. That's absolutely fine, because to me, they're in charge of their faculties. But when someone has a mental illness, that is my biggest concern, is are they mentally capable of actually making these decisions? And I know someone's going to be talking to me later and saying, oh, but there's going to be 2 psychiatrists evaluating them. Well, everyone knows that people, when they have a mental condition, they have different states of mind at times where they may seem better at this time and may seem worse, go into depressions, whatever the case may be. So are you truly getting a fair assessment of what the person is looking at or what the condition that they're dealing with at the time? And to me, that's very cold and heartless almost, that we can say, yes, we think you're acceptable for medically assisted dying, as opposed to really diving into the areas as to how we can help them. And I know over the years, like I say, that there's people that have reached out to me, and it's heartbreaking. And I don't know if many other MPs have had to deal with something like this, but it is a very sad state. And when we start getting into all the funding or the lack of funding to deal with the mental state, before COVID, it was estimated about 1/3 of all Canadians have some form of medical condition or mental condition at one time or another. 1/3. I can't imagine what it has grown to now after COVID. Are we at 40%, 45%? I don't know the numbers. But you can see how we're escalating the situation of the mental stability of Canadians. And is this government reaching out to them, trying to make their lives any better? I don't believe so. And that is one of the reasons why I'm so happy that we're able to take another year to look at what we can do to either refine this or change this legislation, or actually start dealing with the problem itself of dealing with the mental state of Canadians, getting the people the help they so rightly deserve. Because for people to keep living on with a mental condition, they don't get better unless they get help. And without the doctors or nurses or even the facilities that are out there, there is no way Canadians are going to see a much better society without them. When we start looking at the mental state of Canadians, there's other areas that we can possibly improve upon, with our criminal system, because a lot of people are addicted to drugs or whatever else, but we need to start dealing with that case as best as possible. I know my time is getting short, Mr. Speaker, and that's where I just really wanted to focus in more about what we can do more to assist people with a mental state as opposed to offering them aid. We need to start getting into the real cause of the problems, the real situation, why they've got to this state. And if we can actually accomplish that, we can actually build a far superior society than the one we have today. And that's where I'd like to say that as parliamentarians, that is our number one goal, is to make Canada a much better place to live, as opposed to the alternative that is what is being proposed tonight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to think that there would be no one inside this chamber that would advocate that using MAID legislation as an alternative because of a lack of services to mental health from a federal government's perspective. And this is the question I would put to the member. He talks about the importance of mental health. Yet when you take a look at it, this government has put a great deal of emphasis and financial resources behind the issue of mental health. The Conservative Party is more inclined to just say, we will give provinces the money and not have any conditions at all to how they're giving the money. So the member cannot say, Mr. Speaker, that we want to have more mental health and not say that they're going to enforce their will with provinces by encouraging that the provinces and the territories to spend more on mental health. Because from a Conservative Party's perspective, they just want to hand over the money. We believe in the Canada Health Act. We believe mental health is a part of health. So this is something that I think is quite different between the Conservatives and the Liberals. Would the member on the record today say that he would be encouraging through the Canada Health Act for provinces to invest more into mental health?
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to my honourable colleague. I always do enjoy his little fairy tales he likes to talk about how great this government is doing, when yet, if that is the case, that Liberals truly believe in this, then why are they not having a better effect on our Canadians right now? We have many people suffering. They promised in the last budget or the last election that we are going to put more money into mental health. But did they? No, unfortunately. And that's typical for the party, the governing party, is they like to talk a lot and actually do not deliver as much as they like to talk. And I can quite assure you the member sure likes to talk.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Given that Canada is founded on Indigenous peoples' lands, and Canada's colonial history and the impacts of its genocidal policies on Indigenous peoples. Does the member agree that there needs to be regulations, special provisions to make sure that Indigenous peoples are getting the culturally appropriate trauma-informed assessments that they deserve?
Member for Yellowhead.
I would like to thank the member. Very much so, that is what needs to be done. Is we have a different culture completely in Canada that needs to be dealt with differently. And I'll give her an example of what I was when I was mayor. I was also the chair of our Seniors Foundation. And one of our board members from the MD of Greenview had said he wanted to build an Indigenous lodge right in Grand Cache. And that is actually in the works right now. It is going to be 12 rooms. It's only going to be groundbreaking this spring, so we're getting ahead of yourselves. But I know when he brought that forward of how it's going to be a round building, how it's going to have a lot of our cultural amenities, so I am very much in favor of making sure that we take care of the needs of our Indigenous peoples.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciated my colleague's speech. And there's one aspect when we talk about whether it's health care or access to mental health care that quite often gets forgotten about or just more or less put onto the back burner is people living in rural Canada. And just the access that people would have to access different types of care and services that they need. So I'm just wondering if the member wants to talk about the importance that having services for rural Canadians needs to also be part of the conversation when we talk about supports for mental health.
In about 30 seconds, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through to my member from Cypress Grasslands. Actually, that is a very good point. Like I said, when I was mayor, that was one of the things that we also talked about, is that our county started about a half an hour west of Spruce Grove. That was our closest location to get assistance for mental health. And unfortunately, in rural Alberta, we don't have, or I should say rural Canada for that much, we don't have near the assistance compared to our urban partners. And that is something that we need to really balance out and make sure that we have equal access right across the country to deal with the mental issues in Canada.
We have a point of order from the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to provide an opportunity, if I could, for the member. I realize that it was probably made an error, so just for the record, I do want to correct that there was a statement made of our Indigenous people, and perhaps that was a mistake. We know that Indigenous people are not our property, and so I just want to offer an opportunity for the member to correct the language used to ensure that it is in the record what he intended to say.
While not a point of order, I had a very great suggestion that we've heard a number of times in this chamber. I didn't hear it said, and I would, if they take an opportunity that if somebody wanted to retract something, I'd be more than happy to allow that to happen. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Yes, I did not mean our in possession, absolutely. I just meant people as well. So thank you for bringing that forward, and I do apologize for that.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Right before Parliament resumed following the Christmas break, countless Canadians participated in Bell Let's Talk Day. They took the opportunity to talk about mental health, raise awareness, share stories, and remind each other that it's good to offer or ask for help whenever it's needed. There are many members of Parliament from all parties who have joined this effort, and it's only fair to assume that they have done so because they sincerely wish to help people. And every year after the day comes and goes, it helps us realize that promoting mental health is actually a huge task, and it's easier said than done. Over time, there's been some progress with how we approach mental health, but it can sometimes be discouraging to see that we still have to deal with some of the lingering problems, or to know how much work there is left for us to do. It puts everything into perspective and shows that the results and decisions we make about an issue are more important than just talking about it. And in that light, Bill C-39, along with the larger issues surrounding it, is a real test for us. It forces us to consider what exactly we mean when we say that we want to promote mental health. Unfortunately, we're looking at a government bill which signals that we are going to take a wrong turn and fail vulnerable people who are suffering with their mental health. In a way, it's good to see Bill C-39 come forward, but it should also be clear that it isn't good enough. At the very least, there will be a year before this new change takes effect, but that is nothing but a brief delay with the inevitable instead of reversing a terrible decision. What is going to happen a year from now? Is the government going to bring another bill like this one forward to delay it another year? Will all the major problems raised by the provinces, professionals, advocacy groups, and concerned citizens miraculously get resolved before the year is over? How is that even realistic? Does the government really expect Canadians to believe that? The timeline is obviously ridiculous, and it doesn't make sense practically, and more importantly, it won't take care of the issue at stake in the first place. There might be different views on assisted suicide for mental illness as the sole condition, but no one on either side of the debate can seriously say that it has been carefully considered in this country if such a thing were possible. Instead, the whole process has been rushed and incomplete. If the Liberals truly cared about making the right decision, the new legislation would be quite different. Even on their own terms, they won't be any more ready for the coming change next year than they would be if it was next month. It was only public pressure that made them slow down, but it's not going to stop them entirely. Clearly, they're planning to go ahead with the plan and hoping to get away with it again next spring. Speaker, it's highly irresponsible if we take a step back to consider the larger issue. First, I'll look at this bill as it has been presented to us. You normally don't have to think too much about the official title of a bill as it comes through Parliament. But in the case of Bill C-39, it does matter, and it might even be fair to say that its name is somewhat misleading. It says that we are amending the criminal code related to the medical assistance in dying system, but that is only a technicality. In reality, this bill is not touching the substance of Bill C-7 as it was passed in the last Parliament. All it will do is delay the implementation of Bill C-7, or the aspect of the expansion, for 1 year. That is definitely not a helpful or encouraging response to what Canadians and experts have been telling us since C-7 became law both inside and outside Parliament. When Bill C-7 passed in 2021, Mr. Speaker, there was 91% of Ontario psychiatrists opposed to the expansion of euthanasia, but they were ignored. The government hasn't bothered to listen to critical advice and feedback. And make no mistake, there are ordinary citizens across the country who are horrified when they learn of what is happening here with expanding access to MAID for mental illness. I've heard from a lot of people in my own riding who are concerned. They come up to me at hockey rinks. They came up to me at my various town halls that I hosted over the winter break, and they tell me how unimaginable it is for this to happen in Canada. There's been the same reaction around the world, and people in other countries find out what has happened here in Canada. We stand out compared to other places that offer assisted suicide, and not in a good way. International media coverage shows how Canada's reputation has suffered as a result. It's long past time for the government to get outside of its bubble and hear what Canadians are thinking and feeling. Despite the Minister of Justice trying to claim that our system has strict safeguards, we need to look around and realize that something isn't going right. Canada reported 7,300 deaths in 2020 and 10,000 deaths in 2021. And interesting, Mr. Speaker, if we compare it with another jurisdiction, it gets even more troubling. The state of California started to allow assisted suicide the same year that we did in 2016. And the size of their total population is similar to that of Canada. Yet, Mr. Speaker, they only reported 495 deaths in 2020 and 486 deaths in 2021. The difference of proportion is striking. People see these numbers and they can't believe that this government is considering expanding access even further to people with for people with mental illness as the sole condition. They can't help but wonder if these people are already slipping through the cracks and are caught up in the numbers that we have here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, if we want to understand the background for how we found ourselves in our situation today with C-39, we need to recall what happened with the previous bill. Back then, this Liberal government brought forward a piece of legislation which was a significant expansion from the way that MAID was originally set up a few years before. It allowed assisted suicide for conditions where natural death is not reasonably foreseeable. And at the time, we heard overwhelmingly from many advocates, organizations, and members of the disability community who are deeply concerned about the government's new direction. They pointed out the flaws and the risks involved for people with disabilities who could find themselves in a vulnerable position and experience abuse rather than receiving the support and the resources they needed. He also worried about the stigma and the message it could send to the disabled as well as to wider society. It was clear that it would not be unacceptable for anyone, whether they live with a disability or not, to get the impression that these human lives are inferior or not worth living. And here we are seemingly to be caught in a similar position once again. It was shocking when the Liberals accepted the last-minute amendment to include mental health as a condition for assisted suicide. Since then, they have had time and opportunity to reconsider, but they refuse to listen and protect the lives of vulnerable Canadians. If the government doesn't put a stop to the expansion of MAID for mental health, it will be impossible to take them seriously when they try to talk about a mental health crisis. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to take a moment to talk about a person who spoke very, very passionately about mental health a number of years ago. And I consider this man to be a pioneer and a trailblazer. And that's Michael Landsberg. Michael Landsberg was the host of Off the Record on TSN. Presently, Mr. Landsberg has a foundation called Sick, Not Weak. And a big part of what he talked about 20 years ago, what he talks about today, once again, is the stigma that people with mental illness quite often face, people with depression that they face. When we look at the disability community, what we talked about earlier with the stigma around them, we're seeing that happen again with people with mental illness. And so I think it's important that we look at the stories of people like Michael Landsberg, who have spoken so clearly and so passionately around making sure that we don't provide that bad and that harmful stigma to people with mental illness. And when we look at the statistics that I quoted earlier, Mr. Speaker, I think that stigma, there's a danger, a real and present danger here if we don't address this properly while we have the opportunity. Across the country, there's a lack of mental health support, especially in rural ridings like mine. It's absolutely shameful to offer death as a solution. While C-39 brings a pause to this expansion, it's inappropriate to use it as a stalling tactic with the hope that public opinion will shift to their direction in the meantime. A delay is not enough. We need to exclude mental health as an eligible condition for assisted suicide. This government must stop and review what they have done with the system. If not, they only show that they are untrustworthy. There has been no sign of meaningful reflection about their previous legislation. Because of this, they have failed to reassure Canadians about further changes. And we talked about the safeguards earlier. People are wondering if they even exist. How can we ignore the veterans who are offered MAID instead of mental health support? How can we proceed when we have seen people in poverty and distress offered it against their will? These types of reports are becoming far too often, and we cannot say that we had no warning. The predictions of experts and from many of us here in the official opposition have been proven to be correct so far. If this expansion happens in March of 2024, how can anyone possibly pretend that these problems can't get much worse? Because the Liberals won't do what is necessary, one of my Conservative colleagues has taken the initiative to introduce a bill that will remove eligibility for mental illness. It will give us another chance to prevent this catastrophe, and I hope my colleagues will support it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal Par, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that I've witnessed over the years in which we've been debating the issue of MAID, virtually from 2016 and onward, is that there is no unanimous consent coming from the Conservative benches that there are many individuals, even within the Conservative Party, that have differing opinions in terms of what it is that the member himself is suggesting. And if I'm wrong on that, I would be very much interested in the member telling me that that is the case, that I am wrong. And the reason why I say that is because there was a special joint committee for MAID that has been out there doing a great deal of consulting, working with the Canadians, looking at health experts, talking to individuals that are directly, what I would suggest is stakeholders, either direct or indirect stakeholders. There's been a great deal of discussion. The legislation itself, I suspect the member's going to be voting in favor of, and I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in regards to just the fact that even within his own political party, that there is no overwhelming sense that what he is suggesting is, in fact, the best way to be going.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, I want to thank the member for his question. And, Mr. Speaker, there was a great phrase that was coined by our interim leader, and that is that unity does not mean uniformity. And the reason why that's important is MAID is a very deeply personal issue. We're not here to talk about the merits of MAID in and of itself. What we're here to talk about today is the expansion of mental illness as a sole reason for people to be eligible for medical assistance in dying. And we look at the results that Canadians are seeing, Mr. Speaker, it's quite alarming and astonishing to see that this government is willing to proceed with that as a reason for people to access this. So I think we're united as a party, and I think where most Canadians, generally speaking, across this entire country, Mr. Speaker, are united when it comes to this issue, is that they want to see people have access to the supports that they need for mental health. I mean, I referenced Mr. Landsberg and how he's been over 20 years talking and advocating for the conversation to be started, to be had around mental health, and to try to eliminate the stigma that for so many years was assigned to people with mental illness. And when we proceed with allowing mental illness to be a sole reason, it sends the wrong message. And that's where Canadians want to see us go, to make sure that we are sending the right messages, giving people hope as they go forward when they're going through their darkest hour.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And certainly, as he talked about supports for people with mental health, one group that we haven't talked about, and this is definitely not partisan, it's about him and I living and coming from rural communities, and we know a lot of public safety personnel that include border services, correction services, firefighters, operational intelligence personnel, paramedics, police, public safety, communications, and search and rescue personnel, Mr. Speaker. Half of those individuals, Mr. Speaker, experience some sort of mental disorder in their career, in their lifetime, and 1 in 10 will actually consider death by suicide, Mr. Speaker. So these professionals and their families have remained decades behind. We know the military and veterans that in regarding supports for their well-being, and we're just scratching the surface in addressing their considerable mental health needs. Their core funding comes from the Canadian Institute for Public Safety Research and Treatment, and it concludes on March 31st, just 6 weeks from now. Without a renewed commitment on that funding, Mr. Speaker, that will end. And maybe through you, Mr. Speaker, to my colleague, he can speak about some of those public safety personnel in his riding that have suffered through PTSD or some trauma, and how important it is that we ensure that they get the proper resources to support them, especially those heroes that have put their lives on the line and the sacrifice that they make, as we know, coming from rural Canada.
36 seconds. The Honourable Member, Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, well, Mr. Speaker, I really appreciate the member's question because, again, too often people from rural Canada are forgotten about and are neglected. But I think where the uniqueness of working with the provinces, to let the provinces have the program decided on how that's going to be spent is going to be beneficial, because every province has a different geography. They have different programs that might already be in existence. They have different needs and different ways of having that set up. So there might be a federal workforce like CBSA, but I do think the provinces are going to be best situated to make sure that the funding gets rolled out properly. I do have a healing lodge in my riding, Mr. Speaker, and that's another one that would have the opportunity to advance cultural practices that would be suitable to the needs of Indigenous people. So I think allowing each region of the country and allowing people to be able to have regionally have a little bit more control over that funding would be appropriate. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's an honour to rise this evening and speak on Bill C-39. This legislation aims to extend medical assistance in dying to those with the single underlying cause of mental illness for 1 year. If we do not approve of this legislation, it comes into effect March 17th. I must begin by expressing my disappointment in the timing of this legislation before us today, with mere days before the House of Commons runs out of time to debate and vote on this in order for it to go to the Senate to also be debated and voted on prior to March 17th. This is the date medical assistance in dying comes into effect for those with a single underlying cause of mental illness. As it stands, this 11th hour legislation will only create new arbitrary deadline of March 2024, replacing the present deadline of March 2023. There's no basis in science or evidence for this 12-month delay, only the shuffling of government timetables. though I am grateful it won't take effect next month if all parliamentarians vote for this bill and it goes through the Senate. This timetable was originally set at this government's decision when it accepted an amendment from the Senate on the original medical assistance in dying legislation, C7. Despite the Minister of Justice initially expressing his concern at committee that medical assistance in dying could be done safely for those suffering from mental illness, he accepted that expansion upon amendment from the Senate and then shuttered debate on this issue when Bill C7 returned to this chamber. Now he returns to Parliament trying to undo a problem that he started. I will be voting in favor of this legislation, but not because I think the government has gotten it right, but because if I don't support it, and if most members of this House don't support this legislation, medical assistance in dying would automatically become available to those suffering solely from mental health issues on March 17th. Abandoning people with mental health illness to turn to medical assistance in dying instead is heartbreaking. When the Ontario Medical Association surveyed Ontario psychiatrists in 2021, 91% opposed the expansion of MAID for mental illness. Only 2% supported it. The Special Joint Committee in Medical Assistance in Dying heard from a range of experts on the topic: clinicians, psychiatrists, and mental health advocates. They all expressed the same concern. Clinically determining that a patient will never be able to recover from a mental health challenge is impossible. It cannot meet end-of-life MAID criteria on any objective standard. Dr. John Marr, a clinical psychologist and medical ethicist, told the committee, quote, "Psychiatrists don't know and can't know who will get better and live decades of good life. Brain diseases are not liver diseases," unquote. Canadians are rightfully horrified by news reports detailing the increasing prevalence of Canadians seeking MAID for circumstances for which it was never intended. Multiple Canadian military veterans who fought for our country seeking help from Veterans Affairs claimed to have been pressured by Veterans Affairs staff to consider medically assisted dying. It was reported that the matter was turned over to the RCMP for investigation, and the Veterans Affairs Department was doing an internal review. A food bank manager from Mississauga reported clients asking about assisted suicide for not physical illness health reasons. But despite these stories, the government was undeterred in proceeding with their original March 2023 deadline. Thankfully, Canadians stepped in, phoned, emailed, and wrote to every MP in this House. They called for us to think again on this matter, and there was pressure put on the government. People were concerned about protecting the most vulnerable, and rightfully so. The legislation before us today is a sign of their efforts. I was very touched by some of the correspondence from my own residents from Kelowna Lake Country. I've really often tried to be the voice of my residents in Ottawa. And Judith in Kelowna wrote to me with her concerns after hearing about the delay in the planned expansion of MAID for those with mental illness as the single underlying cause. She acknowledged that many people have brought forth many concerns to the government, and she was surprised that the Liberals were now just delaying the expansion. Not every community has the same mental health services, especially rural areas. I was speaking to a young man last week in person who was movably shaken by the thought of medical assistance in dying being considered to be made available to individuals whose sole underlying condition is mental illness. His deceased mother had struggled with mental illness, and he was extremely angry to hear that this Liberal government had not cancelled outright the option for people to seek MAID under these parameters. Instead, this legislation delays it. The public outcry and concern about this is really what forced this government to take this first step of MAID delay for people with the single underlying cause of mental illness. There are mental health stories from people I know or have met that I could share in this House, but I'm not going to because I wouldn't be able to get through them. I don't want to give up on people And this government is giving up on those experiencing mental illness. We must focus on giving people help and hope. We must focus on treatment for mental illness rather than assisted death. Conservatives don't want to give up on people. But, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, this legislation only creates a new arbitrary deadline. Parliament would be better served in our responsibility to Canadians, particularly vulnerable Canadians who feel lost in their lives, to abandon this reckless expansion of MAID to those with mental illness as the sole underlying condition. We cannot and should not give up on persons experiencing mental illness, and we must make it clear and ensure support is there for help and treatment. Medical assistance in dying cannot be the most accessible solution for individuals with mental illness. Mr. Speaker, instead of bringing forth changes to expand MAID to persons with mental illness, the Liberals should instead be focusing on proposals to bolster mental health support for Canadians, many of whom are facing challenges in a post-pandemic world and the impacts of the last 8 years of this Liberal government, which has divided families and neighbours, and of the inflationary policies which are squeezing people's livelihoods. The Liberals have failed to keep their pledge from the snap election the summer of 2021 for a permanent multi-billion-dollar mental health transfer to the provinces and territories, which was to ensure that they have the funding and support needed to expand mental health care. We're in a mental health crisis, yet this Liberal promise appears to have gone to the back of the line. We have to remember that it was the Conservative member from Caribou Prince George who spearheaded a 3-digit suicide prevention hotline to Canada, 988. All parliamentarians unanimously supported this motion in the House of Commons. This was over 900 days ago, and it still does not exist. Now, that's not surprising considering the Liberals gave the task to their catch-all department, the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, the CRTC, to implement. But what did the Liberals do instead? They did not bring in legislation to cancel the implementation of MAID for those with the sole underlying condition of mental illness. They just delayed it. Building the mental health support systems Canadians need to live healthy, fulfilling lives will be a top priority for Conservatives in this Parliament and a future Conservative government. People deserve mental health resources to help them. People deserve hope. Families deserve hope. This is what we'll be focused on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I support the need for additional mental health for Canadians. And that's why I'm very proud of the fact that we have a $198 billion agreement with the provinces now over the next 10 years, as provinces will determine how best to use that money, and there is some qualifiers for that. There's going to be more accountability, there's going to be transparency. But contrast that as Conservative members stand up, Mr. Speaker, and they're critical of the government and saying that we're not doing enough on mental health. I think that we need to be honest with Canadians in terms of what it is the Conservative Party is proposing to do on mental health, which is nothing. There is no commitment coming from the Conservative Party to deal with mental health, rural or urban. If there is, please tell me where's the announcement? What is the Conservative Party doing it to enhance? Give me another half hour and I'll be more than happy to explain what it is that the Liberal Party is doing in support of mental health. This is not, a depression is not going to be used as an access to medical assistance in dying, Mr. Speaker. I have more confidence in our medical profession.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. We have to look at the results of this government. They have been in government for 8 years. And the results of this government, I gave one example during my speech, was to implement a 988 suicide hotline across the country. that was unanimously supported by this House. And here we are, more than 900 days delayed from that happening. This is one very small step, and this government can't even implement that. We've got to look at some of the results. When we look at the mental health and the addiction crisis that we have across this country, we have to look at the results of 8 years of this government. When you're looking at the cost of living, the price of houses have doubled in 8 years. We have record high inflation. So we have to look at, regardless of what the government says they're doing or they're hoping that they're doing, we have to look at what are the results of their actions of being in government for 8 years. And it's not very good.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the speech. And, we know that the government hasn't delivered a single dollar, in terms of their promise for mental health transfer. She talked about the importance for support. We agree in terms of what I heard from her in her speech. The government still hasn't tabled legislation to create parity with mental and physical health, which is absolutely critical. And we've heard from the disability community, especially people that are suffering with mental health as their underlying illness, Mr. Speaker, and they're all saying that, they need better supports, whether it be access to treatment, but they're also saying that it's tough to pay their bills, to buy groceries, to pay for rent. We put forward a proposal for a guaranteed livable income for those that are living with disabilities, for seniors. And through you, Mr. Speaker, we know tax breaks aren't going to help people in that category because they just don't have the income. I'm hoping that my colleague can talk about some of the solutions to help support those that are struggling, so that they're not considering, medically assisted in dying for an underlying mental illness. And we could talk about solutions. I know the Liberals want to deflect, because they don't want to talk about their track record, and that's what they just did in the question to my colleague. So I'm hoping through you we can hear more proposals to help support people. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question, and I see his other colleague there that I sit together on the HUMA committee, and we worked very closely. I'm actually really glad that the member brought up people with disabilities, and we worked really hard on Bill C-22. That is a classic example of a real failure from this government, how they championed that they were going to be bringing in this Disability Benefit Act, and yet we know, we spearheaded it through Parliament, but in fact, people with disabilities still do not know how much they're getting, when they're getting it, when it'll be implemented. Everything will be done by regulation instead of legislation. There is so much uncertainty, and that's how this government governs. They have these grand announcements, this big fanfare, but the actions of what they actually do, there's no substance to them. And there's a perfect example that we saw with that legislation.
Now, I've let this descend into two questions and two answers throughout the question and comment portion. So I want to make sure that we try to keep ourselves brief so that other people can participate, of course, in this debate. Thank you so much. Le débat continue.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak with great pride and a lot of emotion to speak during this debate about medical assistance in dying. I've had the honour of being a member of Parliament for almost 8 years now, and I was also a member of the National Assembly of Quebec from 2008 to 2015. I'm one of the few members in this House. Myself and my colleague, I can't name my colleague,
but I cannot say his name. So he was member of the National Assembly too, like me. Et Monsieur le Président.
So, Mr. Speaker, I have taken part in many debates on medical aid in dying in the provincial legislature and here at Parliament. So I have different perspectives, and I will elaborate on that. If there is a topic that calls for having absolutely no partisanship, it's this one. There are no wrong opinions or right opinions. When it comes to MAID, the right opinion is the one that feels right for us. We need to respect the opinions of our colleagues rather than launch partisan attacks on them. I remember in July 2013, there was a debate at the National Assembly, and a Liberal member, Sal Polo, was very, very strongly opposed. Like, you can't even imagine how opposed he was to medical assistance in dying. I was sitting across from him during this debate in 2013 at Quebec's National Assembly, and I can still remember his tomato red face. He was so angry. He didn't want us to legislate for MAID. And I applauded at the end of his speech. I stood up and congratulated him, not because I was in agreement with him, but because in any legislative assembly, we can have different opinions but respect one another. That is the best approach when debating something as sensitive and personal as medical aid and assistance in dying. I do generally like to be partisan, but this isn't the time. When it comes to MAID, we should respect one another's opinions. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy because the government has set aside its desire to offer medical assistance in dying to those suffering from mental illness. I think that's the right thing to do. Now, I do support medical assistance in dying when it's very well regulated, and there are many alternatives, such as palliative care alternatives. But when it comes to medical assistance in dying for those with mental illness, that is such a sensitive topic, and it certainly shouldn't be done hastily. Thankfully, the government has decided to take a breather and take a break here. Now, they've not decided to reverse course for MAID for mental illness, but they're just hitting the pause button for a year. There are many opinions on this matter. I think we all know someone who has been in an abyss, a black hole, with mental health suffering. We've all known someone who suffered so badly that we didn't think they would ever get out of it. Some people have gone to the deepest depths of human suffering and sadness, but over time they have managed to adapt to their situation and slowly, day by day, rebuild themselves, their identity and their strength and their well-being. That's why, Speaker, medical assistance in dying for those who are in an abyss suffering from mental illness should not be allowed. Now, I'd like to talk about Quebec's situation, and I don't want to say that Quebec is better in any way, but in Quebec, Quebec's the province which has done the most parliamentary study on medical assistance in dying, because in Quebec, this has been under study for 15 years. I know what I'm talking about because I participated in debates on MAID in the National Assembly in Quebec. And here's a surprising statistic, a surprising fact, Mr. Speaker. Quebec is the province, the place in the world with the most medical aid in dying. The statistics are higher in Quebec than in the Netherlands and in Belgium. Should we be proud of this in Quebec? Should we be ashamed of it? Neither, not at all. This is not about judgment. 5.3% of those who apply for MAID receive it in Quebec. That's our statistic. It's clear. Quebec has studied this in depth, and a few years ago, the government decided to debate whether we should make MAID available to those with mental illness. There was rigorous, thorough study for many weeks. Here, 3,000 Canadians and experts were consulted. There were 120 witnesses in committee. The government, though, decided not to move forward with medical assistance in dying, and why, I will quote from the report. After thorough study, We note that there is no clear consensus on irreversible decline of capacity in the case of mental illness. As legislators, we cannot take a stance on this matter as opinions are so varied. Provincial member David Buron said there is no consensus among medical professionals regarding the incurability of mental illness or regarding the irreversibility of mental illness. These criteria are part of the safeguards of current legislation, so we must be exceptionally prudent here. As such, Mr. Speaker, former member for Joliette, Véronique Yvon, said, this decision shows that the goal isn't to open the criteria as much as possible just for the sake of it, but to make this good for people and to protect those who are vulnerable.
That comes from Quebec, where 5.3% of people die with MAID. In the last 15 years, we've been studying this issue objectively in a neutral way without partisanship. I know what I'm talking about, and it was the right approach. At the time, the government wanted to proceed quickly, but no, that did not happen. And now I am going to support the bill which would delay the Liberal ambition. We'll see what happens in a year, whether they want to go farther or not. Mr. Speaker, we also have to understand that medical assistance in dying is a process that can be reversed. And as Laurie Maud-Rioux said in an editorial of January 4th last in Le Devoir, MAID is offered as part of a continuing of care. The quality and universality of palliative care must be there so we can guarantee at all times the fact that medical assistance is dying is always the exception, not the rule. And now I'm going to talk about something a lot more personal. Last year, I had to deal with death. In fact, my mother was 97 years old and 10 months. She died in May, and my father, who was 99 years old, 4 months and 2 days, died in December, 7 months apart. And they basically lived a century, each of them. At the end of their lives, they were extremely ill, and yet they fought to survive, my mother and my father. Medical assistance in dying was not something they wanted. They could have asked for it. But they had access to the best palliative care, and we're grateful for that. They were able to say goodbye to their family all the way down to their great-grandchildren. Why am I talking about this? Because, take my mother. On the one hand, some people were going to die in a few days, and they had access to palliative care, but on the other hallway, some people were there who had requested medical assistance in dying. I spoke to people on both sides of the hallway. So, Mr. Speaker, we must respect the will of each individual. There's no good or bad position. There's only the position that you take yourself as an individual. And I believe that we need palliative care first and foremost. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to say the honourable member for Bourassa.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member opposite because, in most part, I concur with what it is the member is saying. When I think of the debate that had taken place in regards to C-14, if you take a look at Hansard, you'll see the issue of palliative care and hospice care was a huge issue. Members on both sides of the House understood how important it was in our communities that we have that, because we didn't want to see people using MAID as escape because of not having that care. And again, when I reflect on what we're talking about now, more and more members are talking about the issue of mental illness. And I think it's good that we all have a consensus that no one's talking about depression as being something that would allow someone to apply for MAID. And if they do apply, that the doctors and medical professionals are not going to authorize something of that nature. We're talking about the extreme situations. That's my understanding. But it's good to hear those independent voices on this particular issue, and as much as possible, I would concur and just get the member to continue to expand upon why it's important that we take the party politics out of it, because it is a very much a personal issue.
Honorable Deputy Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member.
I can agree deeply with my colleague from Winnipeg North. And as I said earlier, there is hundreds of good ways to attack the opponent. Please don't take medical death, l'aide médicale à mourir in French, to address the political issue. So for sure, Mr. Speaker, we have to be very careful. And so this is why when we talk about mental illness, it's very tough to trace the line exactly what is good and what is wrong, what is mental illness and what is incurable. So this is why we have to be careful, Mr. Speaker. And this is why we have to listen carefully that it's a little bit too much early, to say the least, to address it. Based on the Quebec experience, 15 years of parliamentary work, 2 bills that has been passed and very progressive, if we can use that adjective, in this area where 5.3% of people died with assisted medical of dying. We have to be careful, and the Quebec experience told us don't touch it right now. Thank you.
Question commentaire, the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech, and certainly I agree that there needs to be more investment in palliative care, and certainly it's a very important aspect of our society. Today we're talking about mental health and MAID, and we know that one of the pillars of recovery from mental health and is a financial pillar, the ability to have a house, to be able to buy food, and to be able to get access to medication and support. So I would just ask the member if the member feels that a guaranteed livable basic income is something that could alleviate suffering in the wake of the mental health crisis in this country.
L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
As a journalist, I've seen people with so much money that they have deep problem with mental illness. And also, I've seen people with a huge family and very tough life that they have because their income was not as good as expected. But they were happy altogether, Mr. Speaker. So I don't think that we can put a price on mental illness. Thank you.
Time for one more. L'honorable député de Saanich Gulf Islands.
I would like to say a big thank you to my colleague and friend, the member for Lac Saint-Louis, for his speech, and I completely agree with him because, and perhaps he would agree with me, that in debates on Bill C-14, I seem to recall that promises were made to work more on providing palliative care, but now, years later, it seems that those promises were not kept. What does my colleague think? The member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, that debate belongs with the provinces because palliative care is health care, and this is an area of provincial jurisdiction, so I will let the provinces debate the funding necessary to provide more palliative care services.
About continuing debate, the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to talk about this tonight because for me it's a deeply personal issue. As someone who's suffered with depression and mental health at various times in my life, including a severe depressive period where I was seeking treatment, the expansion of medically assisted death to those with mental health conditions is incredibly troubling for me. And the fact that this is where we are, almost a month away from when this would be available to Canadians suffering with mental health issues, to me is just a catastrophic failure of the government to properly deal with this issue. And I am so unbelievably disappointed that they're rushing through legislation now to try and delay the implementation of this because they just didn't do any of the hard work that was necessary in order to get this right. And the problem is there's so much evidence that's out there on how they could have got it right, and yet they chose not to. I want to talk a little bit about an article that was written on December 15th, 2022 by Dr. Karendeep Gainde, a professor of psychology at University of Toronto and the chair of his hospital's MAID team. And if anyone hasn't done it, they should read this article because it outlines and summarizes the incredible challenges with this and how the government has really failed in examining this issue. I'm going to start here. Evidence shows it is impossible to predict that a mental illness will not improve in any individual. And he goes on to say, yet expansionist activists mistakenly believe they can make such predictions. Research which he cites tells us their chance of being right amounts to chance, with precision modeling showing only 47% of irremediable medical condition predictions end up being correct. So 47% of the time, when they say a person's mental health will not improve, they're wrong. And this is evidence that was readily available to the government at any time, and yet this is where we find ourselves having to push through legislation to delay it at the last minute. He goes on to say this: when expanded to those seeking death for mental illness, evidence shows that MAID becomes indistinguishable from suicide. And remember, this is a psychiatrist talking. We cannot differentiate those seeking psychiatric euthanasia from suicidal individuals who resume fulsome lives after being provided suicide prevention rather than facilitated death. Let that sink in for a minute. This is a psychiatrist, teaches at the University of Toronto, and he's the chair of his hospital's MAID team. These are the things he's saying. He's been saying them for a very long time, and they still couldn't get this right. He then talks about the federally appointed panel. The government-appointed federal panel was responsible for providing safeguards, standards, and guidelines for how to implement MAID for mental illness. Instead, the panel recommended that no further legislative safeguards would be required before providing death for mental illness, and did not provide any specific standards for the length, type, or number of treatments that should be tried before providing MAID. Its report even suggested society had made an ethical choice that MAID should be provided even if suicide and MAID were the same. Again, this psychiatrist is summarizing what the government panel found. To me, it's absolutely and truly shocking. He goes on to say this: I'm not a conscientious objector. There are many who are. There are members in this place who conscientiously object to medically assisted death. I'm not one of those. I think it can be appropriate in certain circumstances. And he is in that as well. He says, however, it is clear to me that Canada's planned expansion of MAID to mental illness is based on ignorance, if not outright disregard, of fundamental suicide prevention principles. Let that sink in. Again, I go back to who's saying this. This isn't me saying it, not a parliamentarian saying it who doesn't have experience in mental health. This is a psychiatrist at the University of Toronto and the chair of his hospital's MAID team. He goes on and finishes, it appears to ignore what drives the most marginalized people to consider death as an alternative to life suffering. And this is, again, the incredible challenge. We've heard all the reports of people who are thinking they should now get MAID as a result of mental health issues. I think this is, to me, I cannot, again, go back, I cannot believe that we let it get this far, that we do not have rules in place, and that we have to go forward and put this off. The government had so much time to get this right, and they couldn't. They didn't even come close. And this, to me, is just a symptom of how the government does things without thinking them through, without thinking of the consequences or the repercussions. What's going to happen if we don't get this bill passed by March 17th? Then it's open, it's available. How is this legislation just being introduced now to push it back? They knew ages ago that they weren't going to meet this deadline. They knew ages ago that they didn't have safeguards in place. And yet here we are now. I find it breathtaking. His final comments in the article, I think, again, we should all listen to. Postponing the March 23rd expansion of euthanasia for mental illness is the only reasonable course. Canadians and mental health organizations recognize this. They called for this, with the Canadian Association for Suicide Prevention and over 200 individual psychiatrists so far signing for a petition to this effect, and academic chairs of departments of psychiatry all across Canada. They've consistently and routinely called for this delay for months. This article was written in December, and here we are now dealing with this legislation. It's a catastrophic failure by this government. It's a catastrophic failure by the minister responsible for this. And let's hope it's not a catastrophic failure for Canadians. Someone who's dealing with a mental health issue needs help. Let's be clear. I went through a period in my life where I did not want to continue to live. It was a deeply dark, terrible period of time. This government was moving forward with this legislation with absolutely no safeguards in place to protect people who are in that terrible place. And psychiatrists, eminent psychiatrists, have been banging the clarion bell on this for ages. And they did nothing until the last minute, and now they're saying we have to put it off. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I have absolutely no faith that this government is going to get it right. As the quotations I cited in that article, their panel got it wrong. I don't know that there's been any ministerial direction to make sure they get it right. What I can tell you is this. On this side of the House, we are going to stand up for people with mental health issues, and we are going to protect them, not let this government just throw them under the bus. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Constituent Kamal Par, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Just to provide a little bit of clarity on the issue of mental health, Mr. Speaker, I would challenge the member or others that want to make this more political, partisan, is to tell me another government that has invested as much money in healthcare, in mental health, and focused so much attention on mental health than this national government has. Stephen Harper definitely did not do that. My question to the member is related in regards to the Special Joint Committee. So there's a Special Joint Committee where there's membership from all sides that are in fact doing a lot of work on the issue. And the question that I have for the member is, does he believe there are no exceptions himself where any form of mental illness should be eligible for MAID?
For Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member says we don't want to make it political, but then he talks about a former prime minister and spending and other things. I'm not making it political, Mr. Speaker. I'm reading the words from a psychiatrist, okay, who has more experience than that member will ever have on this issue, more experience than any member from that government will ever have on this issue. And he is outlining a litany of concerns and how they went down the wrong path on this. And if their investments in healthcare have been so incredible, Why are the premiers screaming and saying healthcare is in a terrible state of disarray? That happened under his government. If they're spending more money, they're not doing it well. That's the problem. So it's not political. I'm begging this government to get it right on behalf of Canadians who suffer from mental health issues. They need the help.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do share my colleagues' concerns. I mean, that's why I voted against the Senate amendment to C7 in the previous Parliament. And I've been a member of the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying, and it is very clear that Bill C-39 is necessary. We do need to have that delay in place. You know, the concepts we were struggling with at a committee were, you know, individual autonomy versus protection of the vulnerable. And I'd just like to maybe get my colleagues' thoughts on those concepts. And what is his understanding of a person who may have a mental disorder, of their capacity to make informed consent and their own internal understanding of what they're going through? And this is just a genuine question, Mr. Speaker. I'm genuinely curious what the member thinks about it, because this is a really important debate that our country is having. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Yeah, I thank the member for the question. Look, I think that this issue is so complicated that it's incredibly difficult for members of Parliament to try and set those parameters without extensive study. I want to go back to the figure that was cited by the professor, where he said that 47% of the predictions of someone's mental health issue being irremediable was wrong. They were wrong. So when you look at that stat, right, 50% of the time you're wrong. So if someone with an irremediable mental health issue goes for MAID, 50% of those predictions are wrong. The possibility is that 50% of the people getting medically assisted death could have had treatment and gotten better. That is a statistic that every member in this chamber should be haunted by until we get this right.
We do have time for a very short exchange. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
I want to thank the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon for being extremely open and honest in his own experience of deep pain and darkness. And I also want to keep everything we just in this issue as nonpartisan as possible. So I ask him, we have a year because C-39 is going to pass. Haven't heard a soul in this place say they're not going to vote for it. What do we do in the coming year? And what would the honourable member recommend?
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
I mean, look, that's difficult. I think the challenge within trying to come up with something at committee is the limitations within committee. Witnesses come, they give a 5-minute intervention, you have a 5 or 6 minute opportunity to question, and quite frankly, on an issue like this, I just don't think that it's going to do it. We have to have people like professors of psychiatry at well-renowned universities putting in the guardrails to protect Canadians and telling us what those are, and the government has to listen.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Yorkton-Melville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am thankful for the opportunity this evening to speak on C-39. At the outset, I believe it's important, first of all, that my constituents know that this bill is not a complicated one. It does not propose anything new to Canada's euthanasia laws, nor does it propose to appeal laws that are currently in place. This is a simple bill that delays the expansion of medical assistance in dying to those living with mental illness by 12 months, 1 year. On those grounds, Conservatives support its swift passage, but only as a temporary solution. But this bill is what happens when a government moves too fast, too aggressively, and fails to take into account the pleas of experts and everyday Canadians living with mental illness and their family members that are living with them. These Canadians include our family members, our friends, our neighbours, and our co-workers. They live with mental illness that to them should not be a death sentence. They see the provision of MAID for their illness as yet another step along the road to devaluing life in this country. They know it's not going to accomplish anything to end stigma around mental illness, and they know that it puts vulnerable Canadians from all walks of life with illness seen and unseen at risk. And that's why this bill is little comfort to me and to Canadians at large. The extension of assisted death to mental illness must not just be delayed, it must be scrapped completely. Assisted death has been a highly emotional issue since this place first considered its legalization in 2016. It was the first bill that I debated in this House. Debate's been passionate due to our personal experiences, personal beliefs, and convictions on what constitutes dignity in end-of-life decisions. However, today's debate takes on even a greater heaviness in that respect. Statistics indicate that 1 in 2 Canadians by age 40 have or have had a mental illness. The chances are even greater for young people. And among those who have answered surveys on the topic, respondents report that they would be 3 times less likely to disclose a mental illness than a physical one like cancer. The numbers are grim, but paint a realistic picture of mental health as it relates to all Canadians. It's universal. No one is immune from life's difficulties, whether in the short or the long term. That's precisely why stakeholders are asking this government to show true compassion by reconsidering an expansion of MAID to those with wounds that are largely unseen. The Canadian Mental Health Association points to socio-demographic factors beyond age, education, and income levels as driving forces behind a request for MAID. Racism, poverty, homelessness, and gender-based violence have harmful effects on mental health and symptoms of mental illness. And over these past couple of years, we can tell too, isolation, persecution for one's beliefs, hopelessness impact our mental health. The Ontario Hospital Association is clear that these complex issues must be addressed through appropriate legal safeguards coupled with societal supports before assisted death expansion is considered. On the other hand, I believe that we must consider the realities of mental health in Canada among certain groups close to my heart and why expansion must never be entertained. This summer, Canadians were shocked to learn that a Canadian Armed Forces veteran struggling with PTSD and a brain injury was repeatedly advised of MAID as a solution to his suffering by a Veterans Affairs Canada employee. The veteran had never inquired about MAID, but even after asking the VAC employee to stop pressuring him over and over again, the employee persisted. We know that veterans face a greater risk of suicide compared to the average population. It's truly frightening to know that instead of facilitating the most appropriate care available, this public servant chose to repeatedly suggest MAID as a solution to suffering. This frightens me to know and wonder how often has this type of advice led to tragic consequences. Debbie Lowther of Vets Canada said that it's like planting a seed within someone who's already struggling with their mental health or maybe even contemplating suicide. No matter how isolated the Veterans Affairs issue may be purported to be, and I don't believe it is clearly a result of this government's attempts to muddy the water on suicide. It did a lot to draw Canadians' attention to the normalization of assisted death in this country and just how rapidly it's becoming a fix-all solution, not just for end-of-life issues, Speaker, but for treatable illnesses among vulnerable people. Speaker, when accessing an assisted death takes less time than accessing disability benefits for our veterans, we are completely failing them. Sadly, veterans aren't alone in this respect. Some Ontarians, for example, face multi-year wait times for special mental health care. That's years of living with mental health issues when they could be receiving treatment. And why aren't they? We need to ask ourselves that question. Disability advocates have been crystal clear with this government for years that Canadians do not have access to all the supports that they need and deserve and are even available. In a piece in the Hill Times this past week, Spencer Van Volten of Disability BC is correct when he states, and I'm quoting him, "Too much time is spent considering who should die rather than how to help people live." He goes on to note all-time highs in wait times, nearly 30 weeks for those seeking mental health treatment. To paraphrase one disability rights advocate, those living with treatable illnesses likely would not put MAID anywhere near the top of their list if they had unimpeded access to support and treatment. Indigenous Canadians also face an increased risk of preventable harm as MAID becomes more accessible. Tyler White, CEO of Siksika Health Services, noted that Indigenous elders, and I'm quoting him here, Indigenous elders work hard to tell young people that suicide should not be an option, and the Medical Assistance in Dying Bill, C7 in this case, says the opposite, end quote. Many Indigenous Canadians can speak to negative experiences with the healthcare system, including procedures that were done against their will. It's my belief that an assisted death regime with ever-expanding boundaries and ever-diminishing safeguards will not help to heal mistrust. It will only worsen it for our Indigenous people, our veterans, and those with disabilities. Speaker, it comes down to this simple fact. The same majority of Canadians who desire empowerment in their end-of-life decisions want Parliament to carefully weigh the risks of MAID for those living with mental health issues, such as depression. 69% fear that depressed individuals could see MAID as a means to escape dealing with the underlying causes of their conditions, which can, the experts say, Madam Speaker, over time deal with those conditions. The slippery slope does exist, and it exists nowhere, anywhere near to the effect that it is happening in Canada and spinning out of control. We got to apply the brakes here, ma'am. We're not only listening to those who will personally be affected by these laws, but we also need to take lessons. I know this government says we take no lessons. Well, don't take them from us then. Take them from jurisdictions with a long-standing MAID regime for mental illness. In Belgium and Netherlands, MAID laws once limited to mentally competent, terminally ill adults now includes adults and children with mental deficiencies, severely disabled individuals, and those with treatable psychiatric conditions such as anorexia and depression. Between 2012 and 17, the Netherlands alone saw a 600% increase in euthanasia, which was sought to address psychiatric conditions that the experts say cannot be determined to be irremediable. So this government has made a choice. I want to say it again, this government has made a choice. This minister has claimed this is only a pause. It cannot claim as a government that it stands as a champion for mental health treatment while simultaneously cheapening the value of that treatment and indeed human life itself. It can't claim that it's standing a champion for mental health treatment while also cheapening the value of treatment and indeed human life itself. The minister claims that MAID expansion can be done safely. But experts have been clear that expanding eligibility of medical assistance in dying to Canadians living with mental health illnesses cannot be done safely. It's impossible to determine irremediability in individual cases of mental illness. This expansion will only blur the lines further between suicide assistance and suicide prevention. Canadians cannot trust this Liberal and NDP government to protect the lives of our most vulnerable, including those who are simply asking for a hand in the seasons of need. Every action that they have used for MAID since 2015 has achieved the opposite. So, ma'am, let's not further stigmatize those with mental illness by placing euthanasia ahead of other solutions. We need to reject a culture of demand, death on demand, and instead, let's make Canada a champion for suicide prevention at all stages of life.
Questions and comments. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I think that it's somewhat offensive to try to even give an impression that we want death on demand, or any member of the House of Commons would want death on demand. That's really quite an extreme statement. As a government, we've invested an immense amount of resources towards mental health, far greater than previous governments before us. And I did want to address the one issue, and I guess this would be the form of the question. When Veterans Affairs, civil servant, an agent of Veterans Affairs, had made that recommendation, I think it greatly offended every member of the House of Commons. And my understanding is that that person is no longer talking to veterans. And I'm wondering if the member would provide that clarification. Would she not agree that whether it's a veterans agent or individuals that don't have the authority to even deal with the issue of MAID should not be recommending in any circumstances that the MAID be an option?
For Yorkton Melville.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do thank the member for the question. The truth of the matter is that this issue exposed something that is happening in our society and is happening without oversight. I know when the previous Minister of Justice in this House indicated that the first bill on assisted suicide or MAID had to be studied extensively before we moved forward with any other considerations. And this government just flew right by that and immediately brought in another piece of legislation that, again, has opened it up to, I'm sorry, I don't know how much closer to death on demand it can get when a veteran is told by someone who, yes, was illegal in doing what they did, by even suggesting it because it was out of their purview, to open it up to that point, to say to someone, you know what, with all of your issues, this would be a better alternative to your life.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague said something, a quote that I think is haunting, profound, and accurate. It's the quote where she quoted someone who said, "We spend too much time helping people to die and not enough time helping people to live." And, you know, for the government House Leader to try to diminish what happened with Veterans Affairs, I find that disgusting. I was wondering if my colleague would like to take a little bit more time talking about some of the really good things that she mentioned that the Canadian government should be doing to help people to live, as opposed to this measure that's in front of us that should never have been contemplated.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
I thank my colleague for that question. There is so much that is being left on the table, in the back room, I don't know where, that is not being done. And it raises doubts, I can tell you, in veterans' minds as to the true intent of this government in truly meeting their needs. I am serious. When you have a backlog that continues to grow and grow and grow, while the minister is talking about the billions of dollars we're throwing at this, same with mental health, and yet things are not improving. They are getting worse. We have a responsibility in this House to do everything we can to make life valuable. Under this government, we should have top-notch palliative care across this entire nation. We should be taking care of our veterans from the moment they enlist till the moment that they are successful in a civilian life when they're done serving. There are so many things that could be done by this government. Thank you, Madam.
For a brief question, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Notwithstanding the many leading psychiatrists who have made it very clear that this expansion cannot be implemented safely, notwithstanding the Association of Chairs of Psychiatry calling on this government to stop this expansion, the Minister of Justice, even though he has moved this bill forward, has actually said that the government could have gone ahead with this anyhow, notwithstanding that irremediability and suicidality and other legal and clinical issues remain unresolved. Doesn't this speak to the degree to which this minister is blinded by ideology?
I have to, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville, that wasn't quite a short question, but if the honourable member can give me a short answer, that'd be great.
I'll do my best. The truth of the matter is that the minister has shown his hand. He has no intention of not making this law come into effect. And that is where Canadians have drawn the line. The reason that they have stalled is because they realize that they are not reflecting the values and the desires of the majority of Canadians. And for once, I would love to see them function as a government on behalf of Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member of Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as you've heard this evening and throughout the day, there's no question that this is a personal issue for so many of the representatives in this chamber. And I could speak to that as well. When the legislation for MAID first came up 2 parliaments ago, I held a number of open houses and town halls in my riding, and I never had a larger turnout for any other issue other than doctor-assisted dying. And in fact, my colleague, who I have a great deal of respect for, the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, attended one of those open houses to help explain and walk my constituents through what this legislation meant. And the biggest concern, the biggest worry for my constituents at that time was the lack of strong and strict safeguards that would guard for the expansion of access to MAID. And certainly what we are seeing now is a frightening broadening of the access to MAID. And I think if there's any red flags for this Liberal government, it would be the fact that when MAID was first legislated, we had about 1,000 Canadians access MAID in 2016. Well, that number now, Madam Speaker, is more than 36,000 in 1 year. If there was ever a reason for the Liberal government to stand up and take notice that this legislation has far exceeded its original intentions of being something that was based on a foreseeable death, a terminal illness, or someone having unbearable pain, that was who should have been accessing MAID. But now we are seeing those lines so blurred that they almost don't exist. And the fact that the Minister of Justice has only delayed implementing access for MAID to those with mental illness, I think, again, is a very stark red flag. And that's why you're seeing so many Canadians stand up, in many cases emotionally, saying this has gone much too far. And we are hearing so many anecdotes, not only from our constituents, but certainly people across the country, on examples of people who are already accessing MAID that should never have been eligible. And certainly when a constituent of mine, Mark Meinke, a very well-known veterans advocate, called me one afternoon and said, you know, I have a friend, a veteran, who was on the phone with his Veterans Affairs caseworker, and when he talked about his mental health issues and wanting to access mental health resources, the caseworker said, well, I can offer you MAID if that's something you would rather do than contemplating suicide. And actually her language, the caseworker, was much starker than that. Initially I thought that can't be true. Veterans Affairs can't possibly be offering MAID to those men and women in uniform who served our country, who made such an incredible sacrifice that most of us could never possibly fathom. That they would be looking at the heroes of our country when they are reaching out to them in their most vulnerable situation, their most vulnerable moment, and offering them the easy way out. And it's no wonder now that many of our veterans feel that they aren't getting the services they need from the federal government because it's just too costly. That they're trying to clear a backlog of files off their desk, and that is why they're offering access to doctor-assisted dying. That is not what we should be offering our veterans, those who sacrifice everything for us. We should be ensuring they have access to the resources, the mental health care, and the PTSD treatments that they deserve, not access to doctor-assisted dying. And of course, this is from the government, where the Prime Minister said to veterans, you're just asking for more than this government can give. So you can see why that frustration and that seed of doubt has been planted within veterans and first responders across this country. And I'm glad to hear that the government took action on this one caseworker. But unfortunately, what we were told was one-off. We have now heard several stories of other veterans being offered similar services from other caseworkers. And certainly, as someone who's been around government for a while, on both sides of the House, these caseworkers are usually given a script on what they go from, and that's what's worrisome. That this wasn't just a one-off, but this was something that Veterans Affairs was offering our men and women in uniform. And I would urge my colleagues across the floor in the Liberal caucus that giving this a one-year delay isn't enough. If there was ever a piece of legislation in the House of Commons that we had to get right, that we could not make mistakes and try and rush it through or base the decisions on ideology or activism, it's this one. Because literally, and I don't know if I would ever say this standing in this House, but lives literally hang in the balance and are at risk if we get this wrong. I would urge my Liberal colleagues across the floor to listen to the stakeholders in their communities. Listen to the community-based service groups and charities and mental health programs in their communities that are standing up and saying, stop. This is going way too far. Because I can't be the only one who's getting dozens of calls and emails from those groups in my riding who are asking me to meet with them and try and relay that message and those concerns to the Liberal government. They have lost hope. And instead of providing hope for life and offering the essential resources that Canadians need, the Liberal government are offering them death. And is that, as parliamentarians, as Canadians, is that really what we want our country to be? Is that really the bar that we're setting for ourselves? That rather than invest in palliative care and mental health services and services for our veterans and those with disabilities and mental illness, that we're going to make, the easy way is just make doctor-assisted dying more accessible? I don't believe that is the result we want. A constituent of mine, Pilar, he called me the other day, and I just want to quote what he said. I've worked in palliative care for several years and in several other domains of medical care, and I could tell you it will be the most vulnerable who will suffer the most from this and experience undue pressure and coercion to allow the state to end their lives. That is very profound from someone in the healthcare system. And I've heard similar comments from groups like Inclusion Foothills, which is a group in my riding that works with folks with disabilities of mental and emotional. And I met with them before Christmas, and they have a profound fear that this MAID expansion for accessing mental health and concerns with their clients who have disabilities. Time and time again, they said they are hearing from families who are concerned they may lose their loved ones because they are offered MAID in a stressful or moment of weakness and vulnerability. Madam Speaker, all of us have had those moments of vulnerability and anxiety, and we would hope that in those times of need that the services that we require would be made available to us. But Inclusion Foothills, they were saying that Canadians with cognitive disabilities or depression and anxiety are easily more susceptible to offers of coercion, well-meaning or otherwise, or perceived or real, that is an option to end their suffering. And I know I'm not the only one, again, that has had families and persons with disabilities, mental health concerns, and concerned residents who are reaching out to my office begging for safeguards to be put in place to protect their vulnerable loved ones, their friends, and certainly our neighbors. Now, Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada's own website, and I want to quote this, says they acknowledge that mental illness is experienced by 1 in 3 Canadians during their lifetime, and that suicide is a significant cause of premature death in Canada. It goes on to state, and I quote, most mental illnesses can be effectively treated by health professionals and community-based services. Unfortunately, because of the stigma of mental illness, many people avoid or delay treatment. The most important part of that statement, Madam Speaker, is mental health and mental illnesses can be effectively treated. That should be the focus, not this, the option of doctor-assisted dying. And finally, Madam Speaker, I want to just address another community in my riding, and that is the agriculture community and rural Canadians. A survey that was done last year said 76% of farmers who were surveyed are suffering from medium to extreme mental health and stress. Worldwide, male farmers are at higher risk of dying by suicide, and they are less likely to ask for help. Cowboy up, that we hear that all the time. And in fact, we had a unanimous consent motion in this House asking for the government to provide mandate in the Farm Credit Canada's mandate to support mental health programs. The Liberals voted against that. Madam Speaker, my constituents are unequivocal. MAID was never meant as an emotional decision. It was never meant to be outside the bounds of those as an exceptional reason. And I would encourage the Liberal government, don't just delay this for a year. Don't put a timeline on it. Let's do this right. Let's make sure that we stand up for all Canadians with disabilities and mental illness. Let's do it right.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, as someone that has actually served in the Canadian Forces and walked with World War II veterans and World War I veterans, and have sat in the Legions and talked to the horror stories that they had to endure, I find it exceptionally offensive to try to imply that this government would, in any way, in any form, or any member of this House.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, that he doesn't have the floor, and he's not the one that's going to be responding to the questions and comments. And I know that his colleague for Foothills is well able to answer those questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I don't believe it is appropriate for any member of this House to try to imply in any way or in any form that there's any member of the House of Commons that would actually suggest that it is okay for a veterans agent, service agent, to recommend MAID to a military or a veteran. And my question to the member is, would he not agree with that assertion?
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
I would agree that it is inappropriate for a caseworker from Veterans Affairs to offer a veteran access to mental assisted in dying rather than the mental health resources they need. However, Veterans Affairs under this government did exactly that. Right. So for that member to just try and say this never happened is complete fallacy. It didn't happen just once. It happened numerous times. It is absolutely inappropriate, but unfortunately this government did exactly that.
And comments, Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Foothills for the speech. When we were looking at C14 2 parliaments ago, there was a statutory requirement for a review. The government went ahead and introduced Bill C7 before we ever did that review. They accepted the Senate amendment to their bill before they established a special joint committee, of which I was a member, both in the previous parliament and this one. And we struggled with many of the issues that he highlighted in his speech. I guess my question to him is, the two of the themes we were grappling with as a committee were respect for individual autonomy versus protection of the vulnerable. And I just want to ask him, because I share his concerns with this, how in his mind do we try to rectify those two concepts where we are respecting a person's autonomy to make decisions that are in their own interest, but also making sure that we as a society are protecting the most vulnerable?
Our member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that question. And I think he touched on the crux of the issue. Now, that review should have happened, should have occurred, that we would have better insight into what we are dealing with right now. But the issue that he's talking about, that balance, is when someone is suffering with mental illness or a disability, how difficult is it to understand if they are making that decision of right mind or in the right state of mind, let's say. So for the Liberal government to open this door so wide when there's no question Canadians at their most vulnerable moment will be making an irreconcilable decision that maybe they are making at not the best position of their mental health, certainly of the position that they are in economically, financially, but most importantly, are they in the right state of mind to make such an important decision? That is what we have to take the time to decide.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Speaker. And it certainly is as the debate has continued through this evening, I think there's a remarkable amount of nonpartisan agreement with areas of difference. And I think one of the areas of difference is, and the Honourable Member for Foothills, I'm hoping he'll agree that it's better not to try to suggest that people have a motivation in this place. We all agree, I think, that the pace at which MAID extended from irremediable medical conditions to mental health conditions took a lot of us by surprise, that we found ourselves after C7, and I voted for C7 because I wanted to see the advanced directives being made available to people who were suffering with a terminal medical illness. The mental health conditions suddenly were before us, and we welcome the chance to have an additional a year delay. But what could we do in that time? And I asked the Honourable Member for Foothills what he would recommend in this next year to make a difference and have precautions and protocols in place.
Brief answer from the member for Foothills.
Thank you, and I agree with my colleague. When those numbers went from 1,000 per year to 37,000 Canadians accessing MAID, that is a severe red flag, that this has gone much too far. All of us have loved ones that are impacted with mental illness or disability. This certainly hits home for all of us. So I would say my suggestion would not put a timeline on this, we're putting this for 1 year. My concern is the Minister of Justice certainly doesn't agree with most of us in this House. He said it himself. The government could just plow ahead and go ahead with this legislation without any additional discussion. I think that is a wrong decision, and we're certainly hearing from our constituents and Canadians that this has gone far enough.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we're here tonight at nearly 10 o'clock in Ottawa discussing a difficult topic, but one that every Canadian should be concerned about. And I just want to outline what we're talking about tonight so that I can give my argument in that context. In 2020, a bill was tabled to discuss and put forward proposals to expand medically assisted dying. And then, in the other place, the Senate, there was an amendment that was made after committee study, after due diligence, that the government rammed through, which, again, without scrutiny, this government rammed through an amendment that was put forward by an unelected and unaccountable body to expand medically assisted dying to persons with mental health issues. That bill ended up passing, and now we're here today debating an initiative that the government wants to undertake now to extend the date that that service would become available to Canadians from this year, from this month, to a year from now. I want to be very clear. I'm going to vote in favor of extending this timeline, but under no circumstances in this country right now should medically assisted dying be extended to persons with mental health issues. I mean, I just, particularly to colleagues that are in the Liberal caucus who have the ability to speak to their leaders behind closed doors, our country is suffering. There are so many people who are hurting, who may have had some mental health issues before the pandemic, but job loss, lack of access to services, issues that happen in relationships, so many things. Like we are a country that is in the middle of a mental health crisis, and yet today, the most amount of time we've spent debating how we as Parliament and how the government is going to support Canadians with mental health issues is to offer medically assisted dying. And I just find that reprehensible and an abdication of responsibility of every person in here, of every political stripe, to allow medically assisted dying to be extended to Canadians, given the abject, miserable state of mental health supports for Canadians across this country. Nobody can access mental health services in this country. Even privileged people have difficult times accessing mental health supports. Everybody in this country needs somebody to talk to or goes through crisis. And every once in a while we get some corporation saying, oh, Bell, let's talk day, hashtag. But when the rubber hits the road and somebody needs someone to talk to, those services are not adequately there, or they're too expensive. And so for the government to even be contemplating allowing people where one of the symptoms of mental health is to express in certain circumstances wishes to die, to extend that to them, it is so irresponsible. So my opinion is, yes, delay this coming into force for a year, but don't do it at all. The government promised $4.5 billion for mental health services, and that's nowhere to be materialized. Madam Speaker, the NDP are in a supply coalition with the government. This should be number one on their list of demands. There should be no supporting of medically assisted dying without some sort of plan to address the lack of staff in mental health support services, the burnout in mental health services, the lack of funding. I mean, in my province of Alberta, the amount of funding that the government just offered the province of Alberta, $500 million in this last round of talks, was about the same that they spent on airport COVID testing after they had lifted restrictions for airport COVID tests. This government has its priorities all wrong, and we can't, like, this isn't just about spending or waste, this is people's lives. And to suggest that we should be extending medically assisted dying at a time when we haven't even begun to talk about destigmatizing mental health issues. There's a lot of people who would never talk about, they feel like it's a shame to struggle, and they don't have someone to talk to. They don't have a support network. And we're contemplating as parliamentarians normalizing offering medically assisted dying. It's just, how did we get to this point? How did the government even think that this was appropriate? And to sneak it in on a Senate amendment? No. We should be absolutely pushing this deadline off. And then my colleague from British Columbia tabled a bill to remove this provision. And I 100% support his legislation. It's smart, it's compassionate, and it should receive cross-party support, because for no other reason, there is nobody in here can argue with a straight face that the mental health support services for Canadians are anywhere close to adequate at all. And it's our duty as parliamentarians to give people hope to live. That's our first goal. That's what we should be doing, not sitting in some sort of academic chamber listening to people arguing legal technicalities around, well, maybe this means medically assisted dying. Like, we have to have a moral compass sometimes in this place, and there is no way this should proceed in Canada, especially given how we've seen, even my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands talked about it, the explosive use of MAID, the slippery slope that actually happened. It wasn't a logical fallacy in debate. We have evidence of it. There aren't safeguards, and there aren't support to help Canadians make a choice to live. And I'm just begging everybody in this place, first and foremost, above all, help Canadians live. Help Canadians live. Push this off. Support my colleague from BC's bill. We shouldn't even need this private member's bill. We shouldn't be wasting time in the House of Commons pushing this decision off for a year. We shouldn't even be talking about it at all. We should be debating late in the night about how we give Canadians the support that they need. You know, Madam Speaker, in a CBC article from February the 2nd, the Justice Minister was quoted as saying on why he wanted to extend it for a year, not for any of the reasons that I gave or colleagues of other political stripe have talked about tonight. This is what he said. He said, we want, in particular, those health practitioners, those faculties of medicines, college who had some concerns about this, time to internalize what's happening. Not, like, his concern about delaying this, and the motive for delaying this wasn't to protect Canadians, it was to foist this ideology among our top medical practitioners at a time when they're burnt out, suffering, and underfunded after 2 years of a pandemic and a woefully broken healthcare system. There is no way we should be extending medically assisted dying to mental health in Canada, given how broken our healthcare system is and how much Hope, the lack of hope that Canadians have right now. It's our job to be offering them hope and to be doing everything possible for Canadians who have mental health issues to get that hope. And for anybody who is listening to this tonight, there are so many lines out there. If you're struggling with mental health issues, reach out and know that there are people in this place who understand that you have a right to live. You have a right to live with dignity, with hope, with compassion, and that is what we're fighting for. And that is why there are people of varying different ideologies in this place who will fight tooth and nail to get this government to focus on what is good, just, and beautiful.
Questions and comments? The Young and Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would concur that there are many ways in which people can actually access the type of support that is out there, and it would be good to see more support going into mental illness and health and well-being. And we would hope that that's what we will be seeing with, in particular, our provincial and territorial governments and so forth, work with our different communities, whether they're rural or urban. The issue that I have is when we take a look at the legislation, the legislation is proposing, it's like a pause. And there's going to be some time now for members to continue to reflect and to hear what healthcare professionals and experts have to say. And I'm wondering if the member can provide her thoughts in regards to what degree should healthcare experts and other stakeholders have to play in this debate.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
My colleague from Winnipeg just said, I would hope that we would have more resources for mental health. I would hope that we have these things. He's part of the government. He has a government appointment. He sits around the table. We don't have those supports because this government hasn't provided it to Canadians. No, honestly. He's listening, and he should think about this. This isn't a talking point. His government has not got the job done, and that's why we're here. This shouldn't be a pause. We shouldn't be talking about this. This should not happen. And when it comes to his question about medical professionals, we have medical professionals. We've got all sorts of groups, from disability experts to Indigenous leaders, saying there is no way this should be offered in Canada. What we should be focusing on is helping people to live with hope and dignity, something that this government has not yet done. And that is why this government should not be proposing this at all, based on science, based on morality, based on any outcome right now. We should not be offering medically assisted dying to Canadians with mental health issues.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier, the member for Winnipeg talked about how, well, don't we all agree that it was wrong that a staffer at Veterans Affairs Canada was talking about euthanasia with a veteran who called looking for help? He said, don't we all agree? But I think what confuses me about the government's position is that apparently they object to the fact that over and over again, when a veteran called in for help at Veterans Affairs Canada, they were told to consider euthanasia or medical assistance in dying. And yet, if that same veteran had visited their doctor, if that same veteran had gone to see a psychiatrist or visited a nurse practitioner, the government's totally fine with that person being given that advice. The government is fine with people being told by the medical system that they should consider or pursue this option, just apparently not when it comes from Veterans Affairs. Does the member think there's an inconsistency there in the government's position that we should be supporting people in all cases regardless?
Calgary-Nose Hill.
Cuts a little close to home for me, Madam Speaker. My husband is a combat veteran. I know what it's like when he casually tells me that one of the colleagues that he served with has taken their life. This isn't a joke. And for us to be offering medically assisted dying as the first intervention of Parliament in this government, instead of telling Canadians they are worthy, they have value, and our government is here to help them through their needs, be it a veteran, be it somebody who has lost their job, somebody going through divorce. That's what we should be doing, is offering hope, value, and dignity, not medically assisted dying for people with mental health issues.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Honourable friend from Calgary Nose Hills support one of the things that many of us in opposition are calling for, which is a guaranteed livable income so that no one is in such a desperate state that they actually think of taking their own life for economic pressures.
A brief answer from the Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
This government has spent us into oblivion. Our government has put us into a situation where we're broke. And talking about all the things that could help Canadians is so much farther away because of the waste, the corruption, and the lack of priorities on Canadians. So there are so many things we could be talking about and should be talking about to help Canadians. But the first thing we need to do is get this government out of the way. I cannot even believe that this proposal is on the floor.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it is an honour to rise in this place to talk about the important issues facing Canadians. But Madam Speaker, as being signalled last week and coming into the debate today, having understanding the gravity of the conversation that is Bill C-39, the fact that we have before us a bill that presses pause, a one-year pause on the implementation of the state being able to, through a medical assistance in dying regime, see individuals take their own life for the sole underlying cause of having a mental illness. Madam Speaker, it's moments like this where one has no option but to pause, to think about the gravity of the issues to which we discuss here. And certainly, when it comes to this delay, I support it. I think that a year is not nearly long enough, and like many others of my colleagues, I believe that a delay simply does not go far enough in terms of something that should never be on the table. Madam Speaker, when it comes to mental health, we've heard today something that has been mentioned a lot in the idea of hope. The fact that we need hope. And offering death to someone who feels hopeless, Madam Speaker, is not hope. You know, I find it very, very troubling. And the tragic irony, Madam Speaker, that over the course of the time that I've had the honor and responsibility of serving the people of Battle River Crowfoot, we've talked a lot about suicide prevention, a lot about mental health. And I think back to one of the debates that took place during my nomination campaign. And I made a simple statement, Madam Speaker, that I didn't realize would have the effect that it does today. And it was when asked a question, me and the other nomination contestants in Wainwright, actually, home to a military base. I was asked the question about mental health, generally about what was required for mental health. And it was a productive discussion, but one of the statements that I made in the response to that question was that I believe that mental health is health. And Madam Speaker, a young man came up to me, the child of a veteran, came up to me afterwards and said that he was so encouraged by the fact that somebody finally was willing to say that mental health was health. Madam Speaker, I cannot emphasize enough how vitally important that context is for the discussions that we're having around Bill C-39. And specifically, how when we have, and I mentioned the honor I have of representing a military base and the fact that there's been veterans who called Veterans Affairs asking for help, yet were offered death. Madam Speaker, that defies what I thought was possible. But Madam Speaker, the reality is, in this country, we need to make sure that we are prioritizing hope. And when we look at the context of where we got to, while we've talked about, this bill is happening a whole lot faster than a 3-digit suicide hotline that this Parliament unanimously called for more than a year ago. Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate that where political will exists, things can move quickly. Yet unfortunately, when it comes to that idea of help, that idea of care, health care for those struggling with suicidal thoughts, ensuring that those who have mental health challenges are given the care that they need, yet we have before us a bill that simply delays for 1 year the offer of death. I think that, again, as I've reflected much on this issue, we were told back in this debate, and although being elected in 2019, much of the debate that took place over medical assistance in dying, that the concerns that were raised certainly by many members, both those who sit in the Conservative caucus today and others, and including not limited to the former Attorney General, and I believe representatives from all parties represented in this place, that the concerns that we laid forward like this were simply considered a slippery slope, a logical fallacy. Yet here we are. In fact, Madam Speaker, in the context of this discussion, I received a story. A story was sent to me. And I'd like to read that story in this place. Recently, my friend's mother, Carmen, was the victim of a physician attempting to coerce her into MAID. She was quite insistent on it, to the point of causing severe distress. His main point of sale was that it would save the hospital a lot of money, and it was her duty to do the right thing for the hospital and her family to just do it. I couldn't think of a circumstance where somebody would be more vulnerable, dealing with the challenges associated with mental health and some of the challenges associated with underlying health conditions, as was the case with this individual. But instead of being given that opportunity for life, it was presented as a duty to save the state a few dollars, to save her family from having to journey beside her through an illness. Madam Speaker, the folks from Battle River Crowfoot will know very well my faith background. And I think often of some of the Bible verses that I was taught as a child and remember often here today. And I'd like to read specifically one here today that is certainly one that has offered me hope during challenging times. And Madam Speaker, that's Jeremiah 29, verse 11. And I think that many in this House will have heard this verse before, and it goes, "For I know the plans that I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for good and not for evil, to give you a future and hope." So, Madam Speaker, as we enter into the discussion around the idea of whether or not somebody that is facing a challenging circumstance in their life, that is facing the challenges of mental health distress, to the point where they would be led to, and heaven forbid, coerced into making an irreversible decision, such as that which is medical-assisted death. Madam Speaker, let us remember that, like others in this place have mentioned, that as members of Parliament, as leaders in this country, and certainly I would hope as members of the government from across the way, that we would always endeavor to be catalysts for hope. That we would ensure that the things we do, whether it be on the partisan discussions of which members in this House will know well, I love to participate in, or whether it comes to the assistance of ensuring that those who walk through, in my case in Battle River Crowfoot, every person who walks through my office door, to make sure that we do everything we can to extend that hope that is so desperately needed. Madam Speaker, let's ensure that as we have this discussion, as we have this now one-year pause of the implementation of mental health being the sole underlying factor for medically assisted death, let us take pause and think very, very carefully, not only as parliamentarians, but as a country, as a society, as those who are called to look out for the most vulnerable among us, whether that be Indigenous, immigrant populations, women, the list goes on, to ensure that we respond not with the extension of a mechanism that would allow somebody to take their own life, but let's, for those who are facing the most severe mental health challenges, let's ensure that our automatic response, Madam Speaker, would be to offer that olive branch of hope. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, since the Supreme Court decision in 2015 going into 2016, the government has been working very closely with members of all sides of the House, and even today, in passing legislation, it takes more than just government members in order to pass legislation. I suspect that virtually all members will be supporting and voting in favor of this legislation because they see the value in terms of what it is that the government is proposing, and that is to put it off, to ultimately delay things for a year so that we can feel more comfortable in making sure that we're getting things right. And my question to the member is to acknowledge that the Government of Canada has appointed a task group of experts to develop MAID practice standards in collaboration with provincial and territorial governments, regulatory bodies, and clinicians across Canada. I'm wondering if he feels that that organization, or many of those organizations and stakeholders, should have any say in terms of the future of MAID legislation.
The Honourable for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, in the very bureaucratic explanation that the Parliamentary Secretary just read, I think that it bears mentioning the tragic irony that exists here. We are debating an extension of medical assistance in dying being offered to those with mental illness as the sole underlying condition. Yet, this House unanimously, only a number of years ago, passed a motion to bring about a 988 suicide prevention hotline, of which it seems certainly to me, Madam Speaker, that is progressing at a snail's pace. Canadians don't need more bureaucratic language, more task forces, more excuses from a government that is refusing to acknowledge the fact that instead of the expansion of medically assisted death by the state to those with mental illness, we should be talking about ensuring that all Canadians have the hope to live for the future.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've heard a lot of talking tonight about the need for support. So I would just ask the member in the year, potentially, that there is time for additional consultation, and I hope the government will listen to the outcomes of those consultations. What kind of supports, financial supports, could the members suggest? I mean, on the NDP side, we'd like to see pharmacare. We think that people being able to be healthy and to be able to afford their medication is important. Housing, affordable housing is another opportunity to increase the supports for folks. I wonder if the member could just expand on some of the opportunities in the next year. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
You know, I find it interesting, Madam Speaker, the number of calls that I've taken over the past, specifically the last 8 months or so, it seems. There's been a real pickup in the number of people, seniors, single parents, women who are endeavoring to get out of difficult situations, who, when going to the grocery store, are not able to afford the bare minimum that it takes to feed themselves and often their family. So, Madam Speaker, we need to make sure that we have a compassionate approach to welfare in this country to ensure that those who are most vulnerable get it. But we also need to make sure that every opportunity for Canadians to succeed is granted to them. Because I see so often in this place how that is being denied to Canadians. And I see that in my own constituency. And as that member specifically has supported the shutdown and the loss of tens of thousands of jobs in my constituency, Madam Speaker. Let's take pause, and instead of promoting plans that would worsen the economic circumstances for many Canadians, like those promoted through the Just Transition that this Prime Minister is pushing for, let's make sure that we provide hope and opportunity for absolutely every Canadian, and make sure that we're there to support those who need help when they need it most. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. There being no further member rising for debate, pursuant to order made earlier today, the debate is deemed adjourned, and this House is deemed adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.